Big 2011 coming up soon in a couple of minutes. Are excited? I think we got about how many runners we have? About 16 people this time competing for the win.
Yeah, 16. That's not bad.
That is not bad. This was a hard list.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
this
was.
The games are starting to get a bit more like obscure also. So it's not that surprising that it might be a bit lower. And this is a very hard list.
The Mythical and Cananophone here on the commentary. I'll jump in myself also.
Hmm
Who are you?
The big quitter, Cananophone.
Breaks. Bad breaks. That's it.
And like you said, I'm Mythical
A
That's
little
9.
bad.
Yeah, good breaks. First of all, we're gonna do a little announcement here. We have the Best of NES Marathon 2019 coming up. Early November. The date is not set yet, but we are gonna open the submissions from today. It should be up on the.
Wow, what you're saying? If I want to be in the Best of NES Marathon 2019, I can submit
No, you
my
can't.
run right now. Maybe right now. I don't know. In a little bit.
I have a question. What's the best of NES Marathon?
Well, it's a marathon. We gather all the record holders on the NES games for big marathon. I think it's the 6th year we're doing this now. First, we got to start with people who actually have the records to submit, and we'll see. I will go from there.
Yay!
Only record holders, but it's gonna be up on the website bestones.com. Phone, maybe.
It will be.
It will be during the race. To update. Ooh. So, are we ready for starting the race, Dexter?
I'm just doing like last second settings here on the layout, and then we'll be ready here.
Yeah.
Dex Tech hard at work.
Mm-hmm.
So are the players as well, getting all their streams ready in speed runs live and everything. You know, navigating IRC is not. I mean, it's pretty common for some of us, our older internet dwellers, to be familiar with it. But there's a lot of newer speedrunners who come in and are like, "What the hell is this chat program that I need to use? Why am I typing in commands to join rooms in order to race?" But that's how we did it back in the day, and it's kind of how we still do it.
Yeah. See, Pressy, are we starting soon? Can I still practice? He's eager to start, man.
If you're not practicing until the timer counts down, then you're just wasting valuable seconds.
Yeah. So we're just waiting for the layout to come up with all the runners here. Oh, we do 4 runners on screen, then we switch around during the race. We usually keep the first place and second place on screen. Oh. So hopefully everyone gets screen time here.
Mm-hmm.
That's the goal.
Well, we're gonna have a lot of time with which to show these 16 racers off, because this is it's not a sprint. This is definitely more of a longer form event, a marathon, if you will. That tends to mean something a little different in speedrunning circles, but we're looking at least 3 hours and probably over 4 for most players to complete this list of 20 games.
Yeah, I think the best time was 3.5 hours ish or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little long one, but it's this time we do 10 US games and become exclusive games. Well, exclusive, but yeah, that was the theme for this one. It was called the 50-50.
Yeah, the 50-50. Yeah.
And about half the time is going to be Gargoyle's Quest, matching through text.
So that's right. That's the 50-50.
Yeah.
50% games, 50% the cutscenes in that one game.
Mhm.
It's a cool game. It's worth it.
Are we having the layout up, Dexter? Do you need help?
I'm ready in roughly 10 seconds here.
He's got it down to the second.
Mm.
I like it. So we'll be ready to show you guys, what's going to look like for the next couple of hours here. We've already seen that the players are all getting in their last minute practice of our first game. Is there like a games? Is the list of games on the layout? Are they going to be able to see that? Or I'm sure someone's going to be wondering what games
Yes.
we're going to be playing today.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we do have the list on to the right, on the right side there.
Beautiful.
And not all of these are full game. We'll try to communicate what they are. Like, for example, Wrecking Crew is beat the first 5 stages.
All right, I'm gonna see if the runner is starting to get ready here.
I think everyone saw it switch to the main layout on the main feed and instinctively reset to the title screen because everyone just immediately did it without being told. I like it.
Everyone is ready. Dexter, you should leave the race room, I guess.
Yep, I'm leaving.
No.
Oh.
No.
He's trying to not leave. It's quit or unenter to get out. But now Bad Breaks is saying no. I'll let you guys figure out the race. We can go over some of the players. We got Prissy in the top left.
Are we starting?
Probably one of the favorites. Prissy and Pikachu have been sort of battling it out for the top spot in a lot of the games. In practice, Prissy's stronger at sort of like the first 10 and Pikachu's stronger at the latter 10. Their full game runs have been pretty close to each other. Skate Man in the top right also, I think, has is probably third most likely to take it. Has been putting up some really good times, and this list has some wild stuff that can happen and totally cost you like entire minutes. So it's totally possible for Skate Man or anyone really to walk away with a victory here.
Yeah, it's gonna get hard pretty quickly, actually. A lot of these lists have like some sort of like it starts easy then ramps up a bit. This one not so much, which we'll see when we get to Solar Jetman.
I think we're off here.
We
And
sure
we're
are.
off.
Done.
So Wrecking Crew is a game where you gotta wreck it. You gotta wreck everything. So
Yeah.
Ralph
wreck all these
stole like this is what
things.
Wreck-It Ralph was based on. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, basically. So basically everything that's gray you have to break. So there's pretty much only one way to do a lot of these levels, so there's not going to be a ton of variety. So this is a nice it's pretty traditional to start with a black box game, and this is definitely one of them.
I think we're on that level 3 here. Level 4 has got a trick that everyone is going to try to do. So very straightforward play for now. But yeah, you're right. There's kind of only certain ways you can move through the level. It's possible to kind of put yourself in some pretty bad situations.
Yeah, especially stage 3, where if you fall too early, you can't. There's no climbing. Climbing is not a feature here.
We'll work a little bit on the audio balance behind the scenes. Some of our players are now getting to level 4. Hit the bomb, hit the rock to the left, hit the bomb again. Spawns a golden hammer, which makes you run super fast, lets you swing faster. It just totally annihilates this stage, basically.
Yeah, so the intention is that you're supposed to break things in a very specific order in order to make it spawn, but there's like some bug where they can just like swing at nothing and then it spawns. And then here's the random RNG thing. You want actually the other guy to find the coin so you don't get the timer tick down.
Found the coin pretty fast there.
Yeah, it's decent if like the worst case scenario is it's like the very last block and you're the one who finds it. If you find it, but it's like the first swing, that's not too bad.
Yeah, phase five, not exactly not the most challenging phase. You hit all the ladders and then you win.
Yeah, you still always starts off with an easy one. The players are now waiting. It's 30 seconds. I think we're having the players wait in between games, give them
Yeah.
time to switch over to the next game.
Yeah,
Because
so these are all in demo mode, just to be clear.
because you didn't
Alright.
want to have the person who switched games fastest save 30 seconds to a minute over everyone else.
Yeah, it used to be like that. Back
Yeah,
in
it's actually more of the console
Prissy takes a death here.
emulator. It was almost 1.5 minute there, so
This game is frightening for a lot of reasons. The control, the most frightening thing is the frame rate.
Yep.
And Prissy is restarting because
He
so
died, yeah.
the game's really random. The controls terrible. The audio is terrible.
There's not a lot
It
to
gives
like
you,
about this
It
game.
gives you a seizure at the start of every level. I can't believe this. I hope no one paid for this game. Like ever.
Yeah, for sure. It's game number 2. They have to play it. It's mercifully very, very short.
It
but
offends
it's
all of my
super hard.
sensibilities.
Yeah, like it's not even like an easy game early on. Like these
No,
guys are like
it's
totally
really hard, yeah.
random. When
You
you
can't
shoot
jump
the
straight
projectiles.
up. You have to, in order to jump, you hold
Right.
left or right and hit jump. And these bosses can, like, yeah, if you get in a bad situation, there's no, you can't escape if you don't move fast enough to escape their projectiles.
Yeah,
You have to
Skateman.
just hit them in a way that stuns them or get behind them.
All right, Skateman gets it this time. That's
Nope.
why Prissy reset. Actually, deaths are so common in this game, and you only get 3 lives, and then you go all the way back to the title screen. So you're counting on dying at least sometimes, and
Yeah.
so if you die early, you're willing to reset.
And you only have 3 lives. And for the record, Prissy is the world record holder for this category.
That's right.
And he's like reset and died several times. So this game is pretty funny.
It's something. The players are. You do have a technique here that really helps you out. They're jumping into the enemies from below to stun
Oh
them.
yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't do that, like, you can't win.
Right.
And Skateman, this is like the last. He has 2 enemies left, and he's out of lives. So this is pretty scary.
Prissy on the final enemy. He jumps when Prissy jumps.
Oh my god.
Final enemy for Skateman. He's chasing him.
He's,
Oh my god.
he ran out of life. Or no, yeah, he did run
That's
out of
it.
lives. Oh, he
That's
restarted
it.
really fast.
Oh, it's brutal.
And Prissy got through it. Wow, that was exciting.
Oh my god.
I mean, on the other hand, if you reset, it's like 2 minutes.
It's soul crushing.
is bad,
right? It's
but it's
game
not.
number 2. This is the start of your big race. You put all the month of practice in. Oh man, that's tough.
I mean it's a lot of nerves also when you play these. I done a
Oh,
few
yeah.
nervous when playing these games, especially when you practice for so long.
Bad Breaks and Dexter are sort of jerks. They like putting like these crazy games second. Like Archon
I have no
Right.
idea what you're talking about. These are good games.
and
To not. This one is not a good game.
Spelunker. Or
Right. Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Oh my god.
There's been a couple bad games in slot number 2, let me tell you.
So speaking of nerves, if you're nervous, I know the type of game that I don't want to play is Solar Jetman.
Yeah, this
Which is like a lunar lander type of rare game. So Pritzy, he moved over to. You have to shoot a. Like a lot of rare games, there's like a ton of warps. The way it works in this game is there's like this thing you can shoot, but when you enter the screen that this warp thing is on, then it just disappears. So you have to shoot it before you can see it, which is sort of weird.
Why? How did anyone ever figure that out? Like,
Well, you can actually see it when you can see it, and then it disappears.
So then what? Then the idea that like, all right, so the thing to do in this situation is to back up, get it off screen, and then shoot at it. Like it's wild.
Yeah. And so gravity is like a pretty big. So I'd say the main problem with this game is that your thrusters are not very strong. So you have to plan your movement really far in advance. Especially if you take this warp, you can't get any upgrades.
Right. The shield here is kind of the only thing the players are going to be going with. It
And
is. It's like it's mandatory, right? There's no skipping the shield.
It's not actually mandatory, but yeah, they're essentially. So yeah, so stage 7, what they're on now, has a ton of gravity, like more than they can really deal with. And when they're carrying this fuel, basically you have to have momentum, or else you can't move. You can't like go vertically. The goal is they have to collect a bunch of fuel and then reach the end and get a ship part of the golden warp ship.
You know, the golden warp ship.
Warp ship.
It lets you beat the game, whatever it is. So they're gonna need it.
Find Pikachu's Twitch here.
It should be Pikachu, and there's 4 U's at the end.
Is it 4 use?
I think so.
We did 3.
Yeah. Gyarados has got it for us.
Hmm?
All right, there's the warp for Skateman. Prissy still in the lead. Cool Doob shooting the heck out of this guy. He's got so much health. This alone is like you need the shield for this, right? Like I guess if you were some crazy Solar Jetman pro, then you could maybe figure out a way to get through this without the shield. But for the big 20, everyone is going to be grabbing the shield 100%.
Yeah, I believe those things have like about 48 health or so, and so when your projectiles miss and go off the screen, like there's a limited amount of projectiles you can have on the screen, or limited amount that exist. Because they'll keep existing once they're way off the screen. They have to hit something.
Right.
So if you miss, you can like not. There's a chance that you can not shoot for quite a while.
The cool part about the shield is that you can't use it while you're carrying something. So there are plenty of situations where you need to like clear the way first, and then you can finally drag this fuel.
This game does have limited lives, so it's not like totally free in terms of getting through this without gaming over, but it sort of depends what strategies you can take. There's a lot of safer strategies you can do. It's also a lot easier to move though if you lose your ship.
Okay. Yeah, we did see a little bit of the spaceman from 2C Plus, who is incredibly vulnerable, but definitely a lot more maneuverable. Cool Dude was in a sticky situation, kind of still is, has 2 bars of health here. We'll see if they can get out of this.
Yeah, and then once they're underwater, the gravity works a good amount differently. You sort of gravitate towards upwards.
Percy swinging the fuel all the way around the ship and gets shot from off screen before can get the fuel into whatever this out of the space hole. The fuel goes in and then you win. I don't quite understand.
Pretty good block though. If your shields are down and any bullet hits you, you're gonna switch to Jetman mode.
Looks like most of the people are on Jetman now. We'll start switch around a little bit here after first one finish this game.
Pretty moving around really good now. The
This
stage one, it looks like it took him a slight amount of time to get warmed up, that's like a common theme in these races.
Yeah, it's so important to, like, whatever game you were playing before probably plays pretty differently from whatever you have to play right now in front of you. So switching gears is really tough.
So that was a bit weird. So Prissy, so there's like a gravity sphere that pushes you away. That's why he was trying to get a bunch of momentum going. But actually, when you're a Jetman, you can just fly through. You don't even need the momentum.
Another super tanky enemy here. Important not to miss your shots.
Yeah, and
Going right
to the
under
top
one
right
of
of to the top right of here, there's a bunch of gravity spheres. So you don't want to go up at all, or else you might be stuck for quite a while.
them.
Like you can see how weak the thrusters are. Like he's just jamming on it. He's barely moving. Making like an easy turn takes like 5 seconds.
Yeah, one of the things that's kind of like your ship is capable of getting up to pretty high speeds. It takes a long time because your thrusters are so weak. But then once you're traveling that fast, it takes just as long to turn around and kill that speed in the opposite direction. So it's so easy to just send yourself flying in a place that you can't recover from.
Yeah. So it looks like he's doing a semi-safe strategy here. So you have to lug this incredibly heavy thing. He's got a good
Oh, he's
good line.
through.
Scary
Oh,
missile.
the missile.
But,
Oh, okay.
wow, that was nicely done.
Attack
That
speed.
was a really strong ending. And now for the most exciting part.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in this part. You're collecting gems, I guess, and then the game ends.
That's right. Well, it's like a bonus area, except we don't care because this is the last wave we're doing.
This is how much Prissy
You need
cares.
these to buy items, but it's not applicable here. This game is actually like very big.
Prissy practiced a lot. He just did a full practice run just before the race started. So he played for a while today.
Hopefully that doesn't cause burnout.
It could.
I was.
I
worried
remember
about
doing that
too.
once, and then by the end of the actual race, it was getting pretty rough.
For sure. It's worse though because before he was playing a full run last night and then said I'm gonna sleep for 2 hours, wake up and do another one before the race and then run the race. He just really wanted to practice. I feel like sleep would help as much as practice in that situation, but here he is.
Well, it could be a tough call. So Binary Land is... So basically, you're controlling both penguins at once, which is... It can be sort of hard to wrap your head around. But for this, pretty much all these strategies are going to be preset, except enemies do have a good... They can act pretty randomly, so it's not all just doing the same thing over and over.
Yeah, it can be pretty tough to improvise if they give you a bad pattern because now, you can practice like, I wait till this penguin goes up and then this penguin goes right, and that's pretty simple. But once you need to just start improvising, now you really need to just inherently understand how to control both penguins at once, and it can be tricky. So far, it's been pretty smooth sailing for Prissy, and chat's reporting some of the other players are moving on. We got both Pika and Squark on Binary Land as well, so they would be second and third. I'm not sure in which order.
Skateman had a nice end of Solar Jetman 2. He did the sort of dangerous strategy.
Goldube had the safe one, slowly drifted home safely. So what this is the golden ship, the warp ship.
It's a piece of the golden warp ship.
It looks like a circus tent, right?
Well,
it's just a big old tent.
Warp ships. That's an important part of a warp ship. They need their circus tent for the.
It takes a long time to warp, right? What are you gonna do? Watch the tightrope act, the lions.
Yeah, in Binary Land, now if you shoot enough of these spider webs, then you can get this invincibility super fast movie thing, which is always exciting. These bonus rounds are
free.
Basically nothing happening.
Yeah, your partner gets
hearts.
They're the spider webs that everyone has been avoiding because your penguin gets stuck, and in many levels it's a real pain to have the other penguin. Oh, we're gonna see actually from Skateman has to walk all the way over to free the other one, and now is gonna need to, yeah, correct knows how to deal with this situation. There we go, nice job. But you can see that sucks. So you want to be taking out these spider webs.
Yeah, this is a game that like it takes you a bit to sort of get the feel for it if you're just playing it from cold. There are some games like that where it'll take you a minute to get the hang of it. And Prissy's moving on to Lunar Pool here. Gonna do 5 rounds. So we learned that Lunar Pool is sort of hard to predict where the balls are going to go, even if you do the same thing every time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it has
Oh,
RNG, and by that I mean the terrain is RNG in the background.
Okay. Well, as long as everything stays on the table, the terrain shouldn't matter too much. So Prissy is lined up with a nice opening shot here. We'll see if the physics behaves. Yeah, that's what you want.
Well, that's like super rare.
And then immediately loses his own ball,
And
which I think kills his streak,
uh,
his rate.
yeah, it's not like a disaster, but it's slow. So
Oh, again.
okay, now it's sort of getting bad because so if you run out of balls, this game has a stage select, and you're allowed to just restart it whatever stage.
Yeah, that is a godsend. This was one of those like epic games for TMR, right? The Mexican runner trying to play and finish every single
Full game,
NES
yeah,
game.
full game is no joke at all.
So someone is tweaked the table a little bit here. We've got there's like a kink in each one of the corner pockets, no side pockets.
It looks like we swapped up some runners.
Yeah, we got Tarbash in the bottom left, who's on Binary Land, and we got Pikachu, who's also on Lunar Pool in the bottom right.
Oh, don't be confused with the Pikachu with only 3 U's. That's a different person. Alright, so Prissy's getting to stage 3. Or... Stage? Hey. This is... We tried to find a lot... We worked a lot on trying to find strategies for this, and... It turns out it doesn't matter what strategy you use, there's going to be some frames where it just doesn't work. And they're like interspersed randomly.
Wow, this is working out beautifully for Prissy,
that worked
though.
out perfectly. So it's like one of the hardest stages in the entire game because there's balls like in the corner. And trying to get those out without like just using your cue ball, it's not very easy.
Yeah, I've seen a player shoot their cue ball into one of those corners, and the ball switched position. The cue was inside the corner, and the ball was like out in the middle somewhere, and recovering from that is almost impossible.
Mhm.
I don't know if this is going to work out for Prissy here on table 4. Pikachu is cleaning up here, table 2. It's got a good shot on the 6 across the table, hoping for a decent angle here on the 3.
So stage 4 isn't working out for Prissy, but so he has to improvise. But that's fine.
No, it's
once
not.
you
Improvising is impossible in this game.
In this game,
Sometimes
it's
you just have
steps.
to learn to play pool.
Is it going to go in? Oh my god, the 5 ball
went
goes in.
Nice 5 ball.
Oh, calculated. He meant all 17 bounces to happen exactly where they did.
Hmm.
Going with this random bank shot.
I think
on
he actually
6.
bought a pool table to practice. Seems unfair.
I don't know how much that'll help you once you start introducing these wacky tables. Unless he
I hear
custom
you got
built
5
several pool tables.
I don't know if he went to the moon though.
Yeah, that's tough. That's right, the players can choose to set their friction on the table to whatever they wish, including 0, which means the balls never stop.
Yeah, which is bad because you have to reset. pretty much every time you make any shot. There's a test that actually beats the game on zero friction, and it's sort of ridiculous. Actually, the task for both of these is ridiculous because just the amount of it involved a lot of programming.
It's really cool what the brute force randomness sort of effort has done for certain speedruns.
Yeah, Prissy's he got out of position here, so the regular strategy wasn't really working. So
They're just trading places back and forth.
he tried improvising and it didn't work so hot. He's gonna have he might have to redo this level
Oh,
because this is his last ball.
Pika is going strong here.
Pika's
looks
caught
like
up, I
Pika-
think.
Yeah, Pika's probably actually Pika's his vertical position's also a bit weird.
It's
So,
working out a
uh,
lot better for him than for Prissy, who has to somehow
This is-
get this crazy bank shot. Oh my
Nope.
god! Oh my god! Okay,
Okay,
okay. He
that was
does have an
scary
extra
because that was his last ball.
shot. I thought he needed to hit that one shot. Incredible recovery still.
All right, Lunar Pools. So the scary games sort of don't end. This is not the longest game in the world, but the thing is that sometimes computers will just like fall down in your way, and you can't possibly. And the game's too fast, you can't react, and then you fall. So you have to get top 2 here, or else you have to start over.
Go to Excite Bike on steroids, right?
Yeah, like really excite bike.
You go so fast in this game. Like in Sight Bike, you can go pretty fast, but like you really got to work for it with like your crazy wheelie bounces and stuff. This game, you go
Yeah.
up and down correctly on one ramp, and all of a sudden you're booking.
Mm-hmm. It's very fast, yeah.
Not a strong lap one for
Uh,
Chrissy.
No, he's 5th. I'm pretty sure he's got a reset here.
I've seen him crash 3 times and still barely pull off a second place victory. So I think he's gonna try to play this one out. Currently in 3rd, a couple more laps to go.
Alright, he's fine, he's fine. Unless he falls.
Ooh, is it gonna go in, Tarb? No!
Yeah, that's stage 3 for you.
And Kenan, I know that you can drift in the motocross also. Is it useful or?
I mean, there's not a whole lot to this.
Nah.
Oh, Prissy and Pikachu are basically tied coming off of Motocross champion. Prissy clutching out 2nd place there after falling behind early. Skateman had a little bit of trouble with the final shot on Lunar Pool there, but is going to be moving on. Well, look, this is almost like this is half a second apart.
Alright, now here is my favorite game in the list. Rescue the Embassy Mission.
You're not
This
alone,
is like a
actually.
third-person shooter. And I'm using this in a very loose term.
I don't know how to describe this right here.
Okay,
Like,
so
what
they
is
have
this
to-
right now? Like,
So they have 3 guys. They have to get one of them into a sniper spot. Or at least one. So, yeah, Steve taking a while to die there. So, basically, you can
Oh,
you can
look at the
either
sink.
try to get all 3 to sniper spots, or just get one doll to a sniper spot and kill off the other 2. And then some guys are going to helicopter to the top, and then your snipers don't shoot, because why would you do that? So, they're completely pointless. Then you rappel down this building. This is like ridiculous to describe because their run is like a minute. Then
Yeah,
they like go
okay,
through the now they have to shoot all these hostages. No, don't shoot the hostages. I mean, you can, but
You
it doesn't
can.
matter. It actually
Uh,
doesn't matter. So.
before this run ends, I want everyone to look at the bottom left corner. Don't try to follow the action on the right side of the screen. It's going to be flickering too much. The bottom left will tell the story. The red arrow is the player. Green dots are the terrorists that need to be killed.
Mhm. And they look basically the same as the blue dots, which are the hostages.
Yeah, they could have picked better colors.
Yeah. So it's like really hard to shoot the hostages because you have to like hold down your gun and then like you can actually aim in this game, but it's like pointless because whenever you shoot, it like shoots the guy in front of you. They don't move. This game's a mess.
4 terrorists left
like
on the
not
first
even a
floor for
game.
both
This is
players.
the whole
3,
game.
2. Yeah, once they kill these guys, like that's the end of this goal, and that's the end of this mission.
Game clear.
So Pikachu takes the lead by like 2 seconds or something.
That was exciting.
Did someone beat the record for the rescue during the practice?
Yeah, I have it. Yes.
Still have it.
Well, I got it back.
All right.
All right. Time for Flip Bowl.
So
This is like a puzzle game. Yeah, it's Zoop. That's not
sure. It's gonna be hard to follow, probably. So let me tell you, pay attention to the block to the left. As they throw this thing, you'll see that it's the one that kind of comes back to you. So that's how you can sort of plan at least one move ahead. I guess maybe some players got good enough to start thinking more than one move ahead, but one is kind of good enough to get you most of the way.
Yeah,
And
this
then
is
you're-
sort of a bit obtuse of a puzzle game, to be honest. So the clear goal is in the top right. There's that clear number, and if they run out of moves and their blocks are less than the clear number, then they win. If
Right.
they don't have any moves left, and they haven't reached the clear goal, then they lose 1 life, which is in the bottom right. And if they run out of lives, they can continue that level, but they have to restart it. So it's not a huge disaster.
So Percy's gonna get pink here. There's what you kind of want is to like come at everything somewhat evenly. You don't want like too much of. You don't
Ooh, a
want
nice just
like,
clear. She's gonna
Oh,
have
yeah.
fruit. If you don't lose any lives and your clear is exactly the block, then you get a fruit level. You get double points. That's all it does.
cool.
Double point.
You'll also get it if you get it perfect, or your blocks are down to 4.
Percy
I
ends
mean,
up in a
Points
bad
matter a little
situation there.
bit because you might get one. You get one up at 20,000, and then at some other intervals I don't remember.
50,000, I think. Yeah, the lives are like important. It's very easy to end up with no moves, and you can lose kind of a lot of time having to replay an entire puzzle. The goal here is 10 puzzles.
Meanwhile, Tarbash doing Steve strats. He had the world record.
So Percy has overtaken Pikachu here, is on stage 4. Pikachu's still trying to clean up stage 3. They have 9
Wow, Pikachu
blocks
ran out
left.
of lives. He's got to restart
Oh.
stage 3. That's really early. I'm still convinced this game is more RNG than strategy, if I had to be honest.
Right, the
He could've
boards
done it
are
there.
they're completely the boards are completely random, right? You don't get to practice a set of moves for each level.
It's- I'm not sure how accurate that is, but I don't think they had time to practice enough. Or I mean, I don't think it would have been worth practicing all the pattern. But I've definitely seen some like recurring themes.
Percy getting more fruits here. Is it distracting that the icons are different?
Yeah, it's hard to tell the tomato and the apple
Apple,
apart.
I guess.
But you get double points.
I mean, those extra lives, they can be important. We already saw Pikachu having to restart a level. Is currently on 4. Percy finishing 5, so is really pulling ahead on Flip Hole now.
Escape Man's caught up with Pikachu. Oh wait, we've changed. Well, I assure you that he has caught up with Pikachu.
Again, Squirk now in the top right,
Yeah.
about 3 stages behind Prissy.
Wow, this is a really... This suddenly got, like, really close. Prissy's on 6, Pikachu's on 5.
Yeah, but Prissy's almost done with 6. Trying to be careful here. They're going to end up with an X that they can't use either way, so that is going to be a miss. And one more clear here, and now they... It's funny, too, because, like, once you get below the required number of blocks, it keeps going until you finally miss, so you're, like,
Yeah.
looking specifically for where is my bad move to end this level.
Mhm. You see, sometimes you get layouts with a bunch of the same color in one row, and that saves just... It saves a ton of time, and, you know, it really simplifies the level. Squirk's down to 0 lives, which might be a problem.
Well, has passed stage 4 for now,
Pikachu's also at 0 lives,
and is done with stage 5.
and Prissy
This is-
misses. When you miss, you like your guy just is just, like stunned for a couple seconds.
Yeah, he does a wiggle.
The control in this game is really pretty annoying. I think everyone would enjoy this more if you could just like move faster.
Mm-hmm. Get your Tetris hyper tapping on and go up and down this ladder super fast.
Yeah. Though actually maybe that would be annoying. Maybe it's good because you have to strategize the movement. Sometimes faster isn't better. Nah, I'm just kidding. It's always better.
Yeah.
What is this? Slowrun.net?
.net.
Yeah.
Sure. Why not? Man, when's the last time I've been to a .net website? I think it was when I was researching Doom speedrunning, and there was some ancient website from like 95 that had a little note in the corner that was like, this website's best viewed in 800 by 600 resolution on Netscape Navigator.
Ooh.
All right, play looking very strong from Prissy on level 8, has earned yet another double points level here with the fruits.
Mm-hmm. The Pikachu's on 8 as well. Or, almost. So his lives are back down to 0. Why is this game so scary?
It belongs on the list if it's scary, because this is a scary list overall for sure. Prissy's gonna get a grape here, and that's not gonna go anywhere. I think they saw that coming, but didn't see... I don't think there was a way to avoid it, really.
Alright, good 8, good 8.
The worst is when you've got to come at the pile here, like from the top and then the side and the top and then the side, because it's a lot of moves on the ladder in order to reposition each time.
This looks like a pretty ugly pattern for Prissy.
It's got a lot of pinks in a row here. It's going to get a green, which can get into a double. So this is the blue also can clear out a line here. It's cleaned up pretty nicely so far. Let's see if they can continue this going. Level clear for Pikachu, moving on to stage 9.
Yeah. Uh-oh. This is not... Oh, well, he's got lots of lives. Whatever, that's fine.
Seeing a lot of blocks in a row for Pikachu here. We'll see what they're able to do with it.
Yeah, this is
Just
a
kind of
nicer
coming in from the
looking
side
pattern.
here.
Tarbash down to 0. Basically, when they're at 0 lives, then... I mean, they might even consider just if they have a bad pattern, they can just try to intentionally lose, which is actually sort of hard too, though. It's hard to like intentionally lose. You have to have no moves.
Yeah, it's almost as hard as trying to actually play the game.
Oh yeah, look at those nice green clear by Squirk.
There's one for Prissy now. Still needs 5 blocks off the table and has 0 lives left. Is gonna get a pink here, and it's not gonna have
he's-
anywhere to go.
Yeah, there's nowhere. Yeah. Stage 10 is starting over.
Pikachu takes the lead, basically.
But he's got 0 lives.
Oh man. This has been very back and forth. I know we're still a little bit early on, but normally by this point in the Big 20, the pack has started to thin out a little bit. Your top players are in the front and so on, but this is still extremely close.
Okay, still... Whoa, don't do that. I think he'll be... Yeah, he'll be fine. And by he, I mean Pika.
All those greens off the table, down to 7. Just needs to
Yep.
get into that no
It's
move
good.
situation. Only green on the field means that's the way to go.
And Pika's done, and his reward is moving on to the next game.
I'm like, oh, what is the next game? And I scroll down the list through my notes. It's Total Recall. Oh.
Consider that a divorce. That was bad.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's not as bad as this game though. So
Well, it might be. Let's call it a tie.
like you're like, let's not let him off the hook here. We need to acknowledge just what happened.
So this game
It's-
has limited lives. Just to be
It's
clear,
super
yeah.
hard.
Limited
It's
lives, so
janky.
you have to... Yeah. It's pretty janky. Actually, I found this sort of fun when I was playing it. Oh man. Pika got caught by a... He went into the alley, so he had to restart. And restarting is sort of slow. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, you don't want to get grabbed into the alley. It takes forever to get out.
So I think Pika and both Prissy are setting up for this jump here, this ridiculous skip. You have to
Well,
hold
Prissy's
jump
trying it multiple
and
times.
mash punch here to
Actually,
extend your jump.
Yeah, you got it. Actually, you just hold punch.
You can just hold it?
Relatively new discovery.
Get out.
Yeah.
I tell you right now, Prissy is now holding that button.
Well,
He's mashing the crap out of it.
yeah, you got me there. But holding would have worked. And then, yeah, here's the divorce scene. Pretty funny, actually. And then now here's the best song in the game, the X-ray room.
I don't. Do we have Prissy or Pikachu's audio right now? Because
You don't need it. It's fine.
no. All right, I'll do
I'll
it. For
I'll do
you.
it. Perfect.
That's
Uh, yeah, this is... So the fun part about this is, like, avoiding damage is not going to happen, so playing fast is actually, like, the easiest way to do it. So now they're trying to punch these guys on the left, and sometimes they'll just, like, die instantly, because they'll get hit a million times in one frame. Sometimes.
Did
Sometimes.
he already get his wife?
Yeah. Yeah, she did.
Wait for a second.
Prissy's having a bit of trouble getting these
Oh,
guard kills.
Squirt. Got the skip first time. Wow. So three skips. Take that.
Squirk is pulled into an early lead and has been with the front runners. Is only like what, a minute behind at most here. Doing really well.
It's doing good.
That's pretty close.
Ooh, this is a level you really don't want to be taking damage here, and there's plenty of places where it can happen. So we see Prissy also getting hit by these spike ball things.
Yeah, this level doesn't have any checkpoints, and that's pretty long. And also, so whenever you make any of these room transitions, you have to make sure you don't hold like down and right, or else sometimes it'll like just freeze the game.
Yep. You're gonna see them going left off the bottoms of ladders every single time. So So we get to talk a little bit about attacking in this game. If you're on the ground when you attack, you're stuck doing your one punch. But if you're in the air, you can punch as fast as you can press the button, basically. So you're going to see both Prissy and Pikachu trying to get into the air and do as many punches as they can without punching on the ground, because then you're stuck doing the one punch. So concentrating your inputs while you're in the air is very difficult.
And enemies don't actually have invincibility frames. It looks like they're flashing, but you can keep hitting them.
Update here. There's a lot of people on Flipple now. Soigman, C+, Maniacal, Rumblemans, Tarbash, and then we got a couple guys, Tool and you here. So people are coming up for more Total Recall soon.
Alright. Prissy and Pika both made it out. Now they're in they're at Mars. And Prissy's taken an intentional death. So this stage is pretty funny because the explosions can open the windows and then you can fly out and die instantly. And your sprite becomes like a garbled mess. It's disturbing.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. If there's anything I like about this game, it's that.
It matches the movie. You can't take that away from it.
Yeah, something has to match the movie here. Like getting lost in the sewers and fighting small men to escape. I don't remember that scene from the movie.
Well, I think you need to watch the movie again.
You're right. It's been too long. What if instead of playing this game, everyone just had to watch the first 10 minutes of Total Recall?
Yeah, that would be exciting.
It'd
Oh
be
my
more
god,
fun.
the driving stage! This is so bad. I can't believe this made it into the game. Just cut this part. Just cut it.
You
my
have to
God.
make some very, very tight turns. I hesitate
It's so
to even call them
laggy.
turns.
There's also like a steamroller type thing. If it hits you, you die instantly. Which is pretty funny. Well, Prissy is actually doing this pretty well, because I swear, even in like the world record, it looks like awkward and bad.
Right.
Like no one can make this look. I mean, that's pretty good though.
Prissy's
That's
trying.
impressive. That's
Wow.
impressive.
Onto the level with like.
Now he's in the
deadly
tall
cat here.
toad spiff level.
Oh, I love old video game signage.
Careful, don't soft lock. Or hard lock. No, it's not a soft lock.
It's bad.
It's frozen. We'll just call it that.
So Prissy has pulled ahead almost entirely because of that extremely smooth driving section here. Like 20 seconds about. Total Recall now as well for Tarbash.
Yeah,
And
it's gonna reset his
Spork
health.
is still pretty close. Their turn for this driving section.
Mhm. Good platforming there. That stuff's not easy. There's one particular jump that's pretty low, small window to get it.
This is the first one in this really silly boss fight. 2 cycles on the drill. That's pretty good, isn't it?
If there's someone who I would expect to be good at that, it would be him. Jumping
Yeah,
and
for
mashing.
sure.
Yeah. He can do like
He said today he had practice to do the teeth mashing in this game last
yeah.
night. He actually mashes with his teeth.
Yeah, we're not kidding.
Roll the
he
buttons
he
to his
holds the
mouth.
controller up to his mouth and uses his teeth to press the
Yeah,
buttons
you-
very fast.
Oh, sorry for that.
Yeah, he was in the Mega Man Relay at AGDQ, right? Or
Yeah, he's on.
some-
There's video proof of him doing it on stage in front of, for an audience of like 100,000. It was incredible.
I didn't even know you could do that to that boss, but that seems very safe. Alright, he destroyed Total Recall. Destroyed it.
We'll see if Pikachu can follow suit here on this guy. This can go bad. Pikachu made it look super easy. Oh, this looks good.
Well,
Yeah.
apparently I'm I'm out of the loop for the final boss, apparently.
I mean, you're closer to the loop than I am, for sure.
I don't
Proceed.
recall how to do it. Funny. Alright, now it's time for, I can't remember the name.
Nikki,
Oh.
Kid Nicky, right?
Well,
We'll
that's what we like to. Oh, you know what? I just wrote down Kid Nicky in my notes. No, I don't have it. There's a very long Japanese title for this game, but we're gonna
Yeah.
call it Kid Nicky 2. Look at him go! He's got this.
So this
stick
is
out
a
of-
s-
he
yeah,
spins
this
it
is a slow platformer.
till you get the sandals.
But if you get the shoes, you get to go slightly faster.
So, do you move at full speed while crouch moving, or is it a little slower? I can't
Yeah,
tell.
it's full speed.
So that's on a short list of games that do that, and I appreciate any game that does. Especially when you got such a cute little animation, like the toes just doing their little wiggle shuffle. Tick, 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 tick.
This game actually has a lot of mechanics that we won't be seeing a lot of, but you can like transform into a bunch of stuff. You can have like a invincibility shield.
Pika actually taking some time to deflect some of these bosses' projectiles here. Prissy is going to be going a little more aggressive. I mean, in general, but and specifically in this game, I think.
Yeah.
Prissy's going to try to never let off the right on the D-pad.
He seems like he's played this before.
Total Recall going well for Tarbash so far, even though he literally just died, but that was an intentional death. To refill health, very common on a lot of stages in this game that we didn't see a lot of from the other top players actually. So that's how you know you had a really good Total Recall.
Yeah, I know Prissy did at least one of those. Squirk is on the final level. He's got one life, but there's an extra life up here. You actually collect the extra life to reduce lag. Actually, he didn't do that. No, or it's not to reduce lag, but you can't have... It, like, stops your projectiles from coming out. Because there's too much stuff on the screen. Which I thought was pretty funny.
I like when
Total Recall.
games try to do too much and speedrunners find out exactly how to manipulate it to their advantage.
So they're on this nice train.
I like the music in this game. There is a lot of games, regardless of how you feel about whether it's fun to play or a good speedrun, there's a lot of games with just really good music on this list, and that goes a long way when it comes time to, sit down and spend a bunch of time practicing. A death
Yeah,
for
like-
Prissy on this ridiculous old man hanging out on the top of the train.
Wow. How did that happen? Usually that's, I guess he was just slightly off on one of the hits. Usually the strategy is you stand there and hit him, and then
Right.
he dies.
It's not.
I guess that's a
it's
tighter
not
window
a
than
unique
I thought.
strategy in this game.
Yeah. I mean, I would bet that he's never actually, like, fought this guy having to dodge anything once. Well, there's a safe strat there, I see. Yeah, well, that didn't cost him too much time, but
Cost him the lead.
it did, that's true. Pika in the lead now.
Squirk has finished Total Recall, also on Kid Nicky, beating up the what is it doing? It's making something. Kind of reminds me of like the things they make sake in. Who knows? This
I
is a
agree.
very Japanese game, and I'm very not Japanese.
Yeah, you know all these Famicom exclusive games, they didn't port them because they were good, right?
I mean, sometimes it's literally just like
You
this
don't want
game
to give...
is so steeped in Japanese culture that there's just
Yeah.
no way we could hope to bring it over. And
Yeah,
make it
this
make
game
sense.
especially, yeah. But we got Total Recall.
That's right. Take that, Japan. Alright, the tree boss has been defeated. Still
It's actually hard to
trolling
tell
Pikachu.
like where in this speedrun you can't tell where you're actually supposed to hit because it like disappears when they hit it.
Quick death here for Pikachu. They do get their sandals. You lose your sandals on death, so you want to know
Yeah.
ideally where the sandals are, or how to move without them, because it's you don't really have a lot of time to practice games in the Big 20, and so you really don't want to like learn every room in the game twice for whether or not you have your sandals. Tied now again.
Like really tight. This boss, the hitbox on this thing is not normal. It like extends so far below itself.
Well, the mysterious hitbox gave Pikachu a bit of trouble. Prissy in the lead by just a couple of seconds. Squirk not too far behind on the train. Tarbash is
And we've
still playing
swapped.
Total Recall here. Oh, we got Maniacal.
We've done some swaps. Swap up.
Yeah, and with people who just came in, this is it's 20 games NES game raced back to back. The runners get 1 month to practice all the games, and then we'll race.
So they're gonna do some sort of risky looking platforming, but if they fall they can turn into a bird, so I guess that ruins the
suspense.
illusion of danger, but you know.
Yeah, we haven't seen any transformations like you said. You got a frog, we'll see for like 2 seconds. There's an elephant that is incredibly slow, so no one is ever going to use it. And then the bird will maybe make a special appearance, like you said. Very useful to be able to save yourself from a bad jump.
Mhm. Alright, here's the maze level or something.
It's got pink tubes, green wallpaper, orange platforms.
Here's the bonus area that they're just like, okay, whatever.
Death for Prissy there.
That was a death. I don't actually know what the penalty for losing your lives in this is.
Do I have that? Unlimited continues in this game, but again, losing those sandals can really hurt you if there isn't a fresh pair nearby.
So I mean,
or
you
like
also
a
lose them
Payless or
after
something.
every level.
Yeah, Prissy's opening every single one of these looking for more sandals and is not getting them.
At least he took the health. Well, he's got 3 power-up bomb thingies if you... So you can't actually use your abilities during a boss fight, but you can use them before, and then, like, carry it into the boss fight, which is sort of weird. Pika's on the boss rush now. This boss is actually, like, more annoying than it looks, because he's... The hitbox on those wind things is gigantic.
Oh, here it comes. The frog. There
Frog
it goes.
And he did it.
If you've got your frog emotes, put them in the chat. That was it, actually. You're too late. But you're going to see it again in a little bit. From
No
Prissy
more
and all these
emoting,
other
it's too late.
players. Okay,
It's
yeah,
like-
no. No emotes at all.
No frogs.
Nothing. In fact, don't say anything anymore. Just
Yeah,
watch
yeah. They're doing
for
that.
2 hours, 3 hours. We can't stop them. We're powerless
Wait,
to
this
stop
boss
the
is
frogs.
random? That's weird.
Oh yeah, totally. It sucks. If you get some bad spawns, it's very difficult to get your 3 hits on each phase. So
I thought it was
Sometimes
always
you
the same, I guess.
you're just so
Save,
consistent
state. Yeah, save.
down to the
problem.
frame. The bosses have like a weird, longer delay on the final hit, so you gotta adjust your rhythm for that final hit.
And they all have 5 health.
That's a very Japanese developer thing. You know, there's it's
3 or 5.
weirdly consistent. 3 hits for bosses in American
This
games.
part's this part's disturbing because it's like putting a bunch of guys into like a machine.
Nice.
You know, scary. And it's the final boss.
There it goes.
And he's dead. And timing ends when the door appears. You can also hit that boss from the left side of the screen.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see Prissy do that. Opens up a faster kill, saves 2 or 3 seconds, which is not quite gonna be enough to catch Prissy up, but it's gonna make a dent in the 20 or 30 second gap. Hey, here it is. Take that.
Yay! Look at all that time save.
Horrible, horrible driving section for Maniacal 42 in Total Recall is just, well, was 1 game behind, is now 2 as Pikachu has started roller games.
Speaking of horrible, what if we combined 2? Oh god. So this game is like it's a ton of like trial and error gameplay for all these platforming. So to be nice, they gave you no continues and 3 lives.
Yeah, this is a scary game. It's one of the most fun, like when you're not dying, but the threat of death.
This game's fun if you have save states.
Right. Yes.
Oh
Absolutely.
no, it's not even though, because the beat 'em up parts are. It's like a bad beat 'em up interspersed with this.
It's okay.
They've made like this is Konami. They've made good beat 'em ups.
They
Not
have, you're
pictured
right.
here.
But how many other beat 'em ups do you play as a muscly pink lady who beats the crap out of people on roller skates?
Yeah, the roller skates part sort of.
I mean, I guess there is skate.
Maybe yeah, it's hard to. I'm sure there's a lot of muscly pink ladies, but on roller skates, that's pretty specific. So
We're
any of
playing
these
as-
holes that are made, if you fall in, you die.
Yep.
It's like got a gravity field.
They're very big, very easy to fall into. Character choice: everyone's playing as Hot Flash here, because she's fast. She's faster than the others.
You mean the team is fast?
And they're all
The
just
team's name is Hot Flash.
identical triplets.
Do you know your
or
roller
something.
games? Did you study
No.
your roller games?
I did not. I should have maybe. The T-Birds and the Rockers, I think, are the other. I love this
Sounds about
boss. He just comes down and freaks out, and then you kick him in the face and he's dead.
Yeah, you get on the bottom right. There's 3 super moves you have that they deal 8 damage. Your punches do 1 damage, so it's good to ration those out. And now for
200.
basically an auto scroller.
Basically,
Man,
couple
this
of
infrastructure
things.
is.
It's a problem, man. You can't just put up some signs like.
Well,
this
I mean,
is-
there were a lot of like no entry signs.
people are gonna get hurt. Look at all these other people got on here.
You shouldn't put the danger sign like after a gap. It should be before.
It should. It really should. There's a lot. There's a lot of problems with what's going on here. How
How'd
did these
those
guys get their
motorcycles get
bikes?
there?
Also, like, what model of bike is it? I feel like they got. I think that's a long bike. Didn't quite get a look at it because now it's gone. Skipping the ramp is Pikachu, actually.
Well, now it's just ridiculous. Who put these flamethrowers?
There's so many. Do you have any idea how much money it would cost to install 50 automated flamethrowers?
Well, you can get a book discount, I guess.
Yeah, at that point.
It's sort of
You're
like getting like a soda machine at a fast food restaurant.
Yeah, there's that initial investment, but oh, the dividends on the flamethrowers. Just you wait.
Mhm.
It pays for itself in 3
Well, I mean, this
years.
explains why there's all these cracks, though. The helicopters shooting all the missiles.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. If this guy, like, is this just what he does on weekends?
Yeah.
Just
Also,
breaks
this
up
isn't a
roads?
boss fight. This isn't a boss fight. You just like survive and then it ends. Which, by the way, I must point out is very exciting.
Yeah, I don't even
Yeah,
know
let's
why
not
you
have a
would point
boss
it out.
fight,
It
just
doesn't need
stand
to be
still.
pointed out. It's
Just
obvious.
stand still.
Roller games being begun here. Or sorry, Kid Niki's being begun shortly for Maniacal here.
Oh.
Zugman is showing off this sort of Art of the Fire Wheel, Ninja Gaiden type thing that you can do. Surrounds yourself. Makes
Yeah.
you very nice and safe.
That was scary. He was. If that hit didn't land, he was dead.
Really nice job under pressure there. We're in the tire yard or whatever. This is a lot of tires.
Okay, now the indoor part of this tire. This is so there's these random water things. If you don't have enough momentum, then you really do have to slow down, or else they can just knock you into the water.
And again, limited lives, no continues in this game.
So now they're gonna just coax these guys and just try to throw them over. The problem is you can't control whether this grab attack happens. You can, I mean, if you're close, then it won't happen. But like he's not trying to. Pika's not trying to do this, but it's coming out.
Yeah, it's hurting them pretty good. You can really save a lot of time using one of the flip kicks on the final enemy there.
Like it's just such a weird beat 'em up thing. Like all the so many of the moves are random. There's only one like attack button.
It's going better for Prissy so far. Nice, that's a lot of time saved over Pikachu. And I think there's
that was a lot better.
a couple of skips in the very dangerous sort of foresty level that Prissy will go for that Pikachu won't. So you can
Yeah.
see-
Speaking
Ooh.
of scary,
Tell me about checkpoints in roller games.
well, there's some checkpoints. It sort of depends on. Okay, so for these side scrollers, there are none. For these auto scrollers,
Nice. And then
the
most
level
stages,
coming up,
like
they
maybe
decided to
there's
put the
one.
checkpoint. They decided to put the checkpoint not before the really stupidly hard part, which I'm sure we'll see will be pretty funny. Actually, I would be surprised if they didn't practice it a million times.
I was getting all excited for Prissy to catch up with some of those skips here in roller games, but like you can see, as still yet to get back to where they died, just how punishing that one single mistake was.
Yeah, usually stages will have like a checkpoint.
All right, we're through this. Kid Niki still happening here. Zugman, pretty far along actually in Kid Niki, getting ready to switch almost. Maniacal on the train, getting ready for this boss. We'll see how they approach. We saw the safe spot. Looks like going to be fighting from a distance here.
All right, so here's this giant truck. There's a bunch of ways to do this, but they all involve standing still.
That truck is 3 lanes wide. What
Yeah.
is going on with this truck?
So when the truck first appears, if you're in front of it, it'll kill you immediately.
Uh-huh.
But then when it backs up here, like if it hits you, it does like 1 damage. So
So Pikachu's having to work here to dodge these things. I'm pretty sure we're going to see Prissy go for a very, very funny glitch that will trivialize this fight. I think you could maybe still die with horrible, horrible luck, but very, very likely you're
I
going to be okay.
Pika's probably just doing this because he's bored. He doesn't actually
Probably.
dodging is not. I mean, this stage, yeah, this stuff that Prissy's doing right now is this stuff's really dieable.
Right.
All right, here's the forest. Now the difficulty of this game ramped up really, really high coming up soon.
Enemies ducking as you do your dive kick is just
and
totally
even these
random.
enemies are harder, though. Like,
Yep.
the enemies will like hurt you slightly, and then you'll fall in a pit and die.
So there we go. Prissy's got the safe spot here, lined up the left knee with the little line on the road is how I did it. But yeah,
Yeah.
you just here you go. This is where you get to put the controller down and you know stretch your hands out a little bit, get a sip of water. It's nice.
All right, Kiko's getting close to the. By the way, there's
Widowmaker.
no checkpoint when he goes through this door. This is not a checkpoint.
No.
Just like to point that out.
Yeah, he's about to do some really scary stuff. Very easy to die suddenly in one hit. And if he does, he goes back to the start of the stage. It's a minute to 2 minutes lost, depending on where it happens. Here we go.
So let's see if he. There's a safe-ish strategy and a. He went for the dangerous one. That was good.
Nice.
He destroyed
It's
it.
not- Yeah,
Very
it's
nice.
not over yet, though. There's still some pretty scary jumps
So
on some of these
what do you
moving
think about
platforms.
like inclines? How do you? Are those your
I'm
favorite thing?
They're, you know, pulleys are probably my favorite simple system, but you know, inclined planes have their place.
Well, that's nice. I
If
like
I'm
a
on
good
roller
lever.
skates, generally I think I prefer flat ground. Lever's good too.
All right, now it's time for the super. So, it's really fun watching people try
Oh,
this
he's going
stuff
for it.
casually.
Oh,
Honestly, that's like easier to do the hard way, which
Yeah,
doesn't make
it
any
could-
sense. But you know,
that so if you die there all the way back to the start of the stage, it's crazy.
well, start of the water part.
Really? I don't know.
No, there's a checkpoint after the rocks.
All right, I trust you.
Well, maybe not. Whatever. I thought there was. Is chat yelling at me?
They'll know. Prissy on that very scary section is through.
Very nice done. Yeah, this would have been something. If you're gonna practice something a lot, that would have to be it.
So you're getting
Yeah,
tagged
so
by one of those barrels, but health not too much of a concern here.
For that jet ski boss, so basically you have to use 3 supers and 1 jump attack to exactly kill it. And if you don't do that, then its 5th cycle is like a lot slower.
Yeah, it's like 10 seconds lost or something.
But yeah, if you're like improvising at all in this game, then that's just not the way to do it. Oh, speaking of hell and Satan itself, here's Keroppi's Great Adventure 2.
So this game
There's-
looks adorable and it plays really fun. Like it controls really well. Like it controls exactly the way you want it to. It's cute. The music is pretty good.
Yeah, it's for
Speedrunning it
kids.
is like a special kind of hell.
Well, I think speedrunning it is fine. Running it in a marathon,
Right.
that's different.
Yeah.
Uh,
So the thing, I think you probably know a little bit more about this than I do.
Sure. So, at the end of each, so there's 4 worlds they're doing, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Each have 3 stages. At the end of each world, there's a mini game. And these mini games, well, it's for kids, so we don't want our mini games to like be hard. So let's make them random.
Mm.
And then if you fail these mini games, you have to redo one of the stages again. Not like the entire world.
But it's a
Uh,
lot. It's a lot to redo for a small mistake.
But,
that
Yeah,
it was not your
especially
fault.
especially the World 2 one. That mini game, like I'm pretty sure your chance of winning it is way lower than 50%. It's fairly ridiculous. So,
So what are the players going to do to counteract this?
well, you can manipulate these, and so the way to manipulate this is the RNG is based on the hundreds digit of your score and
Okay.
the amount of lives you have.
Okay.
and what your RNG was last time you did a minigame. So what this means is if they die or if their score is wrong.
Oh,
And speaking of which, Pika just fell in stage 1-3 and he just completely reset, even though he had 5 lives left.
oh
Because his
my
lives are wrong.
god.
Because
Because his lives
stage
are wrong.
1-3 doesn't have any extra lives in it.
So, right. So you need
That's a
to
good demonstration.
Yeah, that was perfect. So not only do you need to not die, by the way, you die in one hit in this game. Your score, as well as you can see, you get points for picking up items, you get points for killing enemies. So you need to pick up all the same items, kill all the same enemies to keep your score consistent with your manipulation. So you cannot die, you cannot get hit, you cannot kill something you're not supposed to, you cannot not kill something that you're supposed to. And you need to keep this going for the entire run, or you will lose minutes to stupid RNG minigames.
And so you might have a backup strategy, like if you had a backup strategy for like 4 lives. I mean,
Maybe.
that's reasonable, but you can't fix it because the RNG of the future minigames is dependent on what your first minigame was like. So you would need to map out like every situation for every backup.
Yeah, the players probably have like a couple things where they're like, they know like the point values of certain enemies. I've seen at least Prissy do this where he's passing by enemies and he's just like listing numbers in his head. He's like 100, 200.
Yeah.
Because he's just trying to figure out like I'm 100 ahead of where I need to be, so I need to kill an enemy worth 100 and skip that enemy. And now how do I actually safely skip that enemy? And it's possible to save it, but it's so difficult and so important.
Yeah. Now, I think it would benefit some people to have some backup strategies. Or you can have, like, one, maybe. Like, let's say if you die in 1-3 or 2-3, maybe you'll have a backup, but... But actually, the only one that isn't random is this first one. I mean, it is random, but it shows you which ones to choose before it hides all the cards.
You're just going after all the Hello Kitties here. They're hopefully going to be in the sort of upside down T-shape pattern. That's how you know your manipulation is good so far.
Yeah. And he gets one wrong on purpose just for his lives, so it skips a perfect count-up thing. That's, like, very minor.
We see the same pattern for Pikachu, so Prissy is in the lead now, but both players are still very close together. And so this ridiculous task of managing the RNG aside, this game's fun. It looks good, it sounds good, it controls well. I like it.
You know what's good? The actual TV show. Cropies
Keroppi?
and Friends. Croppy and Friends. Yep.
I've never seen it. Was it on Toonami or something, or?
Nah, it'd be before that. It's quite a bit older, like Hello Kitty era.
She's still around, isn't she?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I didn't research that much. Leave me alone.
I only like old things.
Yeah. I only like Astro Boy.
Yeah, that's old.
Mega
well,
Man
though.
copying Astro Boy. Terrible.
That one made its way to North American TV.
Oh, this was... I remember watching Croppy as a kid.
Okay. Just somewhere else. Somewhere else anime used to live. For me, it was YTV, which I think was like Youth TV or something. Would do Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z.
You're adding us as Canadian. No.
That's right. PJ Phil, PJ Paul. They were my childhood heroes. They came to my school once. Completely unrelatable to most of our audience. Hey, how about video games? Roller games going well so far for Zoidman. Oh, we got Pikachu up there now. Well, just take my word for it. It's still going well for Zoidman. I just started typing Pikachu's name as Pikachu Choo Choo Choo. That's not right.
No,
It's really tight behind
actually
here.
wrong.
I guess we have 4 players on roller games now. A little update to Tarbash. We got Zoigman. 2C Plus. Who else we got? Smart Alec. I'm gonna try to switch around a little bit here soon again. We just need that total recall action a little bit longer at the bottom.
All right, here's the second mini game. You'll see. So, in order to gain a point, you have to choose two numbers that add up to 7. Which, if you don't know the numbers, it's sort of hard. And if you get it wrong, then the computer chooses 2, and then I don't actually know how it works.
It seems
really
to, yeah. Sometimes it'll remember what. I mean, it obviously does always remember what's been pulled, but like sometimes it will use
it's
that
not. It's not a
information
memory game. If something's revealed, it stays revealed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then I don't know how the AI does on that one.
And then it'll reveal 2, and then sometimes it's like I win, and then sometimes it's like you win. And then when all the numbers are out, then you lose.
Oh, wait, I remember this now. It's you need to go higher than the computer, basically.
Yeah, maybe.
It like flips one for it and one for you.
Either way, it's really stupid. I can confirm that.
It's totally random and completely out of your control.
Like, if it was like a memory game, that's actually the final boss of the game is like a concentration type thing. Then that'd be fine.
I just want to appreciate that sentence, that the final boss of the game
Yeah.
is a game of concentration.
At least the final boss isn't like Sudoku. Like a certain other game.
Oh, one of my favorite games ever, actually.
Hmm.
With a very on theme but still very disappointing final puzzle that I'm not going to say anything else about because it deserves to be discovered by whoever may one day play it. Anyway, Keroppi continues manipulations still on point for both Prissy and Pikachu, which is great because we either want both of them to fail it at the same point or we want both of them to hit it because we want to see them stay so close.
It's looking. I feel like Pikachu made up somehow. Even though Prissy's like his manipulation's still just fine. So what happened?
Maybe just some small hesitations. I know Prissy
Yeah,
doesn't
which
like
is,
to do
you know,
that.
Very reasonable.
Yeah. Prissy's doing something that it's very hard to see. He's letting off the D-pad as he's walking off some of these ledges, and it for some reason gives you a little bit of speed, and it can make the difference between like landing on top of an enemy and getting an awkward bounce or not.
Yeah, honestly, like the existing speedrun for this is very impressive because like these guys submitted their like you look at their PBs, they don't stop moving right like at all, and they're still like down like 15 seconds, 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's just those tiny little micro hesitations.
So this rock paper scissors is the slowest game of rock paper scissors you will ever see. If you have to do this randomly, you would you'd throw everything out the window, like everything.
Yeah, the TV, the controller, the console, the couch.
Yeah,
it's all going. But we get to leverage our RNG manipulation. It's also not too hard to just follow the cards and remember.
That doesn't work.
Really? I thought I saw Prissy absolutely.
Oh, well, maybe I'm wrong. No, you got me.
Maybe.
Either way, it's really slow.
Either he's wrong or you're wrong, and I'm wrong with him.
I think I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong. It looks like it works. I'll give them credit that it works. But if I say it, it sounds more dangerous if I pretend I'm right.
Well, I'm in favor of that. Anytime we can ratchet up the suspense, even artificially. Sure.
Yeah. Actually, they don't have their manipulations. They're just getting really lucky.
Oh,
Wow.
okay. Yeah, we get to lose our minds at the complete amazing mental abilities of these players.
Mhm.
I wish I knew the exact details of like the score and life count for each section, so I could really truly understand, you know, how their manipulations are going stage to stage, and I could react as soon as it went wrong. But it's
Yeah.
it's a level of depth I'm just not.
I don't know if they're even
familiar
all
with.
using the same one.
Right.
They might be.
So you'll see the players picking up these strawberries. We haven't talked about this, but your shots start out as a little music note, and then they power up to a bigger one, and then with the third strawberry, you get a full karopi that you spit out. It's got a bigger hitbox.
Yeah.
And then the fourth one activates basically the star from Mario.
It's like, why is this mechanic here though? Because there's no boss fights and everything dies in one hit.
And then
Why are we
also,
powering
like,
up my shots?
And it drains also like all your strawberries too. But I guess if it doesn't matter how big your shots are, then
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with the invincibility, but like, why am I powering up my shots?
is there really not a single enemy that takes more than one hit?
No,
Is it just the hitbox is like a little bigger?
I guess. Like horizontally bigger.
Which is very marginally useful. Alright, required bouncing off some of the enemies now. Thankfully, when you're invincible, you don't just like kill it and then fall straight through it. You do still get a bounce off of it.
Can you believe this is Famicom exclusive? Wow.
I cannot. I
They're
tried.
like, yeah,
I tried for a little bit and it couldn't.
American kids, they can't figure out these mini games. It's too hard.
Yeah, there's a sign with Japanese on it. We can't change that. They don't know what Janken is. Manipulations looks on point for Prissy.
Mhm. I think even if it had gone off the rails, this one's fairly beatable. If they had to improvise. But no, it's very nice just being able to do it immediately.
I
We
think
got so
that
many
is a
one-ups.
huge sigh of relief.
And
for
that was the
Prissy.
last boss. Trust us.
Yep.
Then you save what's their face, and then you all go back to the donut pond. For
Pikachu
donuts.
grabbing the extra 1-up, that blue frog there. I can't remember if that's part of the manipulation, so hopefully
Well,
everything is fine.
I would assume yes. It's not because they need a 15th extra life.
Right, yeah. But I mean, I'm worried that like they needed it, like they didn't. It was a corrective measure to try to get back on track on RNG. Oh, missing the first one.
Oh,
This is a game of chance now. Computer gets the first match.
oh, what a
Oh
hacker.
boy. Oh, a blue was revealed somewhere. Is he gonna get it? No. Okay. How good is Pikachu's memory? Oh, it's good. It's good.
This is intense. Oh.
Chicken. Oh. Uh-oh, that's a match. They're even. Not a match. Lots of info revealed.
He'll like go back and like rewatch his VOD to figure out.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, he missed another. Oh, the computer's matching. It needs 2 more.
This is scary.
It missed. I think he's got enough information to win. 1 more. Blue guy. It's in the middle. He's okay. Oh my goodness.
That was scary.
So you go back, like you have to redo that whole stage, right?
Yeah, just like not the whole world though.
Meanwhile, Conquest
exciting.
of the Crystal Palace happening in the top left corner of the screen. This is an extremely cool game where you get to summon your dog and he kills everything for you and you jump on him and ride him. It's awesome.
And it has horizontal and vertical scrolling,
Yeah,
which is, it's sort of rare.
it is.
Speaking of rare, it's not a good transition. Anyway, Best of Nest 2019 signups are going to be
Yeah,
where they're
the
open.
thing that happens consistently at the same time every year.
Yeah,
I guess once a year is pretty rare.
there's
give it to
some
you.
games. There'll be some rare games.
That too.
Battletoads or something.
That's what I thought you were going to
Maybe
say.
Cobra Triangle. Yeah.
Yeah, someone has to get the world record, be the world record
someone
holder,
pasted
and
the
then
link.
submit it.
The sign up link, if it exists, or does it exist? That
Pikachu
would be
dropping
great.
into a pit. Yeah, that would be good. I'd like to see it. Restarting real quick here for Pikachu. What is the life continue situation? I remember being. I think you got infinite continues in Conquest of the Crystal Palace, but it's just a hard game. It's hard to just beat the stages.
But at least if you die on stage 1, then you get more stage 1 music. Wow, Pikachu really likes stage 1 music.
That better be why he's fallen into that pit, because that was the same slip up that happened on the previous life. Hopefully, Pikachu is able to recover. Like, when you make a weird mistake once, it's not so hard to write it off. When it happens again, it can start to get in your head a little bit. So, hopefully, they can put that behind them. Went for the dog jump there, didn't quite get it.
So this is where my expertise is gone, because I don't know anything about this.
Was it this game that was like, this was the one that broke you? You learned the first 12, and then you got to this one, you were like,
Yeah, I'm like, I don't want to learn this. It's too slow.
But it's so good. It's hard.
Yeah, I'm
If
sure
you-
it is. It's not really. I'm like, I can't learn this. The name is too long. I just learned like Kropi's Great Adventure 2 Trouble in Donut Pond. I mean,
That was
this
that-
is.
that,
These names are too long. I can't type this out.
that one finished you. Then you took a look at this next one, and that was it. You couldn't do it anymore.
Like
Well,
Total
all these
Recall, I can do
players-
that.
Sure, that's you got 2 words, 2 syllables each, based off of the highly memorable film from the 1990s, I think.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm not a film buff. Don't need to be in order to play Conquest of the Crystal Palace. What you need to know is the players are choosing the jump crystal at the start from their 3 choices. It gives them a higher jump. The other options are stronger weaponry, which I honestly don't actually know exactly what that means. And then the other one was even dumber. I can't remember what it was. But they don't have it. They have high jumps. Very weird attack mechanic in this game. While you're attacking, if you press the opposite direction you're facing on the D-pad, you spin around and go shushing, and you do this as damaging attack. It's like 3 times the damage of your regular attack. So the players are, it's hard to use, but the damage is worth it that players are going to try to leverage that wherever they can. Tough boss for Prissy now.
It's pretty fun.
It's very random. Can make some wind blow, and you just can't. You just can't anymore. This is how fast you move. That's how fast the wind blows. So if he does it and you're too far away, you just stop dealing damage. Percy actually went out of his way to get a sword power up to extend the range on your attack. Helps a lot. Mitigate the RNG of that fight. There's the dog coming in for the victory celebration.
Look at him go.
Oh, it's so cute.
Yeah, maybe this game's fine.
I don't know. The creepy hands coming out of the carpets, though, those are genuinely creepy. I don't like looking at
Creepy
them.
or good speed tech?
They're helpful, aren't they? One of them just like crosses a gap, too. Boss fight here. Trying to land the hits on the dog. Pretty difficult. It moves fast, and your sword swing is unwieldy, but nice job on that boss fight from Pikachu. Well, mini boss fight. The stages don't get any easier. Prissy's in these caves here. There's lots of pits, lots of enemies, lots of lag starts to become a factor.
If you like lag, we got more of that coming up.
Oh, look at it. This game never despawns anything, by the way. It just goes slower and slower.
It's actually an impressive amount of sprites.
The dog is super awesome, just runs around killing everything. The dog is better at this game than you are, basically. It's incredible, but it unfortunately is a lot of sprites and will eat up into some of the lag. Prissy going for a jump off the dog in midair. Didn't quite get it, but had the backup to land on the cloud. Oh,
you went for
eyeball
the-
monster. Oh. Okay.
I've seen
Zero
a lot of
lives
people
left.
fall in this pit.
It happened again. Where does the
That was
continue put
that was
us?
just the instant replay feature. It's a new,
Okay, but then what happened
New
to
tech
his
for
other
that.
life?
yeah.
Stage 3.
Well, when you get to 1, you game over. Or
Oh,
to
right,
0.
yeah,
it's
it's
one of
one-
those games.
Yeah, one of those games. I got it.
Those are the worst. I'm glad,
They
like,
are.
it's like, no, I had 1 life.
Oh, nice boss fight from Pikachu. Got really good RNG. The boss was still in range during the wind attack. Exactly what you want.
Yeah,
Roller
looks like we
games
got
here
Skate
for,
Man
for
on the
Dragon
screen.
Strike. Oh, maybe not.
He's also
anymore.
on
Yeah,
Conquest.
Skate Man's down there. Shoot. I can't keep up with the switches, but I like the switches. We get to see everyone.
And we got Tower Bash.
So Prissy holds on to the lead for a little bit. Longer, at least. On the same stage now, actually, as Pikachu. And
Oops.
we'll come back and check in on how the race is developing between the top two.
I
Oh,
think
he's
these
back
are the
already.
top 4 now, or close to it. Well, maybe not. It could be hard to keep everything up.
The race is still really close. It's not so easy to tell at a glance where everyone is.
But yeah, definitely Prissy and Pika are still 1 and 2. And last.
Boss fight now for Prissy. Didn't quite get the last hit on the. It's the blue. It's the purple orb. I mean, everything's purple. That guy who's dead now. That was the boss. Nice job by Prissy managing to find that last hit. Not quite the quick kill opportunity for Pikachu to make it more time. Here we go. It's so close. It's still so close between these two. The orb has appeared, and it looks like we're getting a slightly different
in
strategy.
the same
1,
room.
2.
Yeah. Alright, here's the
Victory.
fire.
Oh, the fire. So, there is a very high chance that all of these fireballs will drop you armor that gives you temporary invincibility. So it's not like a mistake that this is so difficult to get through. They kind of expect you to be using this armor. But then it, like, why do they make you, like, farm for the armor in order to continue? It's weird, but Brissy's going to be hoping for armor drops here.
Though I am impressed by the lack of lag. It seems like this should lag a lot more.
Turns out flickering your character 30 hertz is a way to ease up on some of the processing power here, I suppose.
Which is weird, but whatever works.
I think that might be the last armor drop there that Prissy needs to finish this stage cleanly. Well, to get to the boss fight cleanly, this can still be pretty scary. You really want to hit your opening 2 shots here for your quick kill. That's 1. Missed, and oh, barely tags him on the way back. Nice. Oh, Yogi's noticed in chat that Squirk is off of the Keroppi manipulation.
Ruh-roh. see, Tarbash is trying to fix whatever he has going here, which you can do by killing certain numbers of enemies. I'm going to assume he has it since he's.
Skate Man on Conquest of the Crystal Palace has found the sword upgrade pretty quickly from those enemies. It's moving on to this boss fight now, while Prissy is waiting for these lava jets. These fall really quickly. It's very difficult to get kind of in between them, but there are some incredibly precise jumps off these stairs you can do that can be assisted actually by the lag. It will delay the spawns in some cases, so we'll see, hopefully, lag used to the player's advantage. Look at these jumps through the lava. It's so tight. Oh yeah,
these are usually for a lot of them you'll make it after, but also looking at Tarbash's actual splits, he's been on Keroppi for 15 minutes, so he actually reset in 2-3.
Ouch. I wonder at what point it's worth it to continue without manipulation versus replaying the whole thing, hoping that you hit it.
The
next
level
time.
2 one just seems so. It seems really rough.
Yeah. Alright, so Prissy didn't quite get what they really wanted with that lag section there. Had to kill off some of the enemies. Lava jumps going well for Pikachu as well. Called in the dog to try to take out the lava and didn't quite get it. Now, like, the ash, I don't know what, it's probably not snow, is in the way. Oh, beautiful. Prissy also make it. Look at how many sprites are on screen for Prissy. The game is slowing to a crawl. Doing this ridiculous big jump and then hopefully falling just past the lava thanks to the lag, delaying the spawn. So I think Squirk is going to be the 4th player to reach Conquest of the Crystal Palace. It's pretty close between our top 2, and Skate Man isn't too far behind either.
Is this the Crystal Palace?
You know, I'm not sure. I don't see much crystal.
No. But I mean, maybe there isn't that much crystal in it.
It's like a big guy named Tiny.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's expensive. Can't just use all your crystal for, like, infrastructure type thing. Well,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's a sound idea just from an engineering perspective.
guess it really
We got a
depends.
boss fight here. Basically the final boss fight, I think. Prissy setting up on this corner here. Gonna be hoping for 2 turnaround slashes and then 1 stab.
It's a big boss.
1. Missed the second one. Needs another one. Didn't get it. Oh, scary. Oh, nice.
You got it.
Yeah, I think there's one final boss fight down here with a very spooky, devilish old man looking thing. Look at this. Ugh.
Ah, that is disturbing.
And then the happy music gets this like really creepy minor key theme. Getting the double hits here. Tough. Health situation pretty low, but the boss also extremely low. Oh, I think Prissy thought that was going to finish it, and it didn't. There it is.
Yay! This is
Pikachu
looking
now.
pretty close.
Perfect boss fight against this guy. Has a lot of health as well, moving on to the second phase.
Mhm.
Ski Man hoping for armor drops. Gets it, but the platform's not there, so gonna lose a big chunk of the duration on this armor. Didn't quite get that one off that fireball, and is not gonna get another, so I think this is a little scary. Yeah, has to wait. Whoop! It's hit from below. I wasn't sure actually if it was an instant kill or not.
I'm going and do a little update here. We got Dragon
Yeah.
Strike still on roll games. Cool Doob There's Kid Niki 2, 2C Plus, it's on the Froggy game, Karapi, Maniacal roll games, Rumble Mints is roll games. There's pretty tight behind the lead here. On the Frog game, Firebroth just starting. What's that? I don't know. Tool roll games. We got Megatron on roll games. Infinite Mystery. The third game.
Oh yeah. You might be on that
Infinite
one
Mystery
for a bit.
always do these big 20s. Kind of blind. Plays for 20 to 30 hours. We'll see this time.
Yeah.
Beat it.
He's usually doing like every one of these marathons ever. So if they're near each other,
Nintendo
yeah,
on
yeah.
somewhere. Does anyone know where Nintendo is?
Nope. I'm got my eyes on Prissy playing the 13th game, no, 14th. Power Rangers, basically, or Kyoru Sentai Rinja.
Yeah, that sounded right.
The game where your sprite is gigantic.
It's so big. It's like half the screen. It's not. It's like
It's
a
a Game
fourth
Boy
of the
game.
screen. It is. This boss here, pretty good job by Prissy. Actually, it's frame perfect if you get getting more than one hit per cycle, and I'm pretty sure Prissy got one or two at least in that fight. There's good old Rita Repulsa doing the what face basically. I don't know what her name is in the original Japanese. I wonder if the plots were like mostly the same. It was like, or if it was like a Samurai Pizza Cat situation, where the English version just kind of like changed the context of all the scenes with the English dub.
Something like that. I thought she was added in the English one. I guess not.
Oh yeah, wait. I think that
I
might
guess
have been right though, but obviously not.
But
'cause
I
here
mean-
she is.
Yeah, I guess not.
I'd heard that same thing though.
Did they dub over her voice? I can't remember.
Or maybe she's like she did the voice herself.
I don't know.
I'm curious. But we'll have to wait. So all bosses have
I
that same
refuse to find
quirk,
out.
the frame perfect business. You can either like stun lock them, prevent them from attacking, prevent them from teleporting away, and it's frame perfect, so it's extremely difficult to do. But Prissy did a really good job on that boss fight. One stage ahead of Pikachu, still extremely close. In terms of like main game mechanics, you start out with a gun, and then because it's a video game, you upgrade to like a melee weapon in most cases. Pink Ranger, of course, has her bow. But yeah, swords and stabs and stuff, better than guns.
Of course, they just end every fight by doing their super crossbow attack. Just do it at the start. That's like a common
just-
theme in Power
You just
Rangers.
broke the
do it at start.
entire series.
Yeah.
Just do it at the
That
start.
explains everything.
Oh, you guys can combine all your robots and do a super robot and do a super blast? Just do it at the start. Oh, you can combine that robot with another robot to be an even bigger robot? Why didn't you just do it at the start?
Yeah. Well, you don't want to put like too much effort into it, though. It's like, it's so much work.
That yeah, anytime a character is like, now I have to show my true power, it is motivated entirely by laziness. They're like, oh man, now I have to show my true power. So the double-ended trident here, don't know how useful that is, but it's doing okay here against this ceiling man.
Not sure how useful that type of weapon would be. Like, I don't know.
It's for poking guys in front and behind.
I guess. Is it really
No
a
leeching.
trident if it has two ends?
Oh yeah, it's like a
That's a
septent
debate.
or something. Or like a bi-trident.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Wow, this commentary is really good.
What are we gonna do? It's a silly Power Rangers game. All right, we can focus. I can tell you about these coins. You get
Okay.
10 of them, and you get a 1-up, but it requires a cutscene. So you're probably gonna see Prissy intentionally avoid picking up at least one of them. I think you only need to avoid one. And also, there's a pretty scary jump coming up in this stage, and it's gonna look like Prissy is super dead, but it's gonna miraculously land on this platform. Right here. Whoops. Nope, just kidding.
It was like a miracle.
The other thing I can say about this game is being precise with your positioning is very difficult. If you just tap the button, your guy immediately starts moving full speed, and it's a pretty decent clip. And then you decelerate very slowly. So what that means is you basically slide. So like little 1-frame taps will still kind of like scooch you over a couple of pixels, and God help you if you get like a 2 or 3-frame tap, you'll move like an entire block over.
Yeah, so there's no way to make small adjustments.
Makes getting into some of these positions on these boss fights tough. It's also punishing game over wise. You've got those 3 lives. Game over sends you all the way back to the start of the game, so that's scary. But it's kind of easy, so it's unlikely to happen. But you know, when it does, it can be backbreaking. If you die in a stage, you go back to pretty much the start of the stage, I think. If you die in a boss fight, though, you just pop right back up in the boss fight. They still have whatever their health was. So that's, you know, if you have to die, definitely try to make it during a boss fight.
Also, Skate Man's onto Zoryu Zentai Zyuranger. AKA this.
Boss fight down for Pikachu.
I'll never speak any Japanese again.
It was fine. Here's I think the final boss fight against Rita Repulsa, just dropping box, doing arms out to the side. There she goes. That's that game down. Moving on to game number 15. It's a good one.
It's Zen Intergalactic Ninja 1993. Holy moly.
Yeah,
This
that's
was a
late
heavily
NES game.
heavily advertised game. Remember seeing
Did
a
it-
lot of ads for this.
I wonder if it got like a government grant because it's like pro environmental. Tarbash. I think that is still on screen now. Squirk is in the bottom left corner, but Tarbash just died in Karopi, so it's definitely off the manipulation now. All right, Zen is kind of a weird game. You can see we got this like top-down diagonal running perspective here. Very difficult to tell where you're gonna land, especially once you start attacking in midair to extend your jump a little further. And also, you know, like your sprite gets like really big because it's trying to simulate jumping closer to the camera. So
Yeah,
it's wonky.
This game has a lot of genres in it. I don't know if I would have led off with this particular one.
I don't even know what genre to call this.
This is
Top-down isometric runner.
yeah, nonsense. Snake rattle and roll.
But it is the music in Zen is phenomenal, and it's got some wacky ideas.
What's wrong with
this
this
is
timer?
I don't know, something's gonna explode, but it's cool
this-
that they got like a digital timer.
Yeah.
Check out this boss fight. This fence is stopping you. What are you gonna do? Oh, it's pushing you. Oh, this thing's crushing you. So you need to get inside the square and lay flat. But the fence is pushing you out of the square. You gotta fight it off. It's so
And-
stupid. I think 3 times is the ticket here for Prissy. Yeah, gonna be moving on.
Yeah, it's a video game. It's 3. Or 5, I guess, if you're Kid Nicky 2. The sequel has to have 2. Or it has to be 5.
Man, well, don't hold your breath for Zen Intergalactic Ninja 2. Oh, Prissy missing the quick kill on the boss here. Is purely improvising all of these spin hits now. Health is really low. Can't get hit again. Oh, using the meditation to refill HP here. That is a smart decision. So that's the thing you can do. It's that little swirly star icon in the bottom right. You can see it on Pikachu's screen. And you can earn more in the bonus game. Here it comes. Don't let anything hit the floor. Hit it all into the wonky cyber reactor where I assume it gets safely recycled. All together. Books, leaves, batteries, cans, metals.
This is the
glass.
bonus game themed race.
Yeah, apparently. Your performance in the bonus game doesn't matter too much. It makes things a little safer here. You get rewards.
He nailed that one.
Yeah, based off of your performance here, you're gonna see players almost always get the life, the shield, the player up, and then if they do perfectly, they'll also get that HP max up. Opens with a skip, dropping down and wall
The
jumping.
genre changed.
It did, yeah. We're platforming now. The wall jumping off of a little like nook to do like a super big jump to skip upwards, and now you got to use the fire extinguisher to put out the doors to save the firemen. You can look at the top left to see how many more are left to be saved.
Wow, what a good hero. He's doing his civic duty. Saving the firemen from fire.
I don't know what went wrong for them. Oh wait, maybe they're. Oh, these are. Sorry, these are oil. These are workers on the oil rig here.
Alright, that makes more sense.
Yeah, I just saw the hat and I was like,
Yeah.
that's something a fireman would wear, and it was like, no, it's not. It's got like a It's got like a headlight on it. Shield upgrade here will prevent you from taking damage for 3 hits. We're carrying the fire extinguisher because it deals damage to the oil boss. Yeah, assuming we get the drop.
I
there it
guess.
is.
Well, we're carrying it to save all the guys. Now they're they have to do this wacky jump, which
Yeah, this
you
is
got it.
super janky, but it skips doing that whole vertical climb section.
we can go.
We also saw something we
Super
missed it. We
Ninja
can watch Pikachu do it actually. Spraying this door and then activating. Oh, he's not going to do it. Activating the meditation will actually put out the door below it as well. Lets you save a fire extinguisher and save something like 10 seconds going to get one. Boss destroyed by the extinguisher for Prissy, so maintains a lead, but still extremely close between our top 2 players.
My video paused. That's why.
Well, I can perfectly see that Prissy is heading into the boss fight that appears after you complete your second stage, because you can do them in any order, but this always pops up here. Has failed the initial couple of wall jumps and let the boss get away, so had to catch up a little bit here. The wall jumps in this game are super fast and weird and springy, so it's very difficult to track this boss. But once Prissy gets up there, did a really good job of sticking on top of him and dealing a lot of damage.
They really are fast.
Oil monsters glooping up Pikachu quite a bit here. Does manage to get the kill. I think
How
probably
did we get on this minecart?
they were missing an extinguisher. Yeah, this is auto scrollery. You can hit some switches to change your path, which saves a little bit of time in some situations. It prevents you from instant death from going into a dead end at the end of the stage.
Well, that's good.
And then you've got some of these jumps that are tough. But it controls way better than you'd think a gigantic minecart moving this fast would. Skateman finished with Power Rangers, getting ready to move on to Zen as well. Is like 2.5 stages behind the leader in Prissy, so is definitely not out of it. Zen beginning now for Skateman into the weird diagonal running perspective going on here, which is, I guess, kind of the similar thing we got going on with Pikachu currently. Prissy's in one of the more side-scrollery sections of this minecart level. Just kind of charging through a lot of these metal plates. Is almost at the end of the stage, I'm pretty sure.
I do like how quickly it switches from like an isometric type thing to like just a 2D. Sort of a neat effect.
It is. These jumps are they're not too hard, but like having to do them all in succession makes you nervous for sure, because it's so easy to fall and then you go, I'm pretty sure, back to the start of the stage. So really important to get these jumps, and we're free.
Nintendo is doing the final boss without manipulation here, so serious time.
Fingers crossed.
It's close. Or will the boss cheat? Oh.
We got the webcam on our feed for Nintendo, and he is stressed, to say the least.
Yeah, the boss got him that time. Time to try again.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's so mean.
It's pretty mean.
Back to the start of the stage. Prissy, meanwhile, is going to be completely ignoring the main mechanic of this stage. The boss is spraying acid rain on all the flowers, and you need to go down and smack the flowers to heal them for some reason. But if you just kill the boss, then it doesn't matter. So that's that stage.
Yeah, this is a game. Oh boy.
I think that's the goal. Yeah, that is. Those 4 stages for Zen are like the first 4 opening stages. So we're moving on to game number 16. You can read the title for yourself.
There's a ninja. This is also a
It
ninja game. I remember this because there were 2 of them back to back.
This is Kamen no Ninja Akakage.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Kage is shadow, Aka's red, I think? Red shadow? I don't actually know what Kamen is, except I know Kamen Rider. Anyway, it's a ninja game. It's a weird game. It's like super open-ended, and like you can like run around and like talk to people and get items to progress the story. I don't think any of our players really know exactly what's going on when they play this game. They just know I gotta go into this room.
It has good running animation.
It sure does. It has bosses with no iframes, so you can just get in their face and mash them down. That's every boss fight in this game. Ooh, Prissy. He dies. No, the boss dies. But the enemy is full. Okay.
I don't think anyone has any iframes. That's what I'm seeing.
These spear guys, oh, they're so elegant. I don't know how they get their body to rotate around their middle axis 90 degrees in the middle of the air, but it's beautiful. Common is mask. Thanks, chat. I got 2 out of 3.
I know what
That's
no
pretty
means. It means... okay, I don't. Belonging to.
Yeah.
Or has, something like that.
There's no like really good word.
With?
I was you backed yourself into a corner there because you're like, no, it's
I know,
kind of
I
a
realized-
concept of ownership.
I realized I had it backwards. But then I'm like, no, I have it double backwards.
Right, yeah, it's
It's either with or has, something like that. Or the opposite.
it indicates ownership. One thing belongs to another.
It's like apostrophe S.
Yeah, basically. We're throwing bombs at this boss. It's dead. A very close boss fight as well for Pikachu with a sliver of health. Thankfully, this game constantly refills your health, so you're really not too concerned about dodging anything. So you kind of run to the right, and then you get in the boss's face and you mash. and that'll get you through this game, honestly.
That does sound fun. This UI, or like the
The blinking.
life bar at the bottom, it reminds me of something.
I can't place
Or
it.
am I crazy?
The blinking menu reminds me of Karnov for some reason.
Oh yeah, okay. Perfect. I think this
Yeah,
actually
Big
is
Frog.
a Karnov sequel.
Oh yeah, just a totally different hero
Yeah.
of mythology, I guess.
Karnov 2.
He puts on a
There's no
mask
ladder.
and slims down. Yeah, you're right. How could it possibly be Karnov if you don't have a ladder that you can deploy at will?
Alright, yeah, so Nintendo doing the memory again.
And Pikachu's on this bird boss again, so I think I missed a death. That cements Prissy's lead for now. The other things
man,
you can
this is
do
close.
in this game, aside from like you've got like a boomerang weapon, a shuriken, a bomb, and stuff, you can also switch to that other ninja girl who like runs super fast. He gets it. Nintendo's through.
Oh yeah, everybody celebrate.
Oh, Nintendo's actually got carts for these things. He's switching them out.
I expected him to like throw that against the wall or something. And here's the hammer.
Yeah. So we got a sort
What
of
is this boss?
angel-y demon-looking thing. It's dead. It's every boss in this game is just deleted by mashing in its face. This guy's no exception. He's got an item. He gives us a map or like a piece of a map, and we got to go get the second piece of the map to reveal the way to the final dungeon. So this is the first level, basically. You backtrack, basically. It's that kind of game. You might be wondering why they don't just transform into super fast running girl all the time. It's got limited usage, but also like it's got some restrictions in how it is used. The timer in the bottom left, the T equals 7, 6, counting down there, is while you cannot beat a level while you are transformed. You can see he has to wait for it to end. And in some cases, the transformation will like play out on the next level and freeze you in place for a little bit. So yeah, it's got some limited use here. They've routed out exactly where they're going to be using it to best effect.
And oh yeah, Puss in Boots is the game this reminds me of. It's got
Oh,
like the bomb
yeah.
and the boomerang and the life totals. And hopefully this is better than that.
I think that the frog is like straight out of that game as well. So we're taking a small detour to this temple here. You smack this thing, and that's the other half of the scroll. And now we got our map complete, so we can go start heading to the final dungeon.
Man, this run animation is just so good. You can
Well,
watch
you
it
get
all
plenty
day.
of time to admire it.
Whoa!
Yeah, we changed perspective a little bit there. You can like run around, change screen transition through sort of mazy paths, but very little of it actually needs to be navigated for this speedrun.
They're supposed to like launch the spears, don't like go with them.
All right, here we go. Map used. Opening the dock and the boat. I don't know what that was, but we're here now. Final area of the game. People just falling out of the sky. What is going on?
Just dodge it.
There's a dragon. There goes a dragon.
I think that's like a sea serpent. Some sort of lizard.
Nintendo's on Conquest of the Crystal Palace with Smart Alec. Nintendo's movement
Pika-
looking pretty good in
Pika-
this section.
Pika
Actually.
death. Yeah, watch
don't
out for the
think-
ridiculous red things. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, okay. So this game does have infinite continues, but it has a really mean trap that we don't want anyone to fall into. The menu that pops up when you game over defaults to quit.
Oh,
and
we
you
got
have
a
to
Karnov.
press
It is a
select.
sequel to Karnov. What?
It is. Yeah, you gotta press select
How is it?
to switch to continue.
That's such a coincidence. Oh my god.
I don't know what is happening on this screen that Parissy's in. This reminds me of like something Kabuki Quantum Fighter would do, where you're supposed to be like inside a computer. It's the only way I can think to explain this crazy neon lightning pattern on the wall. And now it's gone. You'll never see it again. Using our temporary invincibility to get through these moving pillars. And then it runs out, but we can take the damage for the rest of the screen. Again, very little preventing you from just walking to the right and eating hits from everything.
Yeah, it's a lot of sort of iframes, I guess.
What game is this? This is Kamen no Ninja Akakage.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, the fast Liddy. Also on conveyor belts, gets to go even faster, and then little hops on the conveyor belts going the wrong way. So finished the level as her, so that pause there at the start of this level was actually the transformation sequence happening on this level. Very silly. Don't know what's going on this screen. Just a
What?
bubble diamond. See ya.
This game is ridiculous.
And then this lightning bolt comes and it's just a line.
What is happening? It's not a lightning bolt.
It's not. It's like toilet paper. Now we're done with that section. This guy dies immediately as soon as he uses his lightning bolt. As it's on screen, you shoot the bomb and he dies. I don't know.
Okay. Now we're in we're like really small in a house.
He dies to
Oh,
the
he got
whirlwind sword technique. So the thing about mashing is you only get the one projectile. So if you fire that one in the wrong direction, you gotta wait for it to come all the way back before you can resume attacking the boss. This is the
Yeah.
first
How did we
phase
get
of the
here?
final boss, and he's gonna get it down to 1 health. Oh, he accidentally killed it, so he's gonna have to fight the final phase of the final boss. That's an opportunity for Pikachu to catch up, actually. We'll see how this goes, except it's just the same as every other boss in the game, so you just mash it down and that's the end. Boy.
But I wanted to see the trick.
Hopefully Pikachu will do it. It will certainly help catch them up as Prissy gets ready for Game 17. Very cool game, Dragon Fighter.
Was it do you like kill the final boss before its health fills up type of thing?
Yeah, the edge of the screen is like the trigger to win afterwards. And so, like, before the final boss spawns, if you're standing inside of it, after the first guy dies, it like checks to see if you're there, and it's like, yeah, you did it, you beat him.
That's pretty good.
Here we go, we'll see. You have to be pretty precise with your mashing, right? So he's luring the boss to the bottom right. Quick turnaround attack. Oh, he lures the boss into the corner to guarantee that he gets it. So there, yeah, skips the final boss. Nice job.
That'll save that 5 seconds.
Right. Skipping a final boss sounds like it's amazing, but then you just mash him down in a couple seconds, so it's really not all that time saved.
It's time for Dragon Fighter.
This is extremely cool game because you can turn into a dragon.
Mhm.
And need I say more? But I guess I should, as a commentator. You kill enemies with your sword to increase your dragon juice. That's that big meter at the bottom that's flashing. And at will, you can turn into a dragon. The dragon's way faster than you are, but while you're a dragon, the game slowly starts auto-scrolling, and so you can't move the screen forward anymore. So what you're seeing is Prissy will transform into the dragon, move across the screen very quickly, then untransform to resume normal control of the game and able to move forwards until the screen catches up, and then you can do it again. So you're kind of doing this leapfrog. You also need to manage your dragon energy because if you can only transform when it's over 50%. So there's a lot going on in managing your movement in this game, and if you get off of your sort of route, it can be very difficult to get back in it. Final boss. We're seeing fought from a distance with the orbs here from Smart Alec, which is definitely a much safer approach, but gets knocked off. There was no platform there to catch him. I don't know if their position is random or what, but that sucks.
Oh, and that was their last life. We'll have to redo the stage.
That's a lot. That's a lot to be redone. Let's
Yeah.
see if they can recover from that one. Dragon Fighter's also got some random drops, mostly health refills. You see Perseus skipping that R there. Transforms you into the red dragon, who sucks. It's just much worse. Blue Dragon's okay. Blue Dragon has homing shots, but the red one, like, you do like a dumb arc shot, or when you're a dragon, you spit at the ground, and then it does like a Castlevania holy water effect. But like, there's almost like you never want to attack things on the ground in this game. Bosses tend to be up in the air. Like this big spider is up in the air, so
Yeah, the
red
fact you're
sucks.
transforming like every couple seconds makes this sort of interesting, especially in terms of like what your plan is for what enemies.
Also, your health needs to be managed. You don't get full refills at the end of stages. You just get
Oh no.
a
should be
chunk of it
illegal.
back. Yeah. I think Prissy's gonna get enough back here that he will go to full. Yeah, but like just barely. If he had a little bit less health, that bar would not be full right now. So your health is kind of routed, like your health is routed across the entire game, and so a mistake, a hit that you take in level 1 can affect something you might need to do in level 3 or 4 or something, right? So very, very complicated game to get to a very high level at, and it's very impressive what Prissy and now we can see Pikachu have been able to do with the short amount of time they had. Scary
Yay,
conquest of the
big
Crystal
dragon.
Palace section for Nintendo, hoping for armor. Smart Alex still working their way through that stage again. And Pikachu.
This fire
doing the
stage is
possible.
very pink.
It is, isn't it? Lucky armor drop gonna bail out Nintendo
Or I know they were
here.
gonna swap people. Oh yeah, they swapped some of this on-screen people.
Oh. We got Tool 23 in the bottom left. First time we've had them on stream. I don't this might be their first Big 20 race. It's not a name I'm familiar with, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Seems familiar. Yeah, they're in the last one. And the 10, 8, 7, 6, 5. So yeah,
Wait,
you got
really?
nothing. Yeah.
I'm so far off. That's a lot. That's actually a lot of experience. Oh, I apologize. I
okay.
casted many of those myself. Dang. That's my bad memory. I've got notes here. The
Oh,
notes
it's
are
hard.
helping me. And if someone's name is not in the notes, then they just evaporates.
Nah, they've only been in like 6 of them.
There's only been 11. That's half of them. He's been in more than he hasn't been. All right. You got to be at least a pretty seasoned competitor to get all the way to Conquest of the Crystal Palace in 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, this is like relatively there's a lot of people who are like around in that area.
This is a trend, I think, over the past couple of Big 20s. Like, there used to be only, 1, 2, 3 people who really took it seriously, and then there was a lot of people who were in it to learn new games and have some fun, but didn't really set out to try to, like, win the thing. and there's a little bit of that happening now, but there's a lot more people who are getting to a very high level nowadays, and it's very cool to see. I mean, aside from the people who go in blind, of course, I'm not sure where Infinite Mystery is at, but you know, you don't see anyone getting really stuck on some of the early games anymore. Everyone stays pretty close together.
Yeah, especially near the middle. Yeah, I always thought Dragon Fighter was a pretty cool game. Got like wacky bosses and stuff. And you could turn into a dragon.
You turn into a dragon.
Fighting them is boring because, like, I don't know.
Yeah, right. This is a fighter who is a dragon, not a fighter who fights dragons.
Yeah. Usually when you fight them in video games, they're like, well, I mean, I'll just stand still and then you hit me a bunch. They're like
Right,
not
'cause
even trying.
They're so big that it's impossible to animate them, so they're very stiff.
Yeah. It's like, I'll just let you slash me 100 times, whatever.
Yeah, I'll do a little fire breath maybe. Look out, here it comes. I'm winding up to do the attack, so you know it's coming.
Hmm.
Not this dragon. This dragon is spry and fast and shoots a triple shot.
Who doesn't like a good triple shot?
This robot doesn't. Sending out some drones here. We only got so much dragon energy, and it doesn't last the whole fight, so we're going to try to get some work done with our charge shot. And now it looks like Prissy feels like this is a good enough time to transform, get in a bunch of damage. It collects its hurt little drones, and I presume repairs them before sending them back out, which is a nice touch.
Well, that's nice. That's very thoughtful.
Yeah, look at that. Still 4 ticks left. Very nicely done by Prissy. You can get some... It's extremely rare, but you can get a drop that refills a whole bunch of your dragon energy. But also just, you know, due to... You might do things a little bit differently, and then you'll have a different amount of energy. So, you know, using whatever resources you have effectively, very important and very well done by Prissy.
And Smart Alec done with Conquest of Crystal Palace.
Just looking at the shooting star here at the end. Congratulations. Thank you for playing. Moving on to... is it Power Rangers next? Yeah. I don't know whose audio we got right now. I'm listening to Prissy, and Dragon Fighter also has some extremely good music. So much good music in this list.
Yeah, well, it's NES games. They have good music by default somehow. Like
Yeah,
Ninja
well,
Kun.
some games manage to find a way to do some bad stuff. I mean, Rocky and Bullwinkle was a big 20 game, right?
Let me stop you right there, because that was intentionally bad. So, and they nailed it. Okay.
I don't know if that makes it okay.
Sure, it does. Yeah, maybe not. No,
Well,
it's
you could
great.
say it was well executed, but don't try to tell me that
I
it's
can't
good.
say that. No, I can't say that game was well.
The music.
Maybe the makers should be well executed.
Speedruns of it were well executed,
That's true.
which is what we're all about here today. Prissy doing some really good movement with the dragon here, getting in between these enemies. There's kind of also
Yeah,
like some
this
speed
is tightened
safety
up, hasn't
trade-off.
it?
It is. This is a very long stage, but they are technically on the same stage in the same game now, Prissy and Pikachu. We got a skeleton with a heart in the middle. It doesn't look like anything else. It's a heart. And it's gone now. So there you can see the health not quite totally refilled at the end of the stage here, but health still looking really good for Prissy. Pikachu, I think, is a little bit low. No, big health refill there from the boss, or the item, the enemy. Boy, the 2-hour mark is where things start to fall apart a little bit on commentary. We'll
Yeah,
get
it was
through.
great before.
It was very good.
Yeah, we had all this information. Now we're like, ooh, skulls. Ooh, this dragon's fast.
I mean, that dragon is very fast.
Oh no, it's an
Look-
auto scroller.
It is. This is the final level. You get perma dragon transformation, and then you realize, oh, that means the game's a shmup now.
Who doesn't like a good shmup?
Yeah, they're okay every now and then.
Usually there's one of them in these lists. You have to like ration them out, or else eventually the race is going to be nothing but like sports games and shmup.
Yeah, that'll be the
Mahjong.
theme.
When's the
50-50.
Mahjong race?
It's coming. Eventually, right? All the other games get used up.
Has to, yeah.
If Bad Breaks puts it on the list, people will play it. Apparently. I mean, he put Total Recall on there, and here 16 players have showed up. So this auto-scroller section is mostly pretty free, but the tricky part of it, I think, is the background is very loud and busy, and particularly there are these little enemies that they're kind of hunched over a little bit. These guys with the hair, they shoot this yellow laser, and it's pretty difficult to see that yellow laser sometimes. So you kind of are reacting to something you don't even really see. You just kind of expect that they've done it. Now the ring of enemies swooping in and out here, really nicely done by Prissy. Still has a lot of health. Moving on to, I think, the final boss now. It's a snake wizard.
So this is just basically Kid Icarus.
Yeah, I guess so.
Turns to a shmup, fight a snake.
I think that's it. No, a little bit more. Lots of heads on this thing. Health dropping a little low, but Prissy shows no fear, so I'm sure they've calculated, how long it's going to take to kill this thing. Are we done? Stay down. Boy, that's a long death animation.
I wonder if that has some luck in it.
Oh, like if it goes high or low? Yeah,
Mhm.
that's it. Dragon Fighter complete. We got 3 games left to play. Game number 18 is a game that was kind of ahead of its time in a lot of ways. Very cool game.
I literally thought that this game, until this, I thought this game was a homebrew.
Right, yeah. But now
Every time I saw it, I'm like, oh,
1901.
it's a homebrew.
This is, I mean, you saw the title screen there, but it's not so hard to read the text. It's Kokoron.
Yeah. This is, this game is like a weird experience with textures and backgrounds. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
It does have an awfully loud background right now, doesn't it? This is character creation. You get to do this at the start of the level. You pick a face, a body, and arms, and that determines your projectile, your overall character weight and speed, as well as things like if you pick wings, you can fly for a little bit.
Mhm.
And
It
there's
turns
a
out
lot of options.
Wings are good.
Yeah, being
Flying
able to
is
fly
good.
is pretty good. Sans, yeah, basically. This is the ghost face, which is funny to me. If you open up the menu, it just says like face ghost. Pirate ship coming in. Mash it down. This is a masher's game. So it was well suited to Prissy, actually.
Hmm.
Pikachu now also on Kokoron. The story is weird, as you might imagine.
Oh, is
This-
it?
This creepy little dream taper guy shows up, and he's got a sly smile, and he assures you that
Whoa.
everything's good. He asks you what kind of dream you want. Do you want a magic dream? And then he says, "Bring me creatures. I want creatures." So you make one yourself, and now you're trying to free others for Baku. And that means you make more characters.
Mhm. Then you
The
swim
menus
around in
are-
milk.
Yeah. It's lots of like candy and food based levels, and it makes me
Well,
makes
that's
me
what I
pretty
dream
hungry,
about.
honestly. Same. The menus they're doing are they're choosing their body parts for their characters here. So like very quickly selecting the ghost face, the wings, and the shurikens for damage and stuff. Prissy built a second guy who is faster, has a creepy smiley face, and a different set of wings. They'll eventually get a guy who's a boat, because there's a one level where the boat is good, and he's just... I think his body just is a boat.
Yeah, and as a trade-off, their health level doesn't seem particularly high, especially compared to like the boss health.
Yeah, they could have chosen like armor or something, which would give them very slow speed, but a heck of a lot of HP. Got a very long level here. The cards count up 5, 6, goes all the way to beyond Jack, so takes a little bit here. Pikachu also coming in, using the same build here. I don't expect anyone's going to deviate. And Power Rangers almost complete for Smart Alec. If we still have them on screen, yeah, we do. Slashing away at Rita Repulsa here. Gets the kill. Gonna be moving on to the next game. Alright, Ten of Spades is gone now, so we move on to Jack. There they are. Queen. And then, as everyone knows, next is Joker.
Well, it was a king and then it changed. I can respect that.
Barely enough health to mash down the boss there. So one entire boss fight ahead of Pikachu, but technically they're in the same room right now. Very close. I think this is very
11
close
cards ahead.
for this late in the race.
Oh yeah.
So we're making another character there. I think that was Boat Guy. I didn't even really get a look at it. Smart Alec playing Zen still, as we got 2 C+, who is on Common No Ninja. Which I don't foresee many players having a problem with. I guess if you had difficulty mashing attacks, that would definitely change the difficulty of all those boss fights. But generally, I feel like you can trade in your favor.
Or did Prissy just take a death there?
Might have been what that was.
Yeah.
A couple of these levels
Well,
go
that
to the
makes
left.
this really close.
There are some really bad deaths you can take in Coco Run. There's
I've heard some complaints about, not complaints, but
some gripes.
especially with the low health.
I know there's some sequences where like you finish an entire stage and then you die and have to go back and redo it. We'll see if Percy's mashing is on point. I'm gonna go ahead and guess it is, because it's definitely a strength of his. Just gets inside the hitbox. Nicely done. You know, now that I think about it, I do remember seeing Tool in some of those previous races.
Yay!
But we're gonna look at Zoigman. Also uncommon no ninja. 2C plus on some of the weirdest rooms in the game. We'll see how this this kill goes on the lightning guy. You want to jump up because you throw the bomb into the air and it doesn't explode till it reaches the top. So you jump up and kind of like detonate it right up against the ceiling immediately. And that helps you get the timing. Look at these whales! That's the best part of the game right there.
That's pretty good. Just in the background.
Okay, wait, the moon. Oh, I don't like it. Get rid of it.
Yeah, it's pretty creepy. Well, he'll get rid of it, alright.
Many shurikens. Yeah, there's that whale. I've been seeing this whale around a lot lately. Shoutouts to Zodanor. We are on game 18. Are our two leaders. I'm not sure if anyone else is on Kokoron here, but there's a lot of people on 17 and 16. Oh, there we go. Skateman is also on game number 18. Boss fight here for Pikachu has defeated the moon, I think. Yeah, we're just getting the thing where you talk to the boss after you beat it up.
Mm-hmm.
Percy putting those wings to good use. One thing that is maybe going to become apparent in some of the later levels is how difficult movement is in Kokoron. You slide around a lot. It kind of feels kind of ice physicsy. And maybe it's just a side effect of going so fast with the build that they've sort of created, but it can be very difficult to accurately move around these corners.
Yeah, a lot of the early stages are mostly just moving forward and flying. But then when you have to actually do more platformy stuff, it can be a bit tricky.
Yeah, we can see Pikachu is kind of letting these slopes slowly slide him around. Just because trying to actually do that manual input yourself can get you into more trouble. C plus early on in a stage in Dragon Fighter, trying to get that dragon energy up by killing enemies with your sword. Your charge shot doesn't actually give you juice, so that's why you're not seeing the players use that too much during the stages.
I'll be right back.
Sure, I can hold it down for a while, Prissy. Moving on to another stage here, creating yet another, choosing our new character here, creepy smiley face man who never stops staring directly at you, staring directly at you, never ceasing, never blinking, is a little bit faster at the cost of more health, and also has like flippy, flappy bird wings. When you get hit, the smiley face goes upside down. It's good. It's creepy, but it's good. There's the princess.
Gum T-shirt.
We've been trying to save this princess, Princess Rua, as well as trying to find critters. The story's a little bit unclear. We're now moving on to a section with like no checkpoint. That house is going to be the only checkpoint for a long time here, and you're playing as this very frail character right now. So this is a very scary couple of minutes coming up for Prissy.
That,
2 hits taken from Pikachu.
The Bismarck, spot on, I'd say.
Bismarck?
Yeah, the emote, the happy face.
Oh. I'm like
Spot
looking
on,
in
dude.
chat. I'm like mousing over all of them. I'm like, which? We freed our boat friend there. We did Prissy. But again, this is not a checkpoint. If you die, you go all the way back to that house. Very,
this game-
very mean, scary section. Landing on the flowers here as little platforms. Tanking a hit. If Prissy were to die, we would have a lead change for Pikachu. Down to 1 tick of health is Pikachu. Barely dropping through the birds at the end of the stage. I think this is the final boss fight for Zwigman. There's 2 of these snakes, so I get them confused. We'll see if it goes yellow. Yep, this is the final boss section. Oh, the box is a full. It's a Metroid situation. Got it.
I'm in chat there. I believe you still have the.
Oh, that's a death for Pika. Back to the house. Brutal. Brutal. Huge time loss. Just like that.
Oh, did I hear brutal, huge time loss?
Yeah, Pikachu. Pikachu is back to the house.
Uh-oh.
Prissy's got a lead of about 1.5 minutes now, I think.
That's pretty big.
Climbing up the fish walls here. Very cute. Very difficult to control.
Yeah. Now, I have heard people talking about the final boss in this game, too. And they're like, arg. So, maybe there's still a chance.
They're not talking about it like, boy, I love the final boss in Kokoron. It's not.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So maybe he wants to, like, fight it a few times.
Yeah. Maybe. We'll see. It's possible to get some double hits here. I'm not sure if it's just the speed. I think you need to be moving towards the boss and you mash quickly to get 2 projectiles very close to each other. But it will.
Yeah, it's
speed things up.
basically like that. There's like a small frame window that multiple can hit.
All right, that's the
Oh, that
first
was-
phase. Yeah, it's Baku. He was not good after all.
Well, maybe he was.
Maybe he was misunderstood.
Just because you're fighting doesn't mean, you don't like each other. Yeah, maybe it does.
Sometimes it'd be like that.
Like, what
So
about,
here's
like,
some of-
the end of... Actually, never mind. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that was some of the more difficult platforming sections, navigated very well by Prissy. He's assured me that like he was like, I'm gonna screw this up in the race. I just know I am, and he's like accepted it, but he pretty much nailed it there. So I think he's feeling himself pretty good late into the race here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, other than that one death earlier, seems like he's been doing just fine in this one, in Kokoron. Fish.
I think Pikachu is past, he is fast, but also past some of the scarier parts of this section, I want to say. Baku's back, here we go. Nice double hits here. Oh! Tagged by the egg.
Yeah, health
But-
is just such a big...
It's not big. That's the problem. It's
Yeah,
very small.
That is the
But
problem.
yeah, the checkpoint very generous here for once.
just looks like they're on the same boss, but unfortunately not.
Yeah. Oh, another death for Prissy.
That he got cornered. It's sort of hard to dodge when you're in the corner. Yeah, so that was...
It's a big time loss.
hmm
I'm not sure exactly where that puts Prissy relative to Pikachu. I think there's a bit more Pikachu has to do in order to get to this blue fish
Yeah, but
area.
it's closing the gap again.
Mm-hmm. Wait, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, it's hard to tell because everything looks the same.
Right.
This looks like he's just like
Oh, they're
30
close.
seconds back.
They are very close.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It was back and forth through games 6 and through 10. And then Prissy kind of finally established a lead. And just like that, Kokoron happened, and we're basically back to this extremely tight race.
Yeah, the gap between the two has been it's been pretty short for like a lot of the race. I can't remember when they were actually like too far away from each other.
Yeah, it was Kokoron, like, it was when we had our largest gap, and then now also back to this same 30-second or so difference. Boss fight now for Prissy.
Man,
Is
dodging all
refusing
these.
to get to the other side of the screen, like just doesn't want to yield that space, is getting so aggressive.
Well, it seems like
Oh.
that doesn't seem safe either because he can
Yeah.
just drop them on you.
And you never
Well,
know
right now
if
we're-
he's just going to go back to the middle, right? And then you've wasted everything.
Hmm.
Seems like a more favorable pattern. The boss can go very
Pika-
high
yeah,
to the
Pika
point where
took
you can't
damage.
hit him anymore.
Yeah, but low is also not good.
Right. Oh, almost dead. Pika gets it.
Pika got it, yeah.
Has the lead. Right behind his Prissy.
Oh, that finish was insane. He hit him like 4 times.
Wow. That's Kokoron.
Hmm.
We got 2 games left, neck and neck between Prissy
boy.
and Pikachu.
Time for text.
This is a little too exciting for me. Let's slow things down a little bit, just a little, with some Gargoyles Quest 2.
Also
The
has a
demon
similar
darkness.
sort of floating mechanic.
Yeah, it does. This is a cool game, though. You do have to mash through some text. You do have to run around in overworld and talk to NPCs to trigger events. But the mechanics going on with your movement in this game, as well as some of the extra power-ups and weapons you get, they're pretty darn cool.
Oh yeah.
Zeugman 2C+, making their way through Dragon Fighter as well. Pretty far along, actually. Zeugman just getting to a boss here. Dragon Energy maybe a little bit lower than they would have liked, I think. I don't know the values that you really want to be at by heart here, but as Prissy and Pikachu, they take
Yeah.
flight here.
This is definitely one of those good music games you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
How does Capcom do it?
Hurry! There's a black light coming. No idea why
Like-
that's good or bad.
I like how the overworldy like RPG type area is way faster than the actual game.
Yeah. It really is a sort
His
of
walk
slow,
animation is
measured
also,
pace.
Amazing. Ooh, ah,
Ha cha 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 cha.
exactly.
So you've got that wing meter at the bottom that governs how long you can float with your wings. If it looks like they're flying and it's not draining, it's because they've temporarily released the button and then repressed it. That sort of extends your jump a little bit because you're kind of resetting your vertical falling speed before it has the chance to start to accelerate and start to drop you. So you'll see that they'll actually do a little bit of a sequence break with that, but throughout the stages they'll also be using it just to take some better paths through the levels. Optional health upgrade picked up here for both players. It drastically increases the safety of the run. And if you see players like Prissy and Pikachu doing this, then you know that, it's just how useful that item really is. If anyone was going to skip a safety item, it would be these two.
Yeah, it's also like that took like what 6 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
This run's gonna be like 30 minutes.
You're going to have that health for the whole run, too. Like, it's going to
Mhm.
stack with all the other health ups you get, so it's a smart pickup. Boss fight going better here for Pikachu. Just kind of doesn't want to play nice. Prissy having to really work to land hits on this thing. Oh, there we go. That's what you want.
Got lots of cool monsters in this game.
Yeah. It's
Your
got like a
brand.
genuinely creepy look to it, but like not like disturbing, like cool creepy. I like it.
Unless like we're gonna. Oh yeah, we have Skateman and Squirk on the screen. These are the top 4.
Might be at that point where we stick with our top 4 until they finish.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. This game does go on a while, and the next game isn't too short either. So, but, it seems like we're very close to the end, but we could be here for like almost an hour still
Mhm.
until we have our first finish.
Yeah, Kid Dracula has a lot going on too.
Sort of a not quite random encounter area that needs to be dealt with here before we can move on to the next stage.
Mm-hmm.
Damage boost for Pikachu, nicely done. Prissy as well getting that. Pikachu talking to this NPC behind the bar here. This acts as a checkpoint. Later on, we'll be getting sort of a game over on purpose to warp back to this location because you can see, this world map is pretty big, and at some point we need to backtrack towards this area. So you don't want to game over anymore. Obviously, you don't want to game over, but now you especially don't want to game over because you want to save that checkpoint where it is and come back to it later. So you're manipulating your health and even your lives throughout the whole run so that you can quickly do this death war.
Yay, Firebrand obtained the dragon's armor.
There's a lot of mystic gadgets and doodads that you collect in this game that just all make you, in some cases just like marginally stronger, but in some cases you get an entirely new power-up that shoots platforms that you can stand on and some really cool stuff.
Yeah. The platform thing is pretty neat. Yeah, because going vertically is not Firebrand's forte, exactly. Horizontal
lot
is
of-
pretty good.
Yeah, he's good at that. A lot of the power-ups he gets are just you can jump higher now. Damage boost to get up on top of this spooky face platform thing on an earlier cycle. Very nicely done by Pikachu. Seems like both of them are going to be going for pretty much everything in this game. Prissy gets it as well.
It's like Skateman's approaching. I think it's the final boss, but I can't tell because it all looks the same. Oh, Skateman died. I'm sorry. Can't pay attention to everything. It's too hard.
It is. I've been having a lot of trouble taking my eyes off Pikachu and Prissy. Pikachu
Yeah.
dying on purpose here to warp up to the top, avoid waiting for something, and also get their health back that they've been spending damage boosting. Prissy did the same, is setting up for this damage boost now as well. But Skateman is very far along in Kokoron now. The fish of victory are all over the screen here.
Fish, fish, fish.
And Princess rescued for Squirk. As we get a boss fight for Pikachu. Gonna try to position here so you don't get pulled in by the weird balloon demon thing, and getting all the hits in, very nicely done, exactly what you want to add them.
Alright, nice fight by Skate Man. No damage. He's shaking his head.
I think some of the earlier mistakes still weighing on his mind, perhaps.
He's like, why didn't I do that last time?
Right. I find speedrunners tend to be fairly negative people. They are always... Maybe it's because it's easier to define how well your speedrun went by the things that went wrong, just because most things go right. But it means everyone's focuses on their mistakes a whole lot, and it certainly, I think, doesn't really help when you're in the middle of a race. I think it's important to focus on, like, hey, you know what? I just no-hit that boss, right? I just did something pretty good, and I can continue to do more.
That's the spirit. Yay.
It's tough. It's tough to find that spirit, but I think it's worth trying.
Oh man, they're all mashing text.
Oh, it's crazy.
We gotta get more RPGs in these.
There's a
Where's my
couple
RPGs?
that just, find like a first boss goal, or something that makes sense. I think it's not impossible.
I agree.
The first optimistic speedrunner will destroy everyone. He's got the power of positive thinking. He's unbeatable. We got the boat. We missed this on the other players. We as commentators, that is. Squirk getting through the boat section cleanly. He's got a pumpkin head. I don't know if that's
He's on a
important.
boat.
What?
Never mind.
Oh, he's on a boat.
It's funny.
Take a good hard look at the pumpkin on a boat. Skip there for Prissy, feathering the wing to get to that platform without the wing upgrade number 3. I guess it just gets skipped, huh?
Maybe. I can't remember. The game's too long.
I remember, you start, there's a sequence where you have... no, I'm not going to try. But we don't need it for that section there. Squirk continues on the difficult part of Kokoron here, where the death will really, really set you back. Skatemen really making their way through Gargoyle's quest. Really good and proper into the stages now on the 19th game.
Yep, so these are the top 4 runners so far. Unless I am mistaken.
Both Prissy and Pikachu using their new upgraded weapon, this kind of boomerang-looking thing, will break blocks and also deals more damage. Really nice job following the boss there, did Pikachu. And then 2 missed shots there are not only going to lag the game, but also prevent you from shooting more. Going high to bait the projectiles out of the way. Boss dead. Prissy just now starting this boss fight. I could see some better execution really catching Prissy up here.
Yeah, I could see that definitely as well.
Oh, look at that. Oh, they're so close.
Yeah, this is pretty good. Yeah, I feel like the older, or the, not the older, the newer, or like this is a 92 NES game or something.
Mm-hmm.
So like the later in the NES games, I feel like the more lag it has. 'Cause they're just like, let's just put everything on the screen. I don't
Right.
care. More lag.
So we're seeing some death warps now. Both players have an extra life that they could have, lost somewhere throughout the run, but they're playing so well that they didn't need to. So now they throw 2 away very quickly here to death warp back to that checkpoint. Come back to this king. They give him the stick, the gremlin stick. Don't give him the stick. His body works, and he gives you power. Ka.
Who doesn't like a good death warp?
Every Thursday, I go down to the cliffs and do a death warp just for fun, just to wake up in the morning.
Okay, you might be imagining that. Would that be fair to say?
Probably.
Okay.
You don't know. You don't know what mystic energies I'm capable of. I've played a lot of video games. I can't get over how close this race is. Pikachu
They're all on the
jumping off
same
this
game.
cliff, showing off the latest power-up, these platforms.
Mm-hmm. Those are
These are
sweet.
cool. They're
This,
kind of
like, this could
tricky
just
to
be a
use.
game by itself.
Right. You're jumping pretty high now too, so it's kind of like you're holding the button and you kind of expect to stop, but you just keep going upwards, and it lets you get these platforms up really nice and high.
Yeah. They look like they create a good amount of lag too, though.
Yeah.
Though it's hard to tell because you move so slow.
Kokoron
Um,
boss fight now for Squirk. Has not got hit yet.
The
And he
real
has a
last
really
boss.
good position. Look how far away he is.
You could land on those?
I'm not sure. I think he might have just like been flying at the
Oh,
right
he's
time.
hovering, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he gets
okay.
it.
I was like,
Gets
what?
the kill. Easy peasy. Got boss fights here. Prissy didn't get a lot of damage on that phase. He's getting booped around, takes contact damage, and dies. Pikachu gonna pull a little bit further ahead now.
No, it's not a disaster,
No.
but not ideal.
And the second fight was like, perfect.
Oh yeah, now we have 4 people on Gargoyle's Quest. 2. The Demon Darkness.
The Demon Darkness.
Yeah, we get it. It's dark enough.
It's spooky. Yeah.
Of doom.
You're laying it on a little thick, Gargoyle's Quest.
Yeah.
Really nice movement on these platforms from Pikachu. And now Prissy. Barely touching down on that platform before jumping off of it as it began to fall. You can only have 2 projectiles out on screen, including the platforms, but you're jumping so high that you're actually despawning the previous ones. Pikachu taking a death here, I think that was intentional for a health refill.
Looked pretty intentional.
This is a tough boss, though. They start out on either side, immediately close off the space in front of you, and you kind of got to juke them out of the way. But they went very far to the left here, so it's kind of open season for Pikachu to just get damage in here. Nice fight. Can Prissy follow up? That's a very strong opening.
Yeah, skipped the tornado attack altogether.
Wow.
All right. Here we go.
Prissy's boss fights are real hot and cold, right? Like 2 fantastic and then 1 a death. So we'll see. I think it's going to pay off for them in the long run, though.
hmm
Ski Man on this vertical section, they are going to be going for the damage boost strats and got knocked away from the wall. That's not what you want, so it's going to have to slowly rise up here. But they did have an extra hit to take, so they don't have to worry too much about dying prematurely, I think, here. Yeah. Now the warp up to the top, got all your health. Our wings are upgraded.
Yay. So they do have level 3. That looks
Weird little,
not particularly skippable.
yeah. So this guy wants something we have. I forget. There's so many mystical MacGuffins in this game. I can't remember which one we have and which one we use to get the next one. But whatever. This guy's in our way and he's dead now.
You won't let us see someone.
Boss fight for Skateman. Sticking on the wall, taking the damage. Only needs a couple more, but the boss is in an awkward spot now. Yeah, he's gonna play it safe. 2 shots from across the room is gonna do it.
Man, who puts their mirror on the spikes?
Someone who doesn't want you to use it.
I guess.
And look at this like little one just tucked in down there. It's
Yeah,
all
well, it's broken.
neglected. So yeah, it's like a door maze, basically. Not going to be an issue for our speedrunners. Anyone trying to complete the Big 20 list blind may certainly have something to say about this door maze, but some pretty sort of straightforward platforming here. Definitely when you start to use those extra platforms to ascend vertically faster, the inputs and execution required ramps up considerably. Pikachu takes a hit, down to 2 hearts.
It looked like he was planning on taking those hits, though. So
Yeah, I think so too. Quick
Yeah,
death here to
that looked
refill,
pretty planned.
and we'll see how this sort of doppelgangery fight works. And it's like, I'm you, and then it's like, no, I'm not.
Well, yeah. It's like, all right, the facade is over.
Yeah,
It's been like 2 seconds.
yeah. You're like, it's like you're immediately just like.
Is
"Nah,
this
I
supposed to
know-
be
I know it's
confusing?
you."
It's like,
I don't
which
know.
one's me?
You just hit him. He's dead. I don't quite get it. But I did see that there's room
He
for
is spooky,
improvement
though.
in this fight that Prissy seems to be capitalizing on. Yeah, faster fight for Prissy again, catching up a little more.
Try to make a measurement here. It's like 10 or 11 seconds. That's like nothing.
It's like
It's nothing.
nothing. So close, so late into the race.
It's like moving like one screen in this game. It's a couple tiles.
We got some players who are moving through tiles in this game. Skateman and Squark are making their way through some of these levels, riding
The
these
overworld
platforms.
is just so fast.
Yeah, you wonder what this game would be like if you could actually move that fast in the stages. And then all the enemies moved faster to compensate. I think it'd get a lot harder real fast.
Everything double speed.
I guess, yeah, you could just like hit the speed up button on your emulator, play through it that way.
Yeah, I want to see some emulator turbo allowed races.
There are some A Link to the Past runners play that game at 2x and 4x speed, and it's crazy impressive. I'd love to see it for all kinds of other games.
Yeah,
Perhaps this one more than some others.
I know some Zelda 1 people did that, and it was pretty impossible.
Yeah, I'll bet. Trying to get those dark nuts? No thanks. Boss fight now for Skate Man.
Oh, they got
Only
the
missed
candle.
one shot, so not quite getting the 3 cycle there. Now we got a Hippogriff's feather. Don't remember what that does. Oh, it's wings. Okay. He just covers his feathers with other feathers. I guess he doesn't have feathers. He's got leather. So now he's got leather and feathers.
Well, I mean, it's a gargoyle. We don't know. It depends on the mythology.
What the organic makeup is. Maybe it's stone, right? Gargoyle? It's just very thin stone.
Something. Well, they're not made of stone.
They turn stone.
Or
Is stone
something.
their natural state?
They're not real. They could be whatever the writer wants.
I suppose you've just ended the entire conversation by saying they're not real. So we can move on to talk about maybe some of the gameplay that's happening. Pikachu taking a death on some spikes here, getting a warp. Prissy about to do the same, I think. Escape Man gets the jump powered up. Squirk almost slipped onto some spikes there. But is now dropping towards the boss fight at the end here.
And Death Warpin.
He's putting his power into the candle.
Firebrand used the Candle of the Ghoul Realm.
Sure. Magic candle.
Wait,
why not?
so they just give you this candle, then you leave, and then like you move slightly to the right and use it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's got a lot of items. I feel like they kind of like
Well, it's right there.
shoehorned in the RPG part of this game sometimes. I think you had the candle and you powered it up there and then brought it there.
Sorry, which candle?
The Leaves candle. And
Oh,
then
is that different than the Candle of the Ghoul Realm?
Yeah, well, I think he powers up the candle into the candle of the... I can't. He's jumping on platforms. Pikachu has the lead. But Prissy has been fighting tooth and nail to try to close this gap. Doing some turnaround damage boost business. I like it. Wing level 4 really is a lot of hang time here. And we haven't talked
that's a
about this.
4.
The goop. Yeah.
I couldn't read that. I was like, what is that number?
Wing
like
level.
a U.
You get the goopy power up, which lets you cover spikes in goop so you can safely stand on it.
Yeah. That could be its own game, too.
Absolutely. And now there's this guy with the finger lasers.
Excuse me. Meow. Just try moving your hand slightly. Maybe you'll hit him.
Yeah. One moment, sir. And you're like, what? You turn around and he's just bang, like right in your face.
Mhm.
Got him. It's the ultimate pull my finger.
Actually, I have a reservation for 4 at 6
They're like,
p.m.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't see it. Zing. All right, no opportunity for Prissy to gain ground there. Pikachu just kind of shut that door with a basically perfectly executed boss fight. Not the most difficult once you get a handle on where that hand's gonna be.
The
Skate Man.
Mammon's hoof. And the
Sure.
Burial's wings.
See
And
what
the
I mean?
Atlas
There's
armor.
He's got all this stuff.
And the magic of Darkfire.
Great, sure. And he's got the pig's
I'm-
blood vial and the Dracula tooth and the Holy Grail. Everything. It's all there. All in his body. Super powering him up. Wing level 5. Infinite flight. It's pretty good.
Alright. If I calculated that right, it's 23 seconds ahead. It's pulling away.
We got not too much Gargoyle's Quest left to play.
Yeah, there's only like 20 items left to collect.
They are kind of backloaded here at the end. Just a lot of proper nouns get thrown out all of a sudden. Well, I guess they've probably been there, but skipped over a little bit. Nice platforming, avoiding all those shots is Pikachu. Boss fight for Squirk is missing a lot of those shots there. Looks like
Look at all these
Squirk
boss
not
fights.
really into the mashing here. It's just kind of doing some really calculated rhythmic shots.
I could see that if it's if it actually has like iframes. That
Yeah,
also
I'm not
looked like he
sure.
almost died, but then barely won.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if he
Like,
was
really
doing like a
close.
death animation or not. When he's in the air, he's kind of like hunched over, but makes it through just barely. Another boss fight for Skate Man as well. There's the tornado, so we know that this is not, the ideal fight, but it's tough. I think any fight you can walk away from with these guys. He's gonna try to cross over under to the other side. Nicely done. Oh, the swoop. What do you do? They're on either side. Oh, it's brutal. The contact damage is so high. Waiting out on the side, but not good enough.
Speaking of dying during a boss fight, Pikachu died.
The game over as well. So I think Prissy just took the lead here.
Yeah, that was wait, that was actually fighting? I thought it was like just flashing. I guess he was just standing there doing a billion damage. Pikachu into the spikes. Oh boy. This
All right, Pikachu got a rally. Prissy is pulling away here. The game's basically over.
there you go.
We
That
talked
was
to this guy.
yeah. This guy also has a reservation.
Oh my
that's,
goodness.
That's no good.
0 lives left. Where are we?
Yeah, we're back. We're out of there.
Oh my goodness. That might have just been the race for Pikachu. Has to do
Oh,
the
yeah.
entire final level again. That might be it.
That's gonna be spicy meatball of Doom or whatever. Atlas's
Prissy
spicy
with
meatball.
with the commanding lead heading into the final game. Dracula here, Kid Dracula is a tough game, long game.
Yeah,
Lots of stuff that can go wrong, so it's not over yet, but boy is this now Prissy's race to lose.
this game has some interesting skips. It's got lag.
Is that on the back of the box?
Yeah,
I frickin' love that you play through a cutesy version of the castle from Castlevania in the first
yeah,
level.
oh yeah. Yeah,
that-
that's
That belongs on a
A nice
list of
touch.
like top 100 NES like moments. And some of the sprites are like
Mhm.
spot on too,
yeah.
the backgrounds and stuff. It's great. All right, second try boss for Skate Man. Doing some, I'm not sure what that was on the webcam that we can see. I'm gonna say it was frustration. Final boss, take 2 for Pikachu. Death to refill. We got 2 full tries here. 1 damage boost, up and over. And now kill him. Kill him before
Yeah.
any of these other projectiles matter. Huh. Takes 1 hit.
Yeah, he's got it.
That's
The last time he was just, I think he was just a slightly too far to one of the sides, and the smaller projectiles hit him. And that just happened each time.
That's a nice recovery from Pikachu. A really good stage, really good boss fight. They need to be like kind of perfect throughout this final game if they want to have a chance at catching Prissy, who has almost already done the first level here. I don't really want to talk about whatever this boss is, but it's a boss. It gets defeated. Skate Man and Squirk are making their way through Gargoyle's quest still.
It's just
They've
a
got
spooky
their-
ghost.
It's just a ghost. And now it's defeated. feathering the wing here a little bit is Skateman, just to make sure. I think they probably could have made it to the wall safely, but that wing power up, like you see it draining, right? Like you feel the impending, I'm gonna fall, and I definitely don't blame the players for trying to do something to want to extend it.
And of course, we got mini games. Yes. I'm pretty
Thankfully,
sure
you can,
to be a Famicom game, you have to have a mini game.
yeah, it's in the Nintendo seal of approval. It doesn't happen until they verified your minigame.
Yeah.
You can mitigate it though. There are these coins. You can see the little ring on the UI above the hearts. Says 001 right now. Wait, is that it? Is that the coins? I can't remember, but you do pick up coins. You don't want to pick up coins because that will extend the mini games, so they'll be avoided basically at all costs. Prissy's been using the fire power-up that you start with, but you do start to get new power-ups. You can see him swapping now. He's got the Seeker shot as he gets ready to ride the rocket monorail. Here we go.
Whoa. That is exciting. Oh my god, the leg.
Yeah, that's why you really want to try to
Oh
get the
my
kills
God.
on these enemies.
There's only one thing on the screen. Why is it lagging?
Because the monorail is like 18 different sprites. Look at this Sonic the Hedgehog loop-to-loop. There's a bird that you need to shoot, but your projectile like tracks upwards in a weird way as you do the loop, so it's actually really hard to hit. Prissy gets both of them, moves on with 3 hearts here. I can't tell if these clouds... Oh, the clouds look in the direction that they move. That's cute.
They're really sad when you're standing on them.
They are. That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say they don't seem too fond being leveraged for their usefulness as platforms. Chicken Boss, tough to get a read on. Your shots don't move very fast, and the boss moves extremely fast. Toast. Boss fight down for Skate Man. in
Oh man, we're going to
Gargoyle's
see so
Quest.
many mini games.
Yeah, so you play a minigame to decide which minigame you play. Got the wheel here, but no coins, so not much time lost for Pikachu. Prissy gets this thing.
So
which
it's just
also
a giant
depends-
waste of everyone's time.
Yeah, yeah. White means you don't get anything good. Underwater, you can see you've got the biggest jumps ever underwater. Even your smallest jump still takes about 2 seconds to touch the ground. But yeah, chat was talking about, Prissy and Pikachu are so close, they were looking at their PBs for this game. Pikachu's been pretty strong on the back half of the list compared to Prissy. Between the two of them, I think they have the fastest time in every game, maybe? It's very close.
Oh, I think so, yeah. Well, yeah.
Of the people competing, not like
Eh,
the,
well,
the
yeah,
world
unless
record
there's
holders.
Except for the... Like, there are some people who had, like, specialized in one game, so they're on the list.
Yeah.
Or, like, they already knew it.
The gravity is so low underwater that there are some things where like you don't even have to jump to make a gap, you just walk off and you make it, and it makes me nervous every time.
Yeah.
Underwater boss fight with a difficult quick kill using our new bomb power up to deal a bunch of damage, and that was it. It seemed so simple,
That
but
was it.
landing those shots, that was tricky.
Yeah, so I felt like going in that, like you were saying, even like the later games, Pikachu probably had the advantage, right? In general. But Prissy's been like, everything's been going really well.
Yeah, it's like, Pikachu has the advantage, but they're both just very, very good, right? We're
Yeah.
talking like seconds, so
Yeah. This has been like just close for like before that death at the end of Gargoyle's quest. It was just neck and neck for like an hour plus.
Yeah, this is. We've seen a lot of big 20s where one person gets out in front in game 4 and just continues to go further and further ahead. We've seen a couple that are close. I'm not sure we've seen one where 2 players have been so close since game 1. So this has been pretty awesome to see. And it's not over yet. We've got our bat power up now. Lags the game a little bit, but you know, you fly, so it's pretty cool.
I'm excited for the even like year parts coming up soon.
So they have this charge shot. You need to charge to use all of your special abilities. You can take a look at the bottom middle of the screen and watch Kid Dracula like get angrier and angrier, and then when the mouth is all the way open, that's when you know that your shot is fully charged up, and it'll also count down the timer on your special abilities like the bat. It'll actually go 5, 4, 3. I was talking to Prissy about this. He actually didn't even know. He had practiced and learned the whole game and didn't realize that that was even there. Just his eyes just weren't on that part of the screen. Dragon boss defeated pretty quickly there. It dies, like it loses its health, but doesn't actually die for a little bit there, so nothing to do but stand and watch. Ice power-up acquired, freeze enemies, and jump on them.
I do like the power-up cutscene things.
Yeah,
Oh man, slow mini game luck when it's going down the tubes.
Thankfully didn't have any coins, so lost as little time as possible on the weird barrel minigame. I can only assume it's that barrel where like you stick swords in and like if you get the wrong one, then he pops out. But I don't know, I've never seen it. Everyone always has 0 coins. Got a monkey at the top of this building. It throws stuff. I'm not sure what it's like. It looks like an airplane to me. I don't know if we'll see it. And we got an auto-scroller on the train. Squark taking some of these deaths here in Gargoyle's quest. Skateman working with wing power up 4. I think this is the dungeon just before the last one. And Pikachu having a bit of trouble with some icy slopes. But it's back on track now.
Yeah, he's just... No, that's not it.
No problem with that boss for Pikachu. Auto-scroller still continues for Prissy. This is the biggest knock I've seen against this game here. It's more than one of
This
these.
is like a good auto scroller.
What kind of minigame is Pikachu gonna get?
This is so slow.
It's very slow. No coins. Moving on to the rooftop section. Squirk ascending vertically. Some spikes using health as a resource. Whoop. Can't get on the side of that platform. Didn't quite get on top of it. I guess there's been like a light dark mechanic going on in this stage that I didn't realize. Yeah, the ghost light the way. Okay. So the Statue of Liberty shows up, and she's got like a microphone instead of a torch, and she's holding like an iPod or something, and she runs a quiz show. She runs a quiz show.
One of those wacky Americans.
Is there a perception that Americans like quiz shows, or I don't know, man. This answers are not random, same every time. I think it's like top, middle, top, or something. No idea what she's saying. I could stare at it and get a couple characters, and then if I'm lucky, find a borrowed English word in those characters and be able to tell you one word if I had like 10 minutes.
Is the answer America? Oh, hey, the spooky ghost is one of the contestants.
Well, they got wrecked. Prissy was peeking at the show notes for the episode.
It's got the gravity thing.
Yeah, this is cool. I think we've undersold the coolness of the power-ups in Kid Dracula here. Like, you get like a homing shot and you're like, okay,
Yeah.
and then it's like, the bomb does a lot of damage to things that stay in place. Like, okay, and then it's like, now you're flying as a bat, you're freezing things and jumping off of it, you're flipping the gravity.
Skate Man doing final boss.
Position looks good. Life looks
Yeah.
good as well.
And those thingies are, yeah. Didn't even get hit by a thingy. That's the technical term. Thingy?
Saw Skate Man into the mic, waved their hand in kind of like a so-so animation. So I think they thought their overall their run or that game just kind of went okay for them.
Skate Man that was 35 minutes, which is, well, he had a death that did not help earlier.
Squirt
In
also
comparison,
the final dungeon.
was 29:20.
Oh, that is a good time.
I can't see what Pikachu's was.
I do see a flashing rainbow split somewhere for Pikachu. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
the
his
third- the
30-second
transition.
wait. He was early splitting it. Okay.
I think that's probably disqualification, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like 29 seconds. No.
All right, Pyramid Head boss guy, Pharaoh. You shoot bombs at him. You don't fall off the platform.
I was allowed to use 2 players. No one said I couldn't. Put it in the rules
Sometimes-
if you don't.
Common sense is just expected.
What? It's not like I did it in ice hockey,
Yeah, that would.
which that would have been funny.
Someone should have tried it. Prissy is onto yet another auto scroller, but
I
this
should
one
have.
is not free. This one is actually very difficult and has a random element that needs to be adjusted to. You'll see some missiles kind of shoot up, and I think it's random when and where they are. And I saw Prissy practicing a little bit, and it was a pretty big problem for them. So I'm sure they're nervous about it. They missed the jump to the platform. That wasn't
Oh, boy.
random. That was just a failure on execution.
Yeah. At
Happens
least the
somewhat
lag doesn't
early.
eat inputs.
Yeah.
Because
That's
that would be fun.
Oh, yeah. That would be super bad.
It's just, but it's still like that's gotta make platforming hard when it's like the speed is varying so much.
Mm-hmm.
Even when you're walking.
And it's difficult to focus on doing what you need to do when you know that you need to be ready to react to whatever these missiles do. So that's one. Transforming into the bat to mitigate the missile RNG. I like it. And I think they're home free now.
But yeah, like that could easily be why the jump got whiffed. Just expecting it to be lower and then it lagged.
Right. I could absolutely see that happening. Kid Dracula now for both Skate Man and Squirk. About the end of the first level for Skate Man, Squirk just starting. Pikachu, opportunity to make up some ground on that auto scroller, right? That was like 20 seconds. It's gonna need more, obviously, but you know that's the first step on the come from behind victory for Pikachu.
Mm-hmm. So the difference between Skateman and Squirk. Looks like it was about 2 minutes.
Also going to be pretty tough to overcome in just one game. Pikachu going low on some of those crushers there, managing to get through. They still have 3 health. Prissy is on the pirate ship stage, and I think is probably going to try to go for a skip that reminds me a lot actually of the bat boost from Castlevania, except in this case you are the bat. First we get a platform on some clouds, and maybe do a death warp.
I guess that's sort of accurate. Yeah, you are the bat.
Witch barely getting frozen in time. Or is it Witch? It looked kind of like a bee for a second. I don't... This death is too early, isn't it?
Maybe.
I think that was a pretty bad mistake just there from Prissy. Or maybe they didn't have the health to do the damage boost. Well, it happened. Auto scroller now for Pikachu. Important that they get this. Prissy using ice to freeze all these enemies. Oh, maybe he wanted to transform into the bat and didn't quite get the transformation off. This death is intentional. Warping over to this part of the screen. Switching to ice here. Killing this enemy, positioning the robot, switching to bat. Here come the missiles. This first volley is not what we're going to use. The second one here, though, we lure up into the corner as the bat. And
this one is that's nice. It's not like as easy as it looks because you can't. There's a lot of weird things about it. If you're too close to the wall, it won't work.
Is he going to be able to gravity in time?
Pretty weak. Okay. It's pretty finicky.
Yeah, it's not so simple as just flying up into the corner like that. So very well done. Oh, did not get off the ceiling. I thought he was going to be okay with the gravity, but I think he was not.
Well, let's see if he can do it again.
Oh boy.
Is this fixed? Rigged for a close finish?
Maybe. That looked pretty low. That's not going to do it. So now you have to go back up and around.
He was too far to the right. Oh, the robot despawned. Yeah, you'll have to do it normally.
The window for Pikachu has opened. Pikachu is done with that level. I think they're on the same level. One screen behind. Yeah.
How are the continues in this game? Can't remember.
Do I have a note about that? I sure don't. I think you get continues.
Yeah, it would make. I would assume so. Probably start of level.
Gravity. So this is not where Prissy wanted to use the gravity power. So they're kind of in a weird situation here. 2, 1, hold out for a little longer. Okay, that's it. Yeah, good.
I can't tell what the point of using gravity there is. I've never figured.
Yeah, why is the ceiling better than the floor?
Is it just because there's enemies on the ground?
Yeah, maybe it's the notches are better positioned to let you skip a cycle.
And here's the easiest boss ever.
Yeah, you just mash him on the ceiling. I've seen Prissy have 1 health, walk past the heart that's just sitting there. Oh, back boost for Pikachu.
That looked... it worked.
Oh, that is so key in keeping this race so close. But yeah, that boss, you don't need any health at all. Gravity used exactly where it's supposed to here for Pikachu. They're looking more solid than Prissy is at this point. If there was like a 21st game... Oh, no. Spoke too soon. Caught by the laser. Has to do the bat boost again. Oh, that might be it.
I'm
There's
surprised they
not a lot
both died
left.
there.
It's a weird place to die, isn't it? I mean, aside from that, Pikachu's been
got the
playing
boost
phenomenally
again.
in this last game, and Prissy's had a couple struggles.
Actually, it looks like Pikachu died somewhere else too. I might have forgotten. According to the splits.
Dragon boss here, I think needs just 1 more shot for Skateman. Yeah, that's gonna do it. Bubble boss for Squirk, trying to land the bombs 1-2, and didn't quite get the quick kill there. I think you need 1 extra shot. Easy robot for Pikachu. As Prissy is in yet another auto-scroller. And everyone else is in cutscenes after defeating bosses, so...
Mini games, mini games.
We got this guy who... Is it Clamps from Futurama? That this guy looks exactly like?
No, he's like the other one.
The drill guy? I don't know. It's one of them.
Well, maybe he does look like Clan. Oh,
Well, this guy's got a drill. Oh, nice. 2 cycle for Prissy. That's what you want. Not giving Pikachu a chance to get back in the race. Pikachu waiting for Gravity to run out there. It's a little spooky to be like running all the way at the edge of the screen like that.
spooky like this game.
It's perfect. And here is the final boss. All that stands between Prissy and the #1 spot here.
It's Galamoth.
Got these 2 lasers.
I know that one. Because I
and
read it in
another
the chat.
projectile comes down the middle. Chat helps us a lot. You can dodge this shot in the middle, but Prissy's got a ton of health to work with here, so is opting to get a couple extra shots to try to skip a cycle.
Oh, I see. You have to hit it with no mouths open.
Yeah. I like that he's being aggressive, even though, like,
Well,
this is
let's
it,
be
right?
honest.
That's it.
Galamoth not exactly... Yeah, that's, that'll do it. 3
Prissy
hours,
dodged on
5 seconds.
just mashing
First place.
on the keyboard. That's gonna do it. The time on SRL is 3:40:07. That's a great time. That's a great
That's a
race.
long one, yeah.
Congratulations.
Good job.
Pikachu still very close. Needs to close this out to take 2nd place. Both Skateman and Squirk are right here, ready to pounce on any kind of really bad mistake here, but I don't see it happening. Has full life. Guess I'm really curious just how close it is in the end, right?
I think that was the longest one since, or no, longest one. The other longest, next longest was number 7, which was 3 hours 32, which Prissy also won.
Down to 2 hits. That is the final hit on Galamoth. Haven't seen the dot done yet. So Pikachu, this wasn't their first rodeo. They've done this a couple times before. They've been speedrunning NES games for a couple years now. When you've been around a long time, you can sometimes think of someone as Pikachu as like a newer player, but like they've been playing for years, really. They've had or have world records in a number of NES games now. A fantastic showing. Lovely race back and forth between Prissy and Pikachu. Gonna finish in second place. Don't know the official time yet because the dot done is still not come in, but it's about a 3:41:33.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Well. Yeah, he's not in the channel.
Oh,
Well, I know SRL was having some problems earlier, so well, whatever. It doesn't matter.
yeah. It's a little shame because you can look at the race results for Speedruns Live and like go back through the records and stuff.
Yeah.
And so if that's inaccurate, that kind of sucks. But
Plus, you
I
want
think-
those juicy multiple game race points.
that's right. But we all know Pikachu came here, played hard, took a very solid second place.
Hmm.
But that means we get some room up top actually for some more streams, and it also means probably eventually we'll pull in some players to start talking to them about their run. I know. Oh, there we go. Pikachu gets the dot done in. It's gonna say 3:43. It's about 2 minutes off, but it's gonna confirm second place for Pika, which is nice. I like that. I know Prissy probably is going to need a couple minutes to calm down, probably. I think they wouldn't be able to give a pretty good interview right now. But I do look forward to hearing from the players in a little bit. For now, we can take a look at Skate Man, Squirk, and whoever else gets thrown up on screen as they also start to come across the finish line.
Yeah.
We got Indiana
Approaching
Jones on the left.
The 4-hour. Barrier soon. Barrier.
It was Big 20 number 1 where you were like 3:59:55 or something.
59.
Really? 1 second? And then I was like 15 seconds later, but it's like
Yeah.
4:00:01 or whatever.
Yeah, you were in a different universe.
Yeah, entirely.
Hmm.
I was an hour slower than you.
Yeah, it's true. A whole hour.
But I think probably we can see some more finishes with a 3 in the front here. Got the gravity power. Does Squirk, Skate Man's onto the very mean auto scroller here. Has the bat power up selected. You can't just hold the charge down though, because you do need to be taking out these robots that are in your way. I guess you could try to fly past them, but I don't know if that's a great strategy. So you have to kind of just on the fly react to charging it.
I think we are pretty ready for an interview here.
Yeah, I'm ready. All right, we've pulled Prissy in here. Are you there?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, sorry, I had wrong headphones. So if you said something, I couldn't hear
We said
you.
hello.
Okay, hi. Hi.
How are you feeling?
I am very hungry because I wanted to eat before, and I went
Me
to
too.
buy some food. Came home and it was like 20 minutes before the race. Now I couldn't eat anything. Enjoying my coffee.
All right, so we won't make the interview too long then, so you can go take care of yourself. Not just lack of food, but also sleep. I think for you as well, right?
Yeah, but it's fine. It's fine. Shoot me the question.
Well, all
That
right.
makes you a 3-time champ, right?
Sorry?
So that's your 3rd win.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So
That-
what?
Yeah, I don't know if
Go
you
on,
were aware, but like it was like really close for
Yes,
Oh,
I was
a
aware.
long time. Yeah,
Yeah, and that's what we really hope for, like a close.
yeah, it
race.
was great.
Yeah, it's awesome to hear. Definitely. But I definitely I asked my chat to give me some updates and stuff.
Okay.
Cause this is really hard, and there are a lot of like different optional things and like safety strats and impossible
Mhm.
strats that you want to go or can go for. So I really wanted to know where I'm at so that I can change up my strats a little bit. I practice them all. So
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I really like that as a commentator because I really like the idea of how a speedrun changes when it's two people racing head to head. So it makes me very happy to hear that you were playing the person as much as you were playing the game. That's cool.
yeah. I try to be a little bit more technical about it. Try to, it's all fun and good. I don't get anything by winning or anything or losing. It's just like I like this dynamic, like trying to think on situations, like trying to improvise and stuff. Like, oh, okay, I'm 10 minutes ahead. I can do this. It's fine. I can maybe play it safe like this, or like, okay, I'm like 10 seconds behind. I can't do this. I can maybe try to catch up to him by doing this and that, and like trying to calculate like what strat is like every single hard strat has its risk, of course. Like when you mess it up, you lose a lot of time, and so it's kind of fun for me to like see, okay, this strat is really very hard, but it's also very punishing, so I should probably not do it when I'm in the lead. Stuff like that.
Can you think of an example of something you did differently based off of how the race was going?
Let me think. For example, flip hole. I knew I was really behind, and it actually backfired because I tried really hard to not game over and to take my time and still game over twice. That, for example, I tried to play a little bit like safer, because I knew I had the advantage in that game over Pika. So if I just play my game in flip hole, I will increase the lead, or I will. But that didn't that didn't work out. In
Flip
total,
hole was actually pretty funny because
oh, it was.
pretty much everyone like got destroyed by it. It was
Yeah.
pretty
Okay.
entertaining.
Yeah, that game is really ridiculous. I mean, in
And then
terms
roller
of
games is all fine, so it was really weird.
Oh yeah, roller games. So I don't know about the other guys, but I knew it was really close. I think I was behind Pika, but like a couple, like 10, 20, 30 seconds or so. So I actually practiced the safe strat for cave. Nobody has seen me do that yet, but I actually practiced it. I know how to do it, and I was like, okay, I'm like 20, 30 seconds. I need to go for everything in road. And that's, for example. Another example is in Total Recall, where I was on a real good pace, so I took a lot of deaths intentionally. That's also strategic, for example. I think I took like 3 intentions in Total Recall. But yeah, these are like a couple examples. I think I played it safe in Gargoyle's Quest 2. Where you take a game over, an intentional one. The first intentional game over is fine. You don't lose too much time by having 1 life. The most optimal way is, of course, to like jump into the pit, like kill yourself, and then like by having 0 lives, so you just respawn right away, like at the password checkpoint. But I took a little bit safe. I knew it was really close. So I actually didn't know. That was like strange. I didn't know like what to do. I wasn't sure. Okay, do I take this to a save, or do I just be reckless and save like 10 seconds by having 0 lives on the second intentional game over. So that's
Right.
another thing where I'm like, okay, let's play it safe. and hope that he does mistakes or whatever.
There was really late into Dracula. At the end, there were a couple of mistakes. Were the nerves starting to pile up
Yes.
at that point?
I was zero nervous in this whole race. I was not nervous at all in Wrecking Crew and Ninja Kun. Might look like, but I just tried to have fun. I already won it twice. I didn't really. I was like just whatever. I also didn't feel that ready, to be honest. And I had 1 week off to exam. So I was like, okay, let's just have fun. Let's just hopefully get 3x and just like see what happens. And obviously a lot of things happened. My run was, this is like not, this would not be a winning time if Yogi was in it, or Toad, Andy or whatever. This 340 is pretty shitty.
Wow, Skate Man might disagree. They finished with a 352 in third place, arms raised up. We're getting a dance on webcam that I'm really sad you guys
Aw.
can't see right now.
Yeah, but to go back to your question, I was very nervous going into Kid Dracula because it was one of my weaker games. I just learned that, so I was like, oh, no, I'm like ahead. No, if I lose this, then it's on me. So yeah, I was really nervous, and I think you could see it. I was like messing up. Stage 1 almost died. Stage 2 almost died. Stage 3, like after stage 3 it was, but the first 3 stages really clutched. Yeah, GG to Pika and Skateman. I'm very happy that the race was close. I hope everybody had fun, and that's why we are doing it, people, for entertainment, and yeah, everybody had fun.
Absolutely, we did, and it sounds like, well, it's fun is maybe not. I feel like that's not the right word for all the emotions and stuff that happens when you do race one of these things and win. But it sounds like you had you were glad that.
I'm very happy that this is over. Yes. Not enjoy Bad Bricks. If we meet at AGDQ, I'm gonna punch you in the face for putting this list together. How? Like, come on, man.
There's a couple
What the hell?
stinkers in there.
This list is so punishing. Like, you can literally game over in every single game. Like, and it's so hard. Like, I don't remember the last list. I think the last 3 lists were all like easier than this by far. I think this is one of the hardest lists, and one of the shittiest lists. I'm sorry. There are so many games where I'm like, oh. They're also good games though. Very good games. Conquest is my favorite.
Let's end on the positive note. Conquest was good. I know you liked Flipple.
Flip was awesome. Binary Land's very short but sweet. Roller Games is fantastic, minus the autos. If Roller Games would not have these autos, that would be a sick speedrun. Coco Run's a very good game. Dragon Fighter is good. Yeah.
That's you just listed like a third of the
Yeah, well,
entire list is good.
that's true. But I mean, if you had Total Recall in it, and Solar Jetman, and what else?
Right? No, we're positive. We're ending it positive.
Ninja. Okay, I will stop right here.
Percy, congratulations again. Thanks so
All
much
right.
for coming to talk to us.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and yeah, good luck to all the runners finishing up hopefully soon, so they can be also glad like I am right now, be done with this list, and yeah, have a good one. Take care.
All right. Hey everyone, that was Prissy. The name has got like 3 eyes in it and a 3 at the end. If you want to follow that runner and see what they get up to, maybe the next time a Big 20 rolls around or something. But you also find a lot of speedruns, NES speedruns, particularly Mega Man. Prissy tends to be quite good at. And maybe still has the record in 46 Robot Masters. Definitely took that record recently, if nothing else.
Yeah, I think you do.
Squirk finishing
got-
up here.
Final boss. Squirk's had some troubles in this game. We've been focusing on talking to Prissy, but I've seen a couple of bad deaths here for Squirk. But that 4-hour mark is minutes away here, and this boss fight is looking really good. 1 health left, though. Oh, that's it. He's done it. Has stood up
Wow, you've
out of
done
their
it.
chair, and then now trying to mouse over to SRL, and probably has discovered that they need to still type it. That's a dash. That's not a dot. There it is. 3:57:13. Well under the 4-hour mark. Congratulations to Squirk. There we go. There's the fist pumps walking away from the camera. I like it.
Yeah, I guess this was a hard one.
It's very scary. Because it had like Gargoyle's Quest and Kid Dracula. Scary. Too many ghosts.
And I thought the conquest of the Crystal Palace was gonna be the harder one to learn, but I think everyone did super good in that one. You do have the dog.
The dog. I love that dog. That dog is... It's incredible. It platforms better than you. It fights better than you.
Maybe 4 or 5 years ago, no one even ran that game. It was only Gus Nation who was playing that game. That was the only one playing that game. And it's been in a cave for a long time, but now it's there.
I can't remember, where did I first come across it? I think it might have been testing goals for Speed Gaming League like 3-4 years ago or something. And I immediately thought, like, this is a very cool game. It's one of those games that I've been waiting to see make the Big 20 for a long time.
I think it was one of the last game that did put on a list, like last 2 games or something.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see what were the other considerations for that slot. Don't want to give anything away.
Consider Adventure Tom Sawyer, but I mean it's already been in, so people would probably been upset or something.
Bad breaks.
could you
Where did you
believe-
find Karopi? Where did you find Karopi's?
The frog game.
Yeah.
The thing is, I played through that thing. I have a lot of cards. So I played through my cards testing out games a long time
I
ago, and
see.
I was like, dude. And I checked. I think I saw a tweet
And
from
you're
Kellen.
like, oh, this is a nice relaxing game we can put in there, right?
No, and then I watched Kellen Ball's run. It was like 3 days before the list came out or something. Put that in, but I didn't know about all those mechanics and stuff. It looks so
Oh, boy.
easy.
Yeah. I figured there was no way you knew about any of that.
No, I actually didn't know about all those mechanics and keep track of the things. I mean,
That's
me
pretty funny.
and Dexter played through the game. It was super smooth controls. I was game, but I mean, for a speed run, it's tough now.
Your microphone seems to be a bit cutting out a lot.
We're gonna get Skateman in here also.
Right? Thirst place.
Thirst place.
We are past that 4-hour mark. 2 more players on Kid Dracula. I'm not sure if we've tracked down 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th exactly from the people on stream here.
right, let's pull Skateman in. All right, you did it, Dexter. Dexter's too fast.
All right, we got Skateman here. The microphone is currently muted, so I hesitate to try to introduce them before they're ready. But very shortly, we'll be talking to Skateman to ask them about their run.
Curious about this, the 2C plus guy. I haven't seen him before. I haven't seen him practice or anything. He's doing really good.
Yeah. Boss fight for Zugman here. No weird problems on the quiz show for Tarbash, who's been just outside the top 4 consistently the whole race, right? They've always been like just a game back so far. A very solid race. It looks like they have done one full run before. And compared to that, they've got a number of gold splits. So been a pretty good race for them so far, I think. Everyone kind of has their own expectations. I think we've got Skateman here.
Hello, hello.
Hi. How are you doing?
What's up, guys? I am doing fantastic. Oh my god.
I'm glad. You know, sometimes players they come in and they want to win, and then if they don't win, then you know there's a bit of sadness there. But it sounds like you're psyched.
Yeah. For people who don't know, I did 2 Big 20s before this, and I was just the guy who would always get 4th place. So the fact that I finally broke that curse and got top 3, I'm pretty happy.
Bronze medal, huh?
Yeah, finally on that podium. Jeez, about time.
So was this about sort of the time you were aiming for with getting under sub 4 here?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I didn't really get to do many full runs. I think my first run was like a 357. I was like, okay, well, that was a train wreck, but let's try to do a bit better than that at least, and I think I'd be satisfied. Then the next 2 full runs did not go well at all, and I'm like, okay, my goal is now just finish the race because this is pretty bad. So the fact that I beat my first run by at least 5 minutes is like way more than good enough, and getting 3rd, of course.
That's awesome. We had Prissy in here, had some choice words about the difficulty and quality of the games list, and so even though Bad Breaks is right here, I was wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about how you feel about the game list.
I heard he was slamming the games.
I forgot to mute there. Sorry.
I totally understand. I mean, it's just it was like a lot longer list than normal, and then like a lot of things were punishing in the list, so it was just like, well, this is really rough. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm so far into this list that I can't really turn back now, so let's just finish it out and try our best.
Well, that's good. I think that positive
It was a
attitude
little
would go
longer
long way.
list. We had to cut a few of the games. Like I know Yorf is still pissed off at me because we did cut the Zen Ninja down. He's like, dude, why the hell did you cut the Ninja game down?
Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, it's like one of his favorite games, right? I mean, of all things, yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard to figure out what to cut, I guess. I mean, I'd probably have some things I'd want to cut, but I mean, overall, it's like whatever. It's like we got through the list. It's all good. It was quite the challenge, needless to say.
The game on the list?
Oh, asking for favorite game? See, here's where it's kind of a hard question because, like, when you revealed the list, I was like, oh my god, I had no idea Carapi had a platformer. That's that boy, the platformer. This is probably gonna be the best game ever. And then I played the game, and I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be the scariest run ever. And I was like, wait, now I'm conflicted. I love this game so much. I love how cute and awesome the music is, but man, the speedrun is just like, okay, don't make any mistakes. It's like Jaws, but like 4 times longer. So, yeah, I don't know. It's pretty scary. But I mean, at the end of the day, oh, go ahead.
All right, go ahead, you.
I was just gonna say like I really like that game so much that I really wanted to do well in it. So I put probably the most time into that game just to keep doing a run every day, try to get the full manip the entire way through, and I almost did. I was really close. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I was like at the last world, and then I died at the end because of a misplaced enemy that I wasn't used to having there. And then I mean, it was fine. Then I had backups for every stage. I was like, okay, I cannot reset this game. I can't afford to do that. I just got to keep on going. So I spent probably like 3 hours coming up with a backup for every stage, and I guess it paid off. So that's good.
It's tough to make that decision about what you put your time towards, right? Because like you've got so many games and so much to learn, and only a certain amount of time to do it. So there's like a pretty important decision that happens before the race has even begun. And I think probably that paid off for you in spades, honestly, avoiding having to replay that stage or just get caught in loops with the memory game boss. Boy. What a
Yeah,
game.
exactly. That's the thing. Like minigame 2 and 3 and 4 are like the ones that like you really do not want to just play normally, especially the second one. But yeah, so I mean, credit to like people like Yogi, Prissy, and Pico who just like they just know, how to manage their time. Especially Yogi. Like I think a huge part of like Yogi's success is just being efficient with the time that you have, and just when you realize the game is so easy, you just basically never play that game again and just focus on the things that matter, and just really pinpoint yourself on those. Like not even like sometimes it's better to not even go for PBs in some games, like even like Conquest, for example. Like that's a really hard game, but sometimes it's like stage 1 is not that hard anymore, let's just focus on the really hard ones, like like 4 and 5, and just focus on those and just keep on doing segment practice. I think that goes a long way for sure.
I think Priza said the same thing. I mean, I did put in the game without knowing all those manipulation in the Karupa game. I mean, things happens.
Yeah, it's understandable. I mean, like with we're kind of running out of games for sure, and then the fact that you have to like kind of research a bunch of different games in however much time you have, like it's kind of hard to know everything unless you have the time to like either research yourself or ask the runners. Like that's probably the only thing you could really do to avoid nightmares like that. Because yeah, I mean, if I saw that Kerpy game, like I said, when you first revealed it, I was like, oh my god, this is the best game ever. But the speedrun is actually just a nightmare. So at least in a marathon setting, when you could reset, it's not a big deal. But a marathon setting, it's just you got to think about that.
I mean, me and Dexter played through it, and the controls was so good in the game. I'm like, dude, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame you. I mean, I would play that game for like a minute or two, like, okay, this needs to be in a list at some point. It seems like a good game.
And it seems like Callum Bell's time is really good in that game.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I mean, if for people who don't know, like, there's like this weird glitch where like if you let go of the D-pad and then hold back right, you get like this forward boost, and like Callum Ball spent like hours researching every spot that you can do that in because you can't do it everywhere, and then you just do that everywhere. And like when I was practicing, I was like, do I really want to learn all that? Like, no, I think I just need to focus on not dying and staying on manip. So
Record.
if I ever had to pick up the game again, I would probably do that to try to get a sub 13 at the very least. But yeah, definitely not for the race. No time for that.
Speaking of records getting beat during practice, what game didn't you get a record during practice? But
A record, like in the practice, like for PBs and stuff.
yeah, I'm thinking about the spot game.
Oh, a game that's not even on the list.
Not even on the list, but you still got the record for a second there.
Yeah, for a little bit, just to mess around with good old Smug Apollo, and then and then he took it back very easily. He's like, no, this is my meme game, no one else's. So yeah, I clearly use my time efficiently to play other games, and that's why I got third, clearly. But no, I did get 3 PBs in this run though. Like not records, but I think the craziest thing was getting a PB in Conquest. I don't know how I did that, but I got a PB in Conquest. Kid Dracula, and Solar Jetman. So I'm pretty happy about that. I see a follow in the chat with the Zemo. I see you.
So who are we having coming up next here?
Oh, we got the boy from Italy, Squirch. He did really well last Big 20. He got, I think, 5th place, top 5.
Hey, I was kind of hoping for him because he was the last one. He came from nowhere and like
Yeah.
it was almost a favorite or something.
Yeah, he was really good, and the crazy part is for this Big 20, he started like halfway through. Like he didn't even start at the very beginning. I think he started 2 weeks later. He's like, okay, I'm joining it now. Like, wait, really? And then he learned like all the games, and I think like not even 2 weeks or something. It was insane.
Yeah. And there's so many new runners from Italy coming. Like we got Square Z and PD, the guy with Castlevania record.
Yeah, SPD Wolf, Gyarados, lots of talented Italian.
Well, Gyarados is not that good.
Yeah.
Of course, I love
fair.
Gara. Only little. We need to get him back though. He did retire. We gotta get him back.
He's on that offline grind. Don't worry, he'll probably get some sort of world record anytime soon. We just won't know it yet.
Oh no, 2C plus gets done. Dude, I played. Me and Joe Get a Monk did a blind race of this Kid Dracula game maybe 2-3 years ago. This elevator. Man.
Oh, he told me about that. He told me like for the quiz stage, like you guys like didn't know what to answer, and then he like took notes of like the answers every time he got it wrong, and he had to like redo the stage over and over until he got it right.
Yeah, a blind race with Jogi. He plays with one hand and sits with a pen on the other hand, taking notes all the time. You can't win. It's impossible.
Notes, what a cheater.
Hmm? Any more questions, Mythical? I'm out of questions, man.
I think Mythical had to step away a little bit. Maybe it's back.
Of course.
I'm here.
All right,
Sorry. Yeah.
cool.
I did step away for a little bit. No, I think one final question, I guess. We've seen Prissy's in chat saying they're done. They retired. We were talking about Gyarados retiring. This was a tough list. If there's another Big 20, do you think that's something that we're gonna see Skateman competing in?
It's a tough call, honestly. I've already done 3. I've gotten 4th, and 3rd. It's pretty good. Obviously, I'd love to get a win at some point, but man, it's really hard. And with like a full-time job and all that, it's just really hard to find the time to do that. But I mean, I try my best to do as much as I possibly can with the time that I have. I guess it really depends on the list at this point. I mean, I've experienced it 3 times already, and I think they were a lot of fun each time. But from now on, it's like if the list is like really good, I'll probably consider it. Or if it has like a really good game, like one of my games that I really love, then maybe. But yeah, we'll see. There might be more Skateman in the future.
I feel you. I did 1, and I got my fill personally. So
Yeah.
I
I
get
think
it.
a lot
It's
of people
tough.
are like that. It's like, okay, that was quite the marathon. I'm good. I'm gonna just play games casually for a while.
You were.
That's what usually happens. You get burnt out on speedruns a little bit, then you're good again.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us. Congrats again on making the podium, and best of luck in wherever you go.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good one. Thanks again for putting on another Big 20. I hope keeps on going as long as there's games that exist. And yeah, have fun talking to a boy Squirch. Take care, guys.
And thanks. Squirchin's in the call now. I guess you're better into you than me, Mythical. So if you don't mind,
I can hear you. Can you hear me? You can't hear me, can you?
I can hear you.
Oh,
Can
okay,
you hear
sweet.
me?
Yeah, a little low, but I guess I can hear you.
Okay. So thoughts on the race?
Thoughts on the race? Well, I mean, it was
I mean, you had the third spot in the beginning. You were close to taking the lead there for a while, and something happened.
yeah. Well, actually, lots of things happened. I mean, the start was pretty okay. The first 5 games, I would say, up to motocross. Up to motocross, I had to restart once, which is not a huge deal. And then rescue was fine, flip boost was fine. Total Recall, I got the skip first try. I was so happy. I got the skip first try.
First try skip there.
Yeah, I was basically yelling in my room pretty much. I was super happy about that. And then it started falling apart very badly. On Kid Nikki, I decided to go for the Kanana strat without ever trying it, and guess what? I died. So I had to redo the last stage, which is super long. It's probably like 2 minutes or so. So I lost lots of time there. And then roller games also, the cliff. I died twice on the cliff. I had to restart 2 times stage 5. So it was definitely going very bad. My mood was also I was getting very sad. And then Keroppi, of course, I failed the manip, but at least I failed it on the first on the last ward. So the boss got me once, and then when I got back, I was able to beat it. So yeah, it was fine. Conquest was awesome up until the last boss that for some reasons decided to give me the worst pattern I've ever seen, where there's stones falling from the top. I got three stones falling on the perfect wrong spot, so I died. I had to do the last stage again.
We did see that. That was very unfortunate.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate and pretty costly as well. I would say around 2 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Then from there on, everything worked pretty much fine. On Kokoron, I had a couple of deaths, stupid deaths, so I took a game over, and then on the last boss I died once, so not a huge deal. And yeah, Gargoyle's Quest was okay, I guess. And Kid Dracula, the only mistake was to take the huge coin. There's the boss that drops the huge coin, and I somehow decided to take it, and that was I had to play the mini game with the people dancing there, so I lost some time there. But yeah, overall the ending, the last games were pretty much okay. I had that huge falling apart on Keroppi and roller games mostly, and Kid Nikki, so yeah.
Here, if Torbish is on the last boss here, see if we can finish the game. Oh, is it gonna do it?
Yeah, it's done. GG Tarbash.
Torbish.
Yeah, I know Tarbash wasn't got a bit lazy and didn't learn Kid Dracula in time.
He said he was gonna play that semi-blind or something.
Yeah, because it was also a bit bad. Him as we have like having the power pack. There were 2 games where you couldn't get save states. So the Kid Dracula on both on Kid Dracula and Kid Nikki, you couldn't save state. So it was definitely annoying to practice those games. Well, Kid Nikki is an easy game, but for Kid Dracula you need to spend time. If you can't save state, you have to practice. So most of the bosses I didn't practice much because it was too long to do all the stage and then practice the boss and then die. So yeah.
And you came in late for the practice for this one. So I think someone mentioned half. You missed 2 weeks or something.
Well, I missed 1 week and a half. I was playing Mario Maker, and at some point, like I played so much Mario Maker, then I got tired, and I was like,
There's too many
guess
bits.
what?
It's way too many bits.
It's not too many beats. I love that game. I played a lot of the first one, so I played that and streamed it. But yeah, at some point I kind of got burned out from the game, and there was like 3 weeks and a half left. So I decided, let's download the ROMs and check it out. And from there on, I started playing a lot. And on the last week, I also fell into the WoW trap. And so a couple of days, freaking Warcraft got me for I would say I lost like 3 or 4 days because of that. But on the last few days, I went like playing 12 hours a day to review all the games, so I was pretty much ready.
Which game was the hardest one to learn? You think? Because you had a shorter time than, kind of most of the people.
Well, the first time I learned Dragon Fighter was incredibly difficult. Like, I couldn't get any. I was dying so much on Dragon Fight. I was getting dismantled. But once I learned it, I did a couple of runs, and basically once you learn it, it's not too bad. But learning it was extremely hard. Like, I was getting wrecked on every stage. I spent hours to get decent at. And which other games? So I was scared about Solar Jetman, so that's the first game I started playing, and in the end it turned out it's not too bad, so I wasn't, it was fine, I guess. And yeah, like Keroppi was a nightmare, we all know that, and spending all that time on that game, which is not even too hard if you don't have to manipulate, so that was definitely one of the games I spent most of my time and still failed it, but yeah, it happens.
It kind of has a little bit of charm after it now when we know it's so hard with the manipulation to do the speed run.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys didn't realize that when you decided to put the game, but yeah, oh well, that happened. And also, shout out to Yogi for Lunar Pool Stage 3 worked, Yogi, so you're good. I was telling Yogi that Stage 3 better work, Yogi. I was like concerning Frogim, so pretty happy about that. So yeah, which other games? Let me check.
Did we see Tarbash use that on I think I recall that Yogi said something about a new strat in Lunar Pool.
Yeah, I mean, that game, a couple of days ago, I was in a chat and Yogi was talking about on Skateman channel. Yogi was like, oh, we need a new strat. And then Kananaphone came up and said, I can come up with 10 new strats that won't work tomorrow. So that's pretty much the game. Like, it's hard to find consistency on that game. So you can find as many strats as you want, but if sometimes they don't work, it's not like the best. Yeah, pretty much that. And Conquest also was definitely not super easy to learn. And yeah, the rest of the games were pretty okay. Total Recall wasn't too bad. I thought it was difficult, but it's not too bad. Like, to get to the end, at least it's not too bad.
I think that game has come a far way, because I think we were gonna put it in like the second or the third one or something, man. And I talked to someone, no, it's too hard. But I think with all the strats and everything.
Yeah, no, it's not too hard. Like, there are plenty of extra lives, so yeah.
I thought the one that people was going to struggle with was the Lunar Pool, because I played through it. I couldn't pocket a single ball, man.
Well, I'm watching my time. I got, let's see. My lunar
think-
pool was 4 minutes 34, so definitely a good time. And that's like I messed up the first stage. The first stage, I got just one ball in with the Yogi strat, so that was kind of a fail. But after that, like on the stage from stage 3 on, like it went very well. So yeah.
We gotta see. We gotta take a little stop here and see if two C plus can finish off the last boss here.
No, let's see. I'm watching too, by the way. Yeah, he's got 2 lives. Like the boss is that boss is not one. Like it has to go very wrong if you fail it. Okay, he's done it. GG to see.
I think you. This is the second one you've been in, right? Second.
Yeah, yeah.
20?
This is the second one. The first one was the previous one, which was incredibly difficult. I would say this one was definitely easier. This one was easier than the previous one, of course, but it has like it was easier to learn, but there were so many risky games. Like there were so many games where stupid mistakes could cost a lot of time. So that this one was pretty wild. Like it was a wild list, I would say, compared to the previous.
It has some misadvantage on the because there was a best of Big 20s. So
Yeah, that
A lot
one
of
like was for like all the people that were familiar. There were
They
so
learned
many
games.
popular
Yeah.
games. So I basically didn't play any of them, so I had to go from scratch, and definitely I couldn't afford to lose waste 1 or 2 weeks on that list because it took a lot of time to get decent at the games. Yeah, this one was pretty wild. Like there were games where if you game over, you lose a lot of time. I was scared of Power Ranger. If somehow you game over, you have to start off. And then Keroppi, you fail the manip, you can be doomed. And roller games, stage 5, can cost a lot of time, and it happened to me. So pretty much.
any of the games you're gonna continue run on the list? Because I mean, what's the kind of idea from the start when people learn games that they usually stick with 1 or 2 games on the list and keep running it after?
Yeah, well, I would say there's a 60-70% chance that I will at least pick one of the. There are 2 games that I actually like as a speedrun, and those 2 games are Conquest. Conquest is pretty sweet. Like with all the you can do the dog strats, which are awesome, and all the deboost that pushes you up. That makes it quite interesting, and there's not much RNG involved, if none even. So Conquest is pretty good. I really like it. And the game that I liked the most in the end turned out to be Solar Jetman. So maybe I wanna say maybe, but there's maybe I'm gonna learn Solar Jetman. And I watched the leaderboard. There's Mother Brain sitting comfortably in first place 20 minutes, and the second place, which is the other only one submit as 30 minutes. So first of all, second place is free. And second of all, like I like that game. It feels okay. Like it's hard to get used to it, but once you get used to it, it's pretty fun. Like I was having lots of fun. And I also came
It's
up
one of
with a new strat for the race, which I'm sure no one used it. I posted on Discord, but it was not that easy. I went for it and I failed it twice, and then I got it. But the restart was fairly fast on that game, so I didn't lose much. That strat saved up to 6 seconds, so pretty much it was like the previous one. But yeah, I like Solar Jetman is cool. I know lots of people hate it, but it's not too bad. Like it plays well once you get decent at it.
Potential record overtake, I hear.
Oh, well, you're saying brave words now. Like I'm sure Mother Brain went them, but also the thing that not many people run it. I know Mother Brain and I think K2 ran it as well, even though I don't see his time. So not many people really went ham to the game. So the fact that there might be potential to find some new things, like in like what happened with Solstice on the previous one. Like I want to take my time and explore the game well, and maybe some new strats will come out. I don't know. That's the cool part. That game is not entirely figured out, I'm sure.
I think that's one of the best thing with the Big 20 is that you get so many new eyes on the game and people practicing. Stuff happens all the time. You find new stuff happening in new strats always. It's
That's why like on the before the race you practice all the race strats, and then once the race is done you can finally say, okay, I'm gonna take my time and play this game, only one game for some time, and get so you can push it so much further. You don't have to worry about safety, you just go, and if you fail you just start over.
now we have Zoigman here on the last boss.
Yeah, the last boss
We
is
got
pretty
three.
much free. I mean, unless you fail hardly, like it should be free.
There's a lot of nerves. And were you nervous during the race? I mean, I guess you were in the beginning, but then when you saw Prissy and maybe Pika, did it?
Well, I am never watching. I'm only on my channel and not watching where people are at. I have a friend on TeamSpeak that we kind of talk to each other. A couple of friends now, one friend today, and we were kind of talking, and I was raging hard because of the face and stuff. But I don't usually want to watch if I am on the mainstream or who's ahead, who's behind. I just wanna focus on my game and get it done. So I just try. I was a little nervous at the start, but I wanna say that on the previous one I was super nervous because I have I wasn't even able to join the race. I was freaking out. I couldn't join. Like my IRC for Speedruns Live was. I joined the day early, the day before, because I was scared of not being able to join, and then because I joined there the day before, I got banned because I was there for too long, and then I couldn't enter, and it was a complete mess. So 1
Yeah, I
hour
remember.
before the race, I didn't even know if I could join. So yeah, this
Oh.
time yesterday I got all my splits ready, and I got the streaming working, and this IRC chat and stuff wasn't that scary anymore. So after I was a bit nervous at the start, but then I calmed down. Like it's a long race. You can't be nervous for 3 hours or more. You're gonna have an heart attack otherwise.
So, final question here: do you want to join another one if there's gonna be another one? I mean, we're gonna try to make these as long as people want to join and having fun. We're still gonna do these races.
Well, I mean, as I said on the previous one, as long as I have time and like if I'm in a situation where I can join one, I mean, I'm fine joining. I think it's fun. It's like B20 definitely one of the biggest highlights of the NES. I love the NES. I have my NES, my CRT. So why would I not join? I would say.
Exactly.
I mean, first eye on this list, I was thinking this list is complete trash. I'm never gonna join it. But then I changed my mind, and yeah, at first eye everything looks terrible. But in the end, like once you get to play the games, you find that they're not as bad as they look. So yeah.
Yeah. Fourth place is not. It's not bad. So
No,
maybe
yeah,
next,
I'm
next time
definitely
you'll
very
win.
happy. I'm very happy. On the previous one I was hoping for a top 10 and I got 5th. On this one, looking at the times and stuff, I was hoping for at least top 5, and I got top 4. I got 4th place with like failing with a tons of mistakes. I'm happy at least I got sub 4 hours, which like is like on the previous one. On the previous one, I got sub 4 as well. So this one I got sub 4 as well, which was much longer but much easier. I mean, not much easier, but easier. So at least I got for sub 4. I didn't really do any full run before this, so I'm definitely happy. So
I
yeah,
guess you cool down now, sit and relax for a while, and watch these runners.
yeah, I'll be watching. I'm watching it now. We got Cool Doob about to. No, it was the previous boss. Never mind. I thought it was the final boss.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we have anyone else that want to do an interview. We will see.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna like call it now. Gonna take a chill break and all. So
Good job, and thank you for joining, man. It's always fun to see people.
yeah, like I'm happy I did my part on keeping this event as like I always loved watching the event. So it's awesome to being able to be a part of it and do perform pretty decently. So yeah, I'm definitely happy.
Well, thank you so much for that interview, and congrats on that 4th place. Next time, first, right?
Next time, I mean, next time 3rd place. We got 5th, 4th.
So in you're gonna win, right?
Yeah, pretty much. If maths works like that, I guess that's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen.
All right. Take it easy, man. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, guys. See ya.
What am I gonna say now?
You can talk to me.
Mythical, dude.
I'm here. I just finished my race. I did it all while I was commentating.
The MVP Mythical. I asked him. Was it a week ago? Man, we got some.
It was less than a week ago.
It's can't do
Yeah,
a thing.
He asked me to do commentary. Yeah.
And
It's
you
fun.
did. Surprised all the knowledge you have, man.
All right, next in line we have 2C plus.
Oh, nice. We are gonna still have more people to talk to. I don't know if we called it out on stream, but we did have finishing in 7th just not too long ago was Zoigman. But before that, finishing in 6th was 2C plus, who has joined us now in the call. Are you there?
Hello everyone. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here
Nice.
and I'm a little bit tired.
No doubt. It is not a sprint. This is a marathon for
Exactly.
sure.
Yeah.
But aside from tired, how else are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty alright. It was my first Big 20 and it was fun, like the learning process and everything. A little bit tilted in some, games. Can be like a little bit frustrating, but things happen, so it's alright. At the end of the day, it was fun. So I'm happy about that.
Well, that's good. You picked a heck of a first one. It seems this list has got some really mean games, like really punishing. Like they're kind of fun to play, but like you make a little mistake and you get hit really hard for it. So if you
Yeah.
were to maybe come back and do another, then hopefully it wouldn't be quite so taxing.
Yeah, maybe. I'm definitely gonna look for like future Big 20s. That's for sure. I'm gonna like look at the list and such.
Nice, good to see. So, what were some of your your favorite game. Let's start with let's start negative and then end positive. What were the games that didn't really click with you, weren't your favorite?
All right, let's see. Now
You've got a list.
there are a lot of them. Now I'm
Well,
kidding.
I can tell you. How about
To be,
Total Recall?
yeah, Total Recall. To be honest, it was kind of rough in the beginning, but then it was okay. You know, it was not a great game, but you know, I was like, it wasn't really that difficult to learn. I had a lot of difficulty with Kokoron. Like, that game is really rough. Even though I kind of enjoy the playstyle, I think that the game is hard. It's like really hard.
We saw it
Yeah, I
be
think,
trouble for a lot of players this
saw
race.
that Kokoron game first time. I think it was a GDQ, maybe 2014 or 15 or something. 14, and I had it in my mind for a long time, and it's always hard to put on games when there's no Japanese, but now they're coming out more and more translated stuff, so
Yeah, exactly.
I put it in, and I think it's a great game. It's a super hidden gem on there. People don't even know about it.
Yeah, exactly. Like I didn't know about it either. In the beginning, I like the controls, as I said. Like I think the game is really good, but for this marathon, it was like really difficult to learn. I don't know, really punishing. That's for sure. Like you take one hit and then you spawn really far behind. It's in the later stages. Yeah.
On the list,
I like the rescue, the embassy mission. I know.
I'm happy, and me and myself.
Yeah, like it's a really good game. What can I say? I just really enjoyed it. It was like really fun, like a mini game in a way. Plenty of mini games, like 3, I suppose, even though one of them is really short. And the other one is basically kill Steve really fast. But yeah, like Rescue, and the other one that probably a lot of people don't really like was Kamen no Ninja Kakage. I like that one a lot.
What?
I don't know where the hell I had that one in mind also because I had the cart and so
Yeah.
and I remember we had that Puss in Boots game.
Mhm.
Kind of exactly the same. I think it's exactly the same engine, but it just adds some other levels and stuff. And
Yeah, if
I
I'm
mean,
not mistaken,
the weapons are exactly the same and stuff.
yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it might be like the same company, something like that. I'm not
Toei.
100% sure about that, but yeah, Toei Animation, I think. But yeah, I like that. It's like a boss rush experience, I guess, and I like boss rush games. So
Oh,
yeah.
there's a lot of good times up on the Japanese. There's a Japanese leaderboard for that. On I think it's Nico. There's
Oh yeah. Yeah, Kid Niki. It's another good game. It took me a while to get used to like the movement in that one as well, because it's kind of weird as well compared to the other ones. Like I'm not a retro runner, so I'm not really used to retro games overall. So
Well,
you know,
what did you play before a retro game? Are you super new to retro or NES games or?
yeah, in a way, speedrunning retro games. I'm new to those. Like the only one that I did somewhat seriously is Ninja Gaiden. But
That's a rough one.
yeah, it took me a while to learn as well, but now I'm like somewhat confident with that one. And you know, there was a lot of help from the community, retro community overall. You know, every game you go, people are really helpful, so that's nice.
We gotta take a Cool Doob home here because he's at the final boss here on Kid Niki. And
He's
Will
down to
again.
one hit actually, so
he's
it's,
got one heart left, dude.
yeah,
Oh no.
making me a little nervous. I'm curious though, what other kinds of games did you play that aren't retro?
Oh, Mythical, since you do Ultimate Decathlon as well, I remember like watching a lot of the speed gaming races with that
Mhm.
one. I mainly speedrun Messenger.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
that's
Someone told me
basically
you were
retro. That is,
records for that game.
Yeah, like It's a fairly new game, like basically retro. Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see that. Yeah, and yeah,
Go
before
from Messenger to Ninja Gaiden, it's a step up. But no.
Oh, that's fine. I never thought about that. That you ran the messenger and then went and played Ninja Gaiden, which is like kind of the inspiration for it. That's funny.
yeah, funny enough, a runner. Oh yeah, GG to Cool Dupe.
GG's in the chat. Come on, man.
Time is 4:46:32 for Cool Dude, finishing in 8th. I think we had 16 entrants, so that's rounding out the top half of the bunch. Well, I'm excited that you're still ready for more Big 20 after a list like this. We've talked to a couple players who were like, yeah, maybe, or Prissy was like, nope, I'm done now. So I'm glad that people are still really having fun with it and are ready for more.
Yeah, definitely. I think people who like Cool Dupe, I think this is his first Big 20 as well. So it's gonna be. I'm pretty sure that he will think about the next ones as well, because he enjoyed the learning process.
New people coming in and learn all these NES games. I mean, it's getting harder and harder to make the list. But I mean, once you get a theme out, we can keep on. As long as people want to play, we'll do it. Highlight of the year for me, Big 20, and of course the best of NES marathon. So you gotta get a record.
The Ninja Gaiden record is not so easy to just take.
Dethrone Arcus or something.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I'm gonna try, I guess.
Put a cowboy hat on. I mean, it might work.
There's a couple you could find. You could probably grab one of the Big 20 games that doesn't have a lot of times, or some game no one's ever heard of, and then you can submit it and be a part of Best of NES 2019 coming up in November.
Yeah.
But assuming that doesn't happen, what should people look forward to from you in the future?
I honestly don't know yet. Yeah, I
Fair
just came back from the ESA marathon, the
Oh, yeah.
European speedrunning assembly, and I practiced like right as I came back from that. The Big 20 list was announced, so I was preparing for that. But I might do some like retro stuff, Bionic Commando and stuff like that. We'll see.
Ooh, swingy guy.
Good choice.
That is a good game.
Yeah, I saw Duck Fist. So. Oh, Nintendo finished as well. GG.
Immediately thought it was. I just see the word disaster in the run there, so we'll maybe I don't know if we'll hear Nintendo's thoughts on it, but GG to them. GG to you. Thanks again for talking to us, and best of luck with retro stuff.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good luck to the rest of the runners, and GG to everyone.
See you next year at ESA, because next year I'm going. I actually
Alright.
got a vacation that time.
I see. Yeah, I'll definitely see you there.
Good call.
Alright, see ya. Bye.
Bye.
So much.
These interviewers are bad breaks. Is a way to just hang out with people, I think, and make plans.
I mean, I'm a bad interviewer, dude.
Everyone comes through here. He's making. He's like, no, hit me up at GDQ. I'll see it. I'll get you a beer.
Buy me a beer, dude. Dude, what's your favorite game? Can you buy me a beer, man?
It's good stuff. So that was two C plus. I need to get the name right. Oh no. They left the chat, so I can't look at their name anymore. And now I'm scrolling through this list, and everyone's been typing a bunch of stuff.
Oh, yeah, Pon. Well, it's 2C+.
2C plus is the Twitch name. You can find them streaming some more retro stuff in the future. Really great first showing here on the Big 20.
Did you miss Nintendo? Finish the game?
We pointed it out, but we didn't really do a good proper GG here.
Veteran. I think he probably been in like 5 or 6 of them or something.
Yeah, I think so. Their time was 4:48:44, finishing in 9th. Had to reset a couple of times on Ninja-kun. Karopi was a disaster. Except, well, it was perfect until the very, very last jump. And then we saw them struggle with the memory game stuff, right?
Hmm? Know about. But
Oh, Nintendo fell for the game over in Kamen no Ninja, where it defaults to quit instead of continue. Ouch.
Oh, it's like the Carno thing you talked about earlier.
Yeah. Oh, it happened. Shoot. You when you die, the last thing you want to do is like take your time and carefully choose the correct menu option. You're like, no, screw it. You're hitting the button to get back in it, right? And then, poof.
I think it looks like Smart Alec is about to finish the game.
Yeah, that's the final boss platform right there.
This is the one of the big 20s. There's because usually everyone is so spread out at the end. Like, here's everyone on the same game for like. No, man.
Yeah, we've had a consistently
Well,
had
it's
people finishing.
I'm gonna blame the what is it called the WoW thing.
World of Warcraft's coming out.
Yeah.
I think it's taking everyone's time. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I'm gonna blame Dexter.
Are we getting alerts on stream? Maniacal Tool. Rumblemins we haven't seen yet on screen here on the final game. Smart Alec has finished in 10th place, rounding out our top 10. 4:53:32 is going to be the time. GG's to them. I missed the last one or two of these. Maybe just one. But if there's some newer people I don't recognize, but then please correct me. But I think this might be Rumblemans' first Big 20.
Yeah, how many runners do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to figure out.
More runners. Where is Infinite Mystery though? That is
Is not in SRL, the race room currently. Maybe they got dropped out.
Tool here. Down there.
Infinite Mystery on Solar Jetman. That makes sense. Do they know about the warp?
I'm not sure.
You never know. So like, if you literally went in completely blind on all 20 games, you would never finish, right? There's some really arcane stuff. There's some just straight up Japanese stuff. So you better hope you speak Japanese. So players who go in blind, usually someone says like, here's what you need to know in order to have a chance at even finishing. And I don't know if the warp is on the list. And then even if you told me, it would be hard to get it because you need to like shoot at it from off screen, and I don't know. He could be there a while.
We did kept that in mind in the beginning, like maybe big 21, 2, maybe 6, 7, and then like because we knew a lot of people was gonna join blind, so we games out that were pretty much impossible to. It would take a long time to beat, but the later ones we for it.
Rumblemans on the auto scroller there just suffered a death. Sometimes the platforms, like you do these really big jumps. It's not. I don't think you even can just do like a really small jump. So sometimes you just don't give yourself enough time to land on a platform in order to jump again fast enough. It's going well so far, but the missiles are about to start spawning. There's one. Oh, that's trouble. Able to avoid it. And I think they're gonna get through this time. Maniacal
Favorite
Arms
game
Crushers.
Mythical.
Hmm?
Your favorite game list?
Conquest of the Crystal Palace is a pretty cool game.
It is cool, right?
You blow a whistle and a dog shows up and it fights everything and it jumps around crazy all over the screen. It's great. And then the shop girl lady, who's like very cute, shows up and sells you useful items.
Did you ever have it on that? What was the thing you and Fiesel did there?
Oh, Speed Gaming League.
Did you-
Yeah, I
Speaking of-
tested something for it. I can't remember if we actually used it or not. But someone submitted it. That was the first time I found out about that game. No, you know what? It did get used. Yeah, because I remember players having to choose to whether or not they were going to try to jump off the dog in the first level or not.
That's right. Go Maniac Go. Runner I haven't seen. I think it's the first time he joined also. It's super fun to see new people.
Rumblemans has got the dancers that show up as one of the potential mini games. Very short. One of the ideal ones.
I think the twin stick games, I think they are like 4 or 5 people having a party or something and do these. I think it's the 3rd time they do this or 5th time.
Wait, really? So are they like passing the controller around?
I don't know, man.
That sounds fun.
Just having fun. Because you can see on the camera there are like 4 people on the couch for the whole race, and, like, just having fun.
I think it's Megatron. He's the runner.
Oh, he's yeah. And it from that. All right,
Mm.
nice.
Still nice to have like a bunch of people
That-
watching,
that-
hanging out, cheering you on.
Sir.
Final level of Gargoyles Quest 2 here. Oh, they're streaming the game audio too. But I can't listen in. Don't understand the language, unfortunately. But it looks pretty chill. Looks like my kind of scene. Hanging out, playing some retro games. They're not really using the platforms, the mid-air platforms. They're relying more on the jelly. They don't fade away as quickly, so it's more reliable, a safer option to get through here. And it's trying to get the correct height on it. Yeah, here we go. Switching to the platforms now.
There's always that thing with a Japanese game when it hits it, when the eye pops out. I don't know why. Is that a thing?
I think it's not the eye like coming all the way out. It's supposed to be like tears running down the face.
All
And,
right.
it's crying so much that it's like a whole river coming out. But also sometimes they really just do the cartoony eyeballs coming out.
I have seen that in a lot of games. It's the same thing. The eye pops out. It's like that. God, I hated this elevator climb. Raising Yogi, losing to Yogi. Like always.
It's pretty tough to beat Yogi.
Because he, like I said, he plays with one hand and take notes on with the other one.
I don't know how useful that is on games that don't have quizzes in Japanese.
Well, that's true. Well, he actually did it on we did a blind race of Willow back in the days.
Oh
And he
yeah,
did-
that would be a good one for notes too, wouldn't it?
It's freaking. While he was,
You got outmapped.
yeah, he
navigated.
and 7 hours and 50 minutes, and I was like 10 minutes behind because I unequipped some ghost sword and some stupid stuff. Oh, maniac.
All right,
Go.
Gargoyle's quest complete. Twin Stick Gamers / Megatron used a really safe strategy on the left side of the room, killing the projectiles as they came out, avoiding the other ones. And it worked out for them. They're going to be joining our other competitors in the final game here, Kid Dracula. Everyone's pretty far along. Every time someone gets one of the auto scroller, I can't take my eyes off it. Maniacal here. It's pretty low on the screen, but I think the missiles are gone now. Yeah, they've made it.
Did you see Pritza did that? He turned into a bat there or something?
Yeah,
Or-
it was an idea he had in practice when he got some really bad spawns with the missiles, and he was just like, I cannot react in time. I need to do something else. And it was just sort of an idea he had. And then I guess, just before the race, he put it into practice because it worked perfectly.
Yeah. Big 20 experience. Didn't you join the first one?
The first one, yeah. I got 10th
Sucked
place.
in. I kind of sucked her in putting Kabuki in there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. A big part of it was I was working really closely with Fiesel on a lot of on Speed Gaming League, and
Yeah.
I was hanging out in his stream when he used to stream. Remember that?
Remember
And
that?
he got into it because he already knew like 10 of the games or something. So he was like, "Hell
He's
yeah, I'm in."
in the first one.
The first one, yeah,
Holy
Fiesel was in
mo-
it. He did really well. He was top 8 at least. I think he was like top 6.
I gotta check out if it did beat me. He might have beat me.
Maybe. I know someone made a video of everyone in the top 8. And I remember thinking like, oh man, I was just a little bit outside. Me and Canonophone in 9th and 10th, like 15 seconds apart. Right
Man,
behind
I
the
thought
4 hour
Fiesel
mark.
was in there. Yeah, I do remember his streams vaguely.
It was right after that is when the channel started to get a little more popular and he started putting more time into it. And so we actually started doing the tutorials for Big 20 games.
Yeah. I remember that.
Got this drill head boss. Oh man, our Nimblemins almost got comboed. Once you get inside the boss's hitbox, it's very difficult to get outside of it without taking a whole bunch of more damage and then getting knocked back inside. So kind of scary there. Gets 2 bombs off. Can't get hit again.
I mean, that one heart is scary, man.
Seems like with this really safe approach, they're probably going to be able to get through this okay. Both Maniacal and Tool are on this pirate ship level. Looks like we're not seeing the gravity here.
I did see Prissy there with the gravity. I don't know if he was nervous or something, but I got a little. Oh, maybe Pika can, because he did fail and die before that bat skip and stuff.
Yeah, on the bat skip and the laser, and jumped early on the cloud section and died there. So there was this stage in particular had a lot of mistakes. He admitted he was not too nervous, but then when he realized that he was in the lead and he could win this thing, that was when he started to get nervous.
death in the last boss on Pika. That was a game changer.
Yeah, I was. They
One.
were both. When Pika died the first time, and Prissy took the lead, but they were just like seconds apart. I was like, oh my god, and then he died the second time, and now they're a minute and a half apart.
He
Oh,
just went for it, like the last one there.
yeah, it's you got to get that, got to get into position in time.
What about this game? This game ever been into GDQ? This Kid Dracula? I remember I had a couple of cards, loose cards. I gave one to K-Mac, Kiss My Alpha card a long time ago. A Castlevania guy back then. He's like, I'm not gonna play it.
What is the Japanese title of this game?
Kuma Yayu Boko something.
Looks like it has not been in a GDQ before.
I don't think I ever seen this one.
I could totally see it making it in. This game is cute. It like anyone who recognizes the original Castlevania level in level 1 and seeing like the backgrounds and the sprites and stuff being reused but like kind of cutified for a kid version, like that's a really good hook.
I don't know why it's never been in before. It should have been in a long time ago.
Who runs it? Game's gonna be in. Someone's gotta submit it.
This game, I can't remember.
Kid Dracula Game Boy, no, Akuma Just Special Boku Dracula-kun.
A special Boko, so yeah.
The runners are entirely. Oh no, never mind. We got Author Blues runs this game.
Gonna
How is
say,
Author Blues not submitted this game?
but he runs crappy games. I didn't.
He runs all the games, which includes all the crappy games.
Yes.
The germs here late to the party,
But
asking
what-
who won. The winner's right above you in chat, actually. Prissy, I3 took home the win, just barely, back and back, neck and neck, with Pikachu, whole way through the race. Doesn't Kid Dracula also have like a reference in Smash Brothers?
Give him a second. I gotta go to the bathroom.
All right, he's never been more popular, is what I'm saying. Nintendo also has a really good time in Kid Dracula here. I could see that that person also getting a run in. The world record is from Visan, set 2 years ago. About 45 seconds ahead of Author Blues, who also had a time on the board around that time. That was their last PB. Poor Author Blues. Can't defend all his world records from so many people when he's got like 200 games he plays. Let alone trying to go up against Visan for this game. We got a finish. 11th place from Rumblemans. Time is 5:10:27. GG to them.
All right.
Apparently you're not the only one who has to pee. Rumblemans took the time out of their .com and to say that they gotta pee so bad. It's been 5 hours and 10 minutes. These folks have been in their chair, pushing buttons, focusing, not eating, not drinking. I don't know. Maybe you can probably sip some water, but
Yeah, I mean, I remember. Was it the first one? But the Punch Out was in.
Yeah.
There's a spot to go to the bathroom. You know what it is?
Yeah, the bike training on the bike, yeah. We're not gonna have just one finish though, I'm pretty sure. Tool23, who I very, very mistakenly said was a newer player, is actually a complete veteran of the Big 20. Is just about to finish here. They're seventh, I think? Sixth, Big 20.
Yeah, it's
Still waiting for the official time here, but that was it. That was the kill. 12th place with a 5:12.03. I think it was the 23 that threw me off. Something about, oh well, I won't make any excuses. That's definitely a seasoned competitor. Congrats to them. We got Fire Broth. We had them on stream a little bit, but they're now on the bottom right.
Broth. That doesn't seem. You gotta fix it. I think that's misspelled.
Is it?
I think so.
Oh no, it's not. It's not. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's a joke, but like broth is like a soup. It's.
I do know, but his name is Fire Oath, right?
I mean, I'm looking at the stream that I've typed in here, and
his Twitch, his Twitch is Fire Broth.
Oh, I did not know.
So what should I say then? Fire Oath?
I guess.
I'm counting on Bad, but he seems to know.
I don't know.
He doesn't know. All right, I'm gonna say Fire Broth, and then apologies if it's not as read on stream. But yeah, chat's pointing out Fire Broth playing as Firebrand. Home field advantage here in Gargoyles Quest 2.
Let's go with Firebrand.
All right. Also, Maniacal 42 on the final boss fight.
To hit the kill.
Oh, this is exciting. Infinite Mystery has graced us with his presence on the mainstream.
We're gonna throw in another guy here for an interview. Rumble Mince.
All right.
All right.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Rumble?
How's it going?
It's going good. I was going to ask you the same thing. I still will, actually. How is it going?
It's going fantastic. That was a ton of fun. Thank you all for putting it on, for restreaming it, doing commentary, putting it together. It was the first Big 20 I've done, and it was a lot of fun.
I'm really glad that you had fun. There's a lot of there were some games where I think some people weren't having so much fun, but it sounds like it was a positive experience overall for you. What were some of the things that that really went well for you in your run?
I had a pretty good, actually had a really good Total Recall run where let me rephrase that. My first Total Recall run hard froze on the subway, so I had to start over. But then my second Total Recall run, I took a bunch of extra lives as safeties and ended up not needing them, and actually had a really clean run, so that was good. I'm not sure if a good Total Recall run is something to be that proud of, but it's there.
You finished that game.
I finished it. I felt good. I had mostly very average runs, and then a couple spots that were pretty, where I made some big mistakes. I had a really bad death on Gargoyle Quest, and obviously I died to the final boss here on Kid Dracula, and I fell in the water on the stupid rafts and roller games for about 7 minutes before finally getting over them.
Oh, those are so mean.
Yeah, it's like the worst idea ever is to put moving rafts in a roller skating game.
They don't roll very well over the logs, do they? Not
They
at all.
really don't. Those roller derby people did not really think, well, let's skate on the beach and on the dock, and it just is not very
through
safe.
the dirt in the jungle, and like it's kind of impressive.
Yeah.
This is
sorry,
the
go
first
ahead.
Big 20 you joined, right?
Yeah, it's the first one.
And the experience, favorite game. That's the thing I ask. The favorite game.
So I had never played any of these games before, actually, so they were all completely new to me. And I think if I was gonna pick up one to keep playing, it'd probably be Conquest of the Crystal Palace.
Yeah.
I like that one a lot. Dragon's Quest and Kid Dracula are both, or not Dragon's Quest, Gargoyle's Quest and Kid Dracula are both really good.
They are. There's there's a couple games that people gripe about, but there's some really top tier games in this list as well. I approve of your taste. I think we've got some stuff in common there.
Yeah, I know a lot of people complain about the Karopi RNG, but if they would have just done what I did and made a spreadsheet of which enemies to kill depending on what your score is towards the end of every level, then they could have dealt with it that way.
What? That's awesome. How long did it take you to do that?
You did the research.
I did a ton of research on it. I tried to figure out if there's a way to get around it, but honestly, all I did was I kept the same numbers as the world record run, so I had examples of what it needed to be, and then I just took an inventory of all the enemies from a certain point until the end of the third level in each stage. And so then when I got to that point, I would just look at my spreadsheet and say, okay, I need to skip that guy, kill that guy, skip that guy, and then that would give me the right score to get the right RNG.
That's awesome. We were talking when Canonifon was here. We were talking about like learning backups for when things go wrong, and we were talking about like, oh, but like you've only got so much time to practice, and is it worth it? But like, I feel like your approach, like with a spreadsheet, gives you a ton of coverage and safety for not all that much. Well, I don't know, how much time did it really take you to put that?
Well, I mean, I think I spent more time digging through the assembly for that game than I did actually practicing it. And then I finally came to the conclusion that you can't, like, because the previous level's RNG impacts the next levels, like there's no way to really control it just like on a rolling basis. And at that point I was like, forget it, I'm making a spreadsheet. And I made that, and I think I practiced the game one more time. And it was probably slower overall because I would stop right at a certain point in the level and have to do some math, but I never had to restart and I never had to start over or do anything too terrible.
That's awesome. And then also like you probably helped out other people with like the stuff that you learned too, right? So
yeah, I tried to share as much as I could on the on the Discord, make sure I knew I wasn't going to compete for winning, but if I could contribute to other people pushing some times or doing better or whatever, I wanted to take that opportunity, contribute back.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. So this was your first Big 20, but are you still like relatively new to speedrunning or retro gaming?
I've been a Super Metroid speedrunner for about 2 years now, a little over 2 years, and I've done a little bit of other games. I've done Super Mario 2, and I've done Kid Icarus quite a bit. I wrote, myself and Fruit Bat Salad wrote the Kid Icarus randomizer. If anybody is looking for something fun to play.
Oh, I think I know someone who might be interested.
What was one thing I found out when I put Kid Icarus in, which one was it, like the third or the fourth or someone? That's when I found a big skip there for the race.
Oh
it feels so good finding stuff like that. Let's say like 2 minutes or something.
Oh yeah, you found the third boss skip. Is that the Pandora skip? Yeah. Thank you for finding that, because I don't know if I would run the game if I could skip Pandora.
I mean, it's basically take out the only RNG in the game on that boss.
And then put it all back in with a randomizer.
Well, the randomizer is a lot of fun. If you like Kid Icarus, I recommend you try it. I think we actually fixed a couple things with design decisions that I disagree with Nintendo. Like we made it a little bit more, I think, beginner friendly. I actually think the randomizer is more beginner friendly than the vanilla game, which can be pretty brutal if you don't know how to get upgrades.
Right. Yeah. It's very obtuse.
I didn't know there was a Kid Icarus game. Might have to check that one out.
Cool. Well, I've just advertised it to everybody watching the stream, so I'll take that.
Of course.
I'll take that as my prize for 11th place.
Yeah, you get your plugs, absolutely. Is there anything else that you want to plug before you go? Anything like you're gonna be getting into next, like another Big 20 game, or continuing to play one of the games, or something else?
Maybe I haven't decided yet. I need to go back and work on some Super Metroid stuff for a little bit. I would love to do some more work on the Kid Icarus randomizer and get that a little bit more polished up and used. But there's a ton of great games. I'm looking forward to the next Big 20. I don't know if I'll participate, but I'll definitely like jump in and try to learn the games. I think just learning the games a little bit. I was watching the restream the whole time, but learning the games a little bit makes watching the restream way more fun because you get what's going on and you notice the mistakes and you can kind of tell what's going on more. So at the very least, I'll try to pick up and play through a lot of the games while I watch the Big 20.
Wow, very cool. Thanks again for talking to us. And sorry, you got one more Bad Breaks?
I was going from like the Super Metroid with all those buttons, there's a lot of buttons on that controller, to like only
there's 3 times as many buttons on a Super Nintendo controller. That's true. What I find is interesting. The difference kind of between the Super Nintendo games that I've played and tried the speed run and the Nintendo ones is that the Nintendo ones are often shorter but far more punishing.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of games in this list where, like Dragonfire, I was super worried about game overing, right? Because if you game over on stage 6, you start over. You're like, there's just nothing you do. And so I was super worried about that. A lot of the games like Super Metroid, there are kind of ways to slow down a little bit and be safe. And there's just, for some games, there's not a lot of places to do that with Nintendo.
But in the NES, you got to basically hold right all the time, and yeah.
Yeah, if you want to be competitive, like you watch a lot of these guys even that were putting up times for the Big 20 spreadsheets. It's like, oh, how do I save 18 frames here by doing this thing? And I was like, geez, I'm just trying to be able to finish the games, guys.
Yep. Absolutely.
All right.
That was
I
me for my first Big 20.
will step out and let you guys get to the next interview. Thank you again for organizing this and running this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so
All right.
much for joining. It's always fun.
And I think we're not done yet.
Oh, we got Infinite Mystery still going hard on Solar Jet.
Well, I don't know if we're gonna stick around and see Infinite Mystery finish. For y'all who don't know, Infinite Mystery is a gosh darn legend. Joins the Big 20 races, goes in blind, and doesn't quit. Keeps playing. Will go for at least 20 hours. I'm calling it now. That timer is going to tick over to 20 hours before he even thinks about stopping. It's crazy what he regularly does crazy marathons on his channel, and we love him for it.
I think the record for the longest play, I think it's still Surgrif from the first one.
That was 23 hours, I think.
It was 39 hours, and he had been up for he started the race, and then he's like, dude, I gotta sleep 2 hours. I gotta work tomorrow, man.
Yeah, he had to go to work. That was the reason why he stopped.
Yeah, it was on game 19. It was cool. Me and Dexter met him at ADQ the year after. It was really cool.
And it was like, oh, you know what? I think it was 21 hours of Tetris.
Yeah!
It was 39 total, and 21 of them were trying to get 100 lines in Tetris.
Crazy.
Or maybe it was 11. I don't trust my memory. We've already seen how bad my memory is.
It was somewhere around 10, but I just went along there. Sounded good.
All right, so the game list is up in the top left, and that means we got no one else.
Yeah, these are the last three runners. We got the Norwegians.
Well, hold on. Do we want to? Oh, sorry, it's too late. Yeah, tell me about these runners.
Go ahead. You had something good.
No, I had something that fell through, and we can't talk about it anymore.
Because you're involved with the big brother, the Super 16. Right? How have you done?
I'm actually not too involved with that one. That's more Fiesel a little bit, but Mother Brain and some other people
All right.
are spearheading that one nowadays. But that's still going to be happening.
think it's pretty
Celebrating 25th anniversary of Super Nintendo games as they hit their dates.
Ooh. Oh no.
Not the
There.
first. Gargoyle's Quest boss fight here. Being really defensive and evasive, and it's worked out.
Man, I know what he's thinking. These elevators. See, he fell down right away. As soon as I speak. Oh, I wonder if he had practiced this game because it is hard.
Someone else basically winged it on on Kid Dracula. The time they finished it, this race was the first time they ever finished it.
Oh, maybe was that Tarbash? Because he said he was gonna go in semi-blind or something.
Yeah, it might have been. I'm looking for the comment in the race chat. Yeah, Tarbash. That was the first time they ever beat that game. What a clutch for 5th place.
The strats. But Tarbash is a super good runner. He have records in a lot of games. See him join this one. I think he said he had been thinking about it for 10 times, and then there was like 3 or 4 games he wanted to learn, so he the save states didn't work on the power pack or something for the Kid Dracula, so he went on this one.
Yeah, Tarbash has got like 30 mostly NES games on their.
Yeah, I think he
Profile.
had record for Dragon Warrior. Oh, I mean Dragon Fighter.
Yeah, you're right. Took that from Kha'Zix, I think.
And also, I think maybe he lost the record from that Power Rangers game. I could be wrong. It's at the
I'll
top
just
there.
pull it right back up. Oh, but what's it under? Is it under Power Rangers? Probably not. It's probably under Zetai, Zuba. I don't remember what it's called. I mean, he runs Chojin Sentai Jetman, where Tarbash has first place.
He he got a lot of good records. STNX also maybe. Josh the Funk Doc game.
I ran into Josh the Funk Doc on Salty Bet, the AI fighters that you bet on, going on Salty Bet.
Oh dang!
Yes, so a lot of people think of Josh the Funk Doc as like this really old school speedrunner, particularly NES games. But actually, before that, Josh the Funk Doc was super big in the fighting game community.
No.
His name on Twitch, I think it might still be. No, I don't think it is anymore. But was SRK Funk Dog, which is Shoryuken. So has a lot of ties to fighting games in some ways more so than speedrunning.
Just seeing when he boot up those arcade games, the fighting games, he knows like every single move in every game.
Yeah, he was that guy for a lot of games.
He used to have a lot of NES records back in the days. Basically, it's the one that got me into speedrunning. Right, Dexter? Yeah.
He was definitely one of the old school speedrunners that kind of helped define the scene that made it a place I wanted to be in. Absolutely. I don't see Funk on speedrun.com though.
I've never
Oh
been
yeah,
on.
his leaderboard, the games his times are on there, but it's not tied to an account, right? So it's
mean,
gonna be hard to track down all his games.
They put the game times up. Fine, but
Yeah, Josh ran. Holy Diver was him. Castlevania before KMAC came around was him. It was him and Dexter, right? With Batman going back and forth.
yeah. And then I'm having Dexter telling me that my microphone sound like ass.
It sounds okay when we can hear it, but sometimes it just drops out entirely. And it doesn't make like a weird sound when it does it either, so I don't think it's like a connection issue.
I just got yelled at. Dexter says like, it's trash.
He's yelling at I don't think he's yelling at you.
I mean, he's typing to me. Dude, you make it trash. What are you doing?
Well, first of all, even if you probably shouldn't have called him out on it live on the stream. You probably should have dealt with it quietly to the side.
I'm not yelling.
We're here now.
Well, I did lure him in.
He's here now. You probably got a lot of respect for Josh the Funk Doc.
Oh, definitely. He's the one that got me into speedrunning, so yeah, definitely.
Very cool guy. When I think of NES speedrunning, he's one of the names I still think of, despite the fact that it's now hundreds of people who are way more active than he is. But yeah,
well, he's the OG.
Mm-hmm.
He used to have like older records, like in CV4 and stuff. Also,
Oh yeah, yeah.
Used to be the Castlevania guy. Remember when Kareshi played that? What was that? STDQ 2000.
Oh, on the piano.
Yeah,
oh,
that was
2013,
That's cool.
right?
maybe 13.
Yeah, I think it was 12 or 13.
Should
And,
play
like-
the whole game music, the game
Yeah,
speedrun.
Kareshi, also a legend in the
Uh-huh.
speedrunning scene.
Yep.
We did
Was-
try to have Kareshi play the piano while Kamek was gonna do the speedrun back in.
Oh
First-
man, how tough would it be to try to get GDQ to agree to let a piano in the stream room? Well, not a piano,
Well,
like a
not now.
keyboard. Maybe like a keyboard. Maybe.
Keyboard would work definitely. So.
Mm-hmm.
But it would be fun to see something like that again on GDQ. Something a little bit
Yeah.
more out there. That's not.
That's not wearing a Pepsi Man costume.
Maybe we can bring a keyboard. If I play the keyboard, are you gonna play the triangle, Dexter, on GDQ?
Oh yeah. Definitely
What,
the
what
easier.
video game
instrument.
soundtrack features a
Adventure
prominent
Tom
triangle?
Yes.
Well, you could sing during that run.
I could. But we do have an announcement if you're.
That's
I think
exciting. What is it?
I mean, we have already told it, but
We can remind everyone.
yeah, a big reminder.
All right, the reminders are less exciting, but I'm still interested.
But yeah, we got the Best of NES Marathon coming up. We haven't settled for the date yet, but probably around Halloween like we always do. But the sign up is already up. So you can sign up for the marathon.
And this is for world record holders of NES games.
Yes, we will stick to the original theme where we're gonna have the, like I said, world record holders playing their game. But of course, we're not gonna be able to maybe get all the world record holder for certain games, but I mean as many as we can, at least.
Question popping up in my mind: Do you have a record left, Dexter?
Whoa, calling him out.
That was cool, man. That was cool.
That was cold, yeah.
Which
I
one
know
was
I don't.
you lost? Because you used to have a lot of records, but
I mean,
I can look it up.
I've had records in all the good games. I mean, I've had Ninja Gaiden, Mega Man 1, Batman.
you have a Ninja Gaiden record? Really?
Yeah, I had it for a really short time. Well, longer if you... Well, we're not gonna go into that.
For
But
like,
You could do Batman pacifist percent.
I've
Why is
actually...
it pacifist percent?
That
It
is
should just be
something in it.
pacifist. Are you a mod on that game? You should change that. And that's it. That's it. Oh no, you've got a lot of second places.
A lot of second places. Yeah.
That's okay. I'm like 4th on Kabuki and 3rd or 5th or something on Gauntlet. And that's it.
Actually,
And
Batman...
I'll do that little announcement I had.
Mhm.
Because at GDQ we're gonna have a little.
Oh,
right,
that one. Oh, yeah, yeah.
That is a little announcement, right?
You're gonna have an announcement. You're gonna say the announcement at GDQ, or you have an announcement about something happening at GDQ.
Yeah, your mic cut a little bit there.
And
Which one is it?
You know what I mean?
Should I be ready
Oh.
to hear something new at AGDQ,
Well,
or should I be getting ready for something happening?
No. At HGQ, we're gonna try to have a little get together with all the best of NES runners, staff, and all that. If that's what you're meaning.
I see.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
I
cool.
mean, we that much revenue of that coming in, so but we're gonna put all that to a party at GDQ for all the NES runners on the team there,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe and some booze. How about
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good.
Back to the people.
Megatron here, aka Twin Stick Gamers, having a lot of trouble with this boss and with this stage. They jumped like straight into some spikes. It looked intentional, but I'm not really sure even why. But yeah, that happened. So struggling a little bit with Kid Dracula here, the final game. Gargoyle's quest continues for Firebrand, as we're calling them in the bottom right. I can see both these players on the right finishing in some reasonable amount of time. But our boy Infinite Mystery in the bottom left is still on Solar Jetman, a incredibly difficult game for everyone who knew the route and practiced, let alone trying to go in blind the way that they are. So who knows how long they will be playing this game.
I'm not sure if maybe Chat knows this better, but if it's been close, hitting stage 7, I'm guessing he's on
Yeah.
stage 7. I don't know.
I don't recognize this terrain. I mean, don't count on me to be the one to recognize the terrain, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's not warping and he's just
Yeah,
trying
I-
to beat every level, honestly.
I was gonna say that maybe he's doing all the stages like regularly, in order, so to speak. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he's just bumping in too many walls. How about that?
It'll definitely be a problem. The shield helps you out a lot in that aspect, but you can't just be riding the walls the way that we're seeing here.
But yeah, we have all the entrants and the ones who finished the race on the right there. First place, Prissy. Second, Pika Pikachu. Pika Pikachu.
It's all the way up to Gargoyle's Quest and Pika. Oh, dude.
They were close. So close. All the way up there.
Yeah.
I mean, Pika had a shot at Kid Dracula at the very end where Prissy died, but then Pika died at the very same place with with the laser there. Yeah.
Lasers.
Look at this laser gun just absolutely destroying Infinite Mystery.
I think he can make yeah.
I don't even know where to go, right? Like it's some weird planet that gets skipped over.
to go now. He's been playing for 5 hours.
That's right. Yeah, he got to this game in 28
That's
minutes,
right.
right? So
Where to
it's
go?
been only Solar Jetman for 5 hours.
How can one person play solo Jetman for 5 hours?
That's infinite mystery. If anyone could, it's him. Oh my goodness, the final boss.
Yeah,
here for
Megatron. Yeah.
Megatron.
What do you, I think this is probably the good place to wrap up, honestly.
Yeah. Because we're looking at
I mean,
maybe 1 hour.
Yeah, normally we stick to about 6 hours. Try to have a 6-hour stream, but probably a good way to close it off also.
One health
But of
left.
course,
We're gonna what?
gonna send you. I guess we'll do like a stair. We'll send the people over to Fire Brav, and then from there to Infinite.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. GG.
Oh, that's it.
GG. Megatron.
I got a good message, man. I got a good red message.
Everyone is clapping for Megatron in the webcam. There's a room full of people who are just hanging out,
I know.
drinking.
No,
It's great.
no Indians.
It looks like a lot of fun. 14th place, 5:42:32 is the time. 16 people entered, 14 have finished. The last 2 are here on stream. One of them is Infinite Mystery, who is not going to finish anytime soon. But Fire Broth, Fire Oath, Firebrand is definitely on the cusp here. They're very far into Demon's Crest. Just after that is one more game in Kid Dracula.
And I got the perfect red message.
Do it.
I'm just gonna log in
Having
here.
a chat. You got to copy paste here. I had to skip that one. Oh, maybe. Okay. Oh, that was. I was gonna say something with the Infinite. It could have been taken wrong. Come on, Dexter, you got one.
All right. While these guys
A
dream up
message?
a proper raid message, I'll close it out by reminding everyone: Best of Ness Marathon starts 2019 around Halloween-ish. Date not final, but submissions now are open for world record holders. If you're going to Awesome's games done quick and you like NES games, consider hanging out with a bit of a party that's in the works. Stay tuned for more information on that happening in Orlando. This has been the Big 20, number 11. Congrats again to everyone who finished. Our winner, Prissy, who's going into retirement, going out on top. I'm Mythical9. Thanks so much for watching. Also on behalf of Canonophone, who due to internet issues has dropped out, but was with us on commentary for many hours. And thanks to you, Bad Bricks and Dexter, for putting this whole thing together. It's a lot of fun for a lot of people.
It's always fun.
Thank you, Mythical. Thank you for the commentary and everything.
It's my pleasure.